Wheel of Time, you say? I have no idea. But I do love this chair. It's great. Ooh, what's that? Hey, a pine cone. Mmm, smells delightful. Ah, let's get that out of here. Let's go. Man, my own bones are aching. I like going for a walk. Hey, that's a birdie. Look at that up there. I like birdies. Oh, what's that over there in the forest? Oh, you know what I could really go with? A tree hug. Wonderful.
Car.
Carn! Sam, you never fails, man. Never fails, man. Like, I was sitting here thinking to myself, I was like, I know I'm going a little bit earlier than I had planned, but I was sitting here bored. It's like if I don't do this, I'll get into something else, and then maybe I just wouldn't do this at all. So I figured, we'll give it a shot. We'll see if anybody's around that wants to hop in and talk. Other than that, I'll just chat with y'all. What's up, Will? What's up, Miss Martin Muses? Sam says for $2, do my as wells. By the way, Matt is my favorite character. Do you keep losing letters, Sam? I'm not like. Are you paying per letter? I'm just curious because, like, every time it's different. You're great at keeping me on my toes with this stuff, but it was one of those things. I was talking. I think I was talking to Nathan. It might have been Will too. A few people I've been talking to about doing this, just because it's been a long time since I've sort of like got to talk about. Uh, that's another good one. Um, it's been a long time since I sort of got to talk about uh, the good stuff. The good stuff that Wheel of Time has to offer, and the reason we all love it, and why why we're fans and all that stuff. And over the this morning it's been funny because I've been sort of just reminiscing by myself a little bit. It looks like in the Red Hand Discord, Pips and Dane are having a good old Tame and Dread discussion, which is always it's always fun to come back around to Tame and Dread. Right now, those two guys are way too smart for me. So like I be getting into a knowledge debate with the two of them, I would fail every time. But it's always fun to see a good Tame and Dread discussion happening. You know, my favorite, which I actually just I was talking to Nathan about the other day, was I still don't fully believe that Grendel killed Asmo. I don't think it works. I think it's bullshit. Um, but that could be. I don't know. We could talk about that here today too, or that could be for another time. I don't know. But I didn't want to pay. Oh, is it really that short? All right. That I get the gist then, so we're good. I didn't realize that they only gave you that few letters for that, so I'll go with that. Um, yes, the super chat only provides a certain amount of letters based on the. Yeah, I just thought it was longer. I thought it was a little bit longer. I didn't realize it was so short. So well, thank you, Sam, as always. Um, but I have heard that quote. I have heard that was quite the debate back in the day. So the big ones I remember when I was at the Black Tower message board was there was Tame and Dread was a big one, and then the who killed Asmodean debate raged for quite some time. I feel like it still rages because I still don't like the glossary explanation that it was Grendel. I still don't believe it was Grendel. Um, I believe it was Grendel as much as I believe Lanfear is alive in Seanchan after Perrin killed her. Um, there's been quite a few good debates in my time. I'm trying to remember if there's been some other ones. Mm. I know those were two of the bigger ones. Until where Cimmerig was there was, I don't think it was a debate, but the wondering where Semireg was or where Masana was or who Masana was, those were big ones. I know for a while people thought that Varen was Masana, which didn't fit ever, which was one of those things. It's like, what is that all going on about? Who did kill Asmo then? Do you really want to get into it now? Grendel the coward makes no sense. She was just hanging out in Caemlyn after watching Ravine get nuked. So she just hung out and hoped that Asmodean went and got a sandwich so she could kill him. Yeah, that sounds like Grendel. Grendel, the one who, after if we quote SB's one of the SB's favorite scene, Natural's Barrow, when he nuked the whole fucking castle, she went and hid in a cave that had no entrances. You're doing with some Maruk work with a llama rescue? I'm gonna go as long as people want to talk. So, like, if people want to come in and join in, I know Will's not around. Nathan's supposed to hop in a little bit, but I started early, so Nathan's watching a football game. But yeah, I'm gonna be here as long as people want to talk about it. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna be here as long as people want to keep talking about it. So, who did kill Asmo then? Well, I'll tell you, it wasn't Grendel. Grendel's bullshit, especially since what? Hold on a sec. Let me get the book. So I also didn't realize this till I was talking to Nathan about it. The glossary even lies. So the glossary lies about what it's saying about Grendel because it lied. So this is where we get the big reveal that Asmodean was killed by Grendel, which doesn't make any sense. So I don't buy it. But let's see. A ruthless killer, she is responsible for the deaths of Arengar and Asmodean. So I guess if we're playing with words, that's true. At least about Arengar. But she didn't kill Arengar. It's funny how Natrin's Barrows come up. Just saying. Because we're playing around with words that she's responsible for the death of Asmodean and Arengar, which not really. She didn't help Arengar, but Rand killed Arengar. So the glossary's wrong. Right? That's all I'm saying. The glossary lied. The glossary already lied, so why do I believe Randall killed Asmodean? Grendel was the biggest coward, yet she hung around in Caemlyn. Yeah, it is. It's 100% wrong. And so, okay, so responsible. So, yeah, sure. So yeah, but that's not what that's not what's said. What's said is that Grendel killed Asmodean. That's what we've been told. Since when does Grendel have a? How is she going to send Shadowheart or a Golem? She has a control over neither. Right? She doesn't control either of those guys. What's up, Matt? How's it going? I still know who I think it was. It takes a little bit of a leap to get there, but I still like my theory from the day. So Yeah, but I may hold on to that for a little bit. I don't like. I've never liked the Grendel thing. I don't. So this is the funny thing because this is I remember all this stuff. Luke Asmodean has no idea who Luke Slayer is, so there's no reason for Asmodean to recognize Slayer. Other than that, it's a good possibility. Plus the way Luke killed like there was two things that always bothered me about the explanation of the Asmodean thing. It seemed clearly to me that Asmodean was Balefired, and he recognized who it was that was killing him. Uh, so no, that's not who I like. Like I said, my theory takes a big leap. There's no reason for Demandred to be in Camelin at all. Like that's how we ended up at Grendel. Is I sort of I almost believe that we're at this point where Jordan didn't tell anybody and they just made it up. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. 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 There's somebody that has Hugh's motivation to want Asmodean dead. It's thought to be dead, but is still alive, as we know it. Oh, don't even get me started, Purple. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We're supposed to be talking about good stuff. I don't want to talk about Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2. Ugh. What a shit movie. Horrible. Asmodean is was the Forsaken that a certain person bound to why not? So why would you say Moraine and not Lanfear? I just want to know. How could Moraine do it but not Lanfear? Why would Tame do it? Lanfear's not dead. What's up, CM or CH? Oh, Miranda as Lewis. I haven't read this in a long time, or to even know they'd be anywhere near each other. Why does Lanfear want Asmodean dead? Why? Because he's fucking betraying her. Like, come on. Why doesn't she want him dead? Gotta go, but wanted to say I really like when Rand returns to check the food on the boats, and it's all good after it was bad in the previous time. Yeah, there's several like I just read what was it? I just got through Veins of Gold, and just the part where he's walking down the mountain, and the apple trees are all in bloom, and and the food is good, and then they have to get all the farmers together to gather all the apples and stuff, and then like right after that when he goes to the tower and they start finding meat in grain stores, and and he basically feeds Tar Valon, and then he leaves and everything starts rotting. That's all good. I have to. So if I wasn't prepared to get into this, so I need to look back at what I had deduced way back in the day. Uh, I mean, Grendel doesn't make sense to me just because of it's contrary to who she acts. Even if you don't want it to be Lanfear, Grendel doesn't work. I'm sorry, Grendel never worked. Other than Grendel was on Team Ravine and Samael, so it wasn't Samael, so it had to be Grendel. Her being able to kill Asmodean, uh, you know, how she does it. What she just was waiting in a closet after Ravine got nuked. Like it doesn't make sense. What's up, man? $20. Thanks, dude. Guess who finished Lords of Chaos? Yeah, I know. I saw. I have to look it up, but I had some good reasons why Lanfear would want Asmodean dead. I forgot what they are, to be, if I'm being honest, but like we had a whole big ass debate going back and forth. And even if you don't like the Lanfear might have done it, Grendel still doesn't work. I'm assuming this is for Brian. Enjoy the wells, I'm guessing. One of my favorite scenes: parents shrugging off Balefire in the dream world. Like I said, I have notes somewhere. I have to go look. Okay. It's the biggest thing for me is, even if you don't like Lanfear, there's there's no reason for Grendel to do it either. Well, not now reason, she has a better reason, but it's everything that happens after Caemlyn is works contrary to what how Grendel would act. Grendel would never hang out in Caemlyn after watching Revian get nuked. This is the same person that ran and put herself in a cave. Then answer this: why would he be fearful of seeing her when he is doing what she has told him to do? It doesn't have to be fearful. Well, if you saw somebody go through a door with another person to a plane of existence that you know nothing about, and then you open the door and she's standing in front of her, wouldn't you be surprised? I don't. Everything for me, whether the whole Grendel thing doesn't work for me, and it never has. If that's who we're settling on, who it was, and we're told in the glossary that she is what was the fucking word the glossary said? Oh God, the glossary, what was it? Responsible for Asmodean's death? It's more likely she sends somebody to kill him than anything, and then I guess you put Slayer in there, but there's no reason for him to know Slayer. But why would she go to a closet? She went to a random closet where Asmodee is going to get food to lay in wait and hope he gets hungry. How does she know Asmo's weakened? Did I miss something? Did Asmo and Grendel have a conversation? Grendel hasn't been on scene at all. That's why she makes no sense. Lanfear didn't go to a closet. It was see. I don't know that we need to go down this whole thing, because you guys already don't see that there's any motive for Lanfear to kill Asmodean. So, like, me going down the whole like I said, there's a lot. You have to take a lot of leaps for it to be Lanfear. Okay, like I've already said that. I've already acknowledged that. For me, the more pertinent thing for me is that I don't see that it was Grendel at all. Grendel's not obvious. Grendel doesn't act that way. She wouldn't act to the contrary. Then she didn't seek for any sort of benefit for killing him. She didn't go in front of the Dark One and say, "Hey, I killed the traitor." She didn't try and take credit. She didn't do anything. So a person that hides in the shadows and collects things and isn't known for putting herself out there, put herself out there in Caemlyn after watching Ravine get Bellfired and their trap got messed up. So she hung out in Caemlyn in a closet, waiting for Asmodean to get hungry so he could kill her with apparently not Balefire, because That was the thing everybody would always say too is we didn't feel the weaves. So I guess it could, like, I don't know, did Grendel even have, was it did they all still had access to the true power at that point? So I guess you could have said it was true power, but her traveling to a closet, her sitting in a closet, waiting for him to open a door to randomly kill him with true power balefire, never sat with me ever. Why? That's an assumption. We have no idea where Grendel's at that whole battle. We don't know that Grendel's seen him. We don't know that Grendel knows anything about Asmodine. We don't see Grendel in Fires of Heaven at all. That's why when we get all the comments from Jordan about it being obvious and all this stuff, it never sat well for me, because Grendel is not the obvious choice, other than we just deduce she's the only Forsaken that was left in the team with Ravine and Samael. What's up, Ralph? Let's see. Liberal artist, what's up? Rand flashbacks and reunited in the scene where the Aiels sing around the Aes Sedai so the city can be evacuated. Kino, one of my favorite little scenes in the book. Nice. Well, Asmodine was pretty much her minion at this point, so that's why it seems to make zero sense. I get it, but there's also a point where Rand is now betrayed Lanfear, right? So where are we at? Where just so I didn't know this was going to get into to who killed Asmo deep dive. Okay, so we can go into it. So here. Let me see if I can remember some of this. All right, so Lanfear is where right now? Lanfear is in Finland. We're not Finland. She's in Finland. And if anybody wants to hop in here, let me know. I don't quite like being by myself the best. So if you want to hop in, ping me on Discord. Like Matt, if you're around, like I'm being by myself always makes me feel weird. But all right, so where are we at? Fires of Heaven here. Asmodian is feeling good because now all his people that are against him are gone. He's feeling good. He's feeling like Rand. He's feeling like Rand. Tame was actually for me a much better. Tame was a much better. Whether he was Tame and Dread or just Tame was a much better suspect than Grendel. But I feel like there was something I don't remember. It's not the debate isn't high enough in my head to remember. But I feel like somebody brought something up that discounted Tame. I don't know if that's. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But Tame, I feel like, is probably a much better suspect than either of the two. If we're breaking it down, I don't remember why Tame gets cleared off the board. But I agree. I think that's a better suspect. But we're in Fires of Heaven. Lanfear and Moraine have gone through the door. Rand has fully rejected Lanfear. So at that point, with Rand fully rejecting Lanfear, why would Lanfear want Asmodian to be training Rand to do anything? That could be it. I don't know. Asmodian is close enough to Rand that he may have had a meeting with Tame and Asmodian, but probably wants to keep Asmodian away from Tame just because of maybe power recognition. I don't know. But so there you go. So that's what it was. Is Rand has fully rejected Lanfear at this point. So why does Lanfear want Asmodian making Rand stronger? All right, brother. Anybody that wants to jump in and talk and help me not blabble, let me know. Ping me on Discord or X or either or both. I know Nathan will be here in a little bit, but hey, your son of Jockster. Well, we can talk about some of these more in depth if you want to, but we're right in the heat of apparently who killed Asmo again. Rand's epic sword fight with Shantan Noble was a highlight that really drew me into the series. Also, when Matt rescued the girls and was able to exact gratitude later on. So that was awesome. So, are you talking about Turok, Dinosaur Hunter? No, she's full on. She's full on ready to kill Rand. She's ready to murder Land when they go through Rand when they go through the doorway. I have to read it back, but I'm pretty sure she's done with Rand has completely rejected her. She's ready to kill him. Oh my God! Somebody call an ambulance. Sam's cat just killed him and took over. So Sindane, so you're telling me Sindane thinks that Rand still loves her? Just asking, because she doesn't. I mean, she's moved on to Perrin by that point. Let's see, what have I missed here? We got some. What's up, Shadowharn? What's going on, man? Hand of the Dark. Excuse me. Did I miss anybody? I'm not saying. Look, but you got to remember. So look. I will tell you the full theory, okay, and you can make of it as you will. Like I said, it takes a lot of leaps and speculation, a lot of stuff we don't know, right? I understand that, but it's always spawned from the fact for me that I think Grendel is a terrible answer to the who. Like, it's one of the few things that I just completely. I think that Tamindred was a mistake. If Robert Jordan. Even if we guessed right that Tame was Damodred, and like I said, Dane and Pips are probably having a way better discussion about this than I ever could. But on the Red Hand, I know they're going back and forth. But if Tame was Damodred from the start, right, and Robert Jordan changed it because we figured it out, I think that was a huge mistake, because I think Damodred being Tame, it would have been great. You could have had Tame Damodred do both. What's up, Zax? What's going on, brother? You could have had Tame Damodred being in Shara too, going back and forth. So if you want, man, give me a link. Hop on in, man. I don't care. It's better than being here by myself. The whole point is to get some other people in here to share their favorites and have a discussion about this great book series we all love, right? Oh wait, I missed SB's here. The Shantan getting beat the BTFO the first time by the horn was pretty sweet as well. Hell yeah, it was. What's up, Josh? Haven't read past book 10, and the spoilers don't bother me. Does Lanfear return when Moraine does? Lanfear returns before Moraine does, if I remember correctly. I forget exactly when Sindane shows up, but if you're in book 10, you're close to her returning. Yeah, it's gonna be full spoilers, so so the full theory, so she said she does still love Lewis Theron, but after the Red Stone doorway, she knows Rand himself was rejected. Yeah, exactly. So right, so there. So you're just helping me. Thanks, SB. Appreciate it. I'll hit you in a minute, dude. Hey, Nathan's here. Save me. Save me, Jeebus. They're all attacking me because I said Grendel isn't a good choice for the death of Asmo.
What? Wait, what? Huh?
Oh, great. Have I lost you too?
Well, no.
So we started talking about stuff, and then I mentioned that I never liked that Grendel was the one that was propped up as the killer of Asmo, and that the book lied. And Will pointed out that the glossary lends more to like Grendel being responsible, so sending somebody to kill Asmo, because it says the glossary says Grendel is responsible for the deaths of Arengar and Asmodean. Which I always, so she's sort of responsible for Arengar, even though Rand killed Arengar straight up,
right?
Rand killed her, and I think anybody that thinks Grendel killed Asmodean straight out does not know who Grendel is. That's my personal opinion. But
well, no,
and then
you
everybody
and
attacked me because land fear, and I was going to get into the land fear theory, whether you agree with it or not. But everybody's attacking me. So,
the land fear theory is bullshit.
Fuck you. The land fear theory is the best one. So. The land fear theory. I love the land fear theory.
Oh no! Sorry, I thought you were talking about land fear still.
You can call it bullshit. I don't care. It's a huge leap.
No.
I understand it's a huge leap, but
so that one holds more credence than Grendel.
I hate the and then Will brought it up. I think Tame still makes more sense than either of them, but I forget why Tame is discounted. Does anybody remember why Tame is discounted when it comes to Grendel? Or not Grendel, Asmodean. Is it because Asmodean won't recognize Tame? Is that why? Hey, hi guys! I'm gonna start Memory of Light, of Sorrow and Thorn. I'm currently halfway through Otherland. Tad Williams wrote series. Is a memory as good as people say? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't read it. I haven't read too much. Have you read that?
No, I have not read any Tad Williams. I've got his Dragonbone Chair on my to read list, but I've got a reread of Carl going on right now. I have a reread of Wheel of Time. There's a whole lot of stuff. Asian Sagas. I mean, just constant stuff reading. And I would say Tame makes a lot of sense as long as Tame isn't retconned from being Demandred.
So here's the thing, right? So Tame makes the most sense because I think this is another stack on the pile of the mess that got made from making Tame not Demandred, because Tame makes sense for a lot of things when it comes to Demandred. So if Demandred showed up or was lurking about as Tame and then revealed himself as Tame under a mask of mirrors to Asmodean as Demandred, and Demandred said you, and then Demandred used the true power to balefire him, I think that all tracks. But now Tame is not Demandred, so Asmodean wouldn't recognize Tame because there's no mask of mirrors for Tame to drop to be Demandred, right? So that's what discounts Tame, because I think Nathan's read Shogun, that part of Shogun. So so there you go, Baron Haas, 100% Tame was so this is I feel like the Grendel. What's up, Dovey? If you want to hop on, let me know. So this is, and that's what I'm getting at, is I feel like this is part of the mess that got made when we made Tame not Demandred, because I 100% believe if Tame is Demandred, he is the one that killed Asmodean as Tame. It doesn't have to be Balefire, but I always assumed it was Balefire from the way his words hung in the air, which is the exact description that's given for anybody else that's talking when got Balefired. I'd have to go find that reference, but I know that was a big thing in the debate that he got Balefired because of the way it was described as his last words hung in the air after he was murdered. So I have to look that up. Again, I'm going off old debate brain when it came to who killed Grendel theory, but I still think whether it was it had, I would assume it had to be true power, because that was a big thing for everybody, that nobody felt the channeling. Yeah, that's it, SB, right there. The words hung in the air as death took him. I feel like there's another instance of somebody being Balefired that's the exact same description. The words hung in the air as he faded away or whatever. But but I think Baron Haas, I think nails that's my feeling exactly. And if he is 100% Tame at that point, that means Tame could have snuck around or been following him around as Tame and revealed himself to be Demandred before he killed him, which all makes perfect sense to me. Now, saying that Grendel who did not participate in the Fires of Heaven battle at all. She cowered and hid because she saw it was going wrong, and then she left, saying that she hung out after everything went wrong and waited around for an opportunity to hide in a closet to then kill Asmodean. Doesn't track with Grendel's personality at all. Because we have we have her exact reaction to a near-death experience in Netrum's Barrow, where she goes and locks herself in a cave with no entrances. The only way you can get in is through traveling. The only way you can get in and out is through traveling. She's completely fortified herself because she's afraid of dying. So her just wandering around Caemlyn going, I'm going to kill Asmodean because Asmodean, she has no motivation.
No.
Now, if you want to hear the long drawn out Lanfear theory, I will give you what I remember most of it. And yes, I always liked it because it was fun, but I do understand there's a lot of holes and a lot of reaching that goes with the Lanfear theory. Okay, I've never been one to say that if you don't agree with that, then you're an asshole, because I get it. I always get it. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I would agree. I don't buy the whole Grendel thing.
I like the tame thing. I've always liked the tame thing. Tame is Demandred. I've always liked. That's the best.
Yeah. Well, and that, again, that's, as long as that's the case, then it was Demandred who killed him.
Right.
Period.
Yeah.
But since that's been retconned by Jordan himself, unfortunately, then your theory on Lanfear is actually a pretty good one. Although you do have to jump through hoops to get there.
There's a lot of hoops. Like, look, I know there's a lot of assumption hoops and things we don't know. You have to jump through more hoops to get to Grendel doing it, because of that personality clash of her doing something like that is completely bold and out of character for her. Hey, I sent you a text. I had a.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys. Right, so I agree. So it's like
I will not go out with you. I'm married.
Damn it! Fuck. Well, okay. Well, that's the end of the stream, guys. I guess. In my depression, I got to watch something uplifting. All right, so give me a second.
Person. I could crush a walnut with my vagina. Night bitch.
Night bitch, baby.
Oh yeah.
Well, besides Lanfear, the other Forsaken thought he was a traitor. Right, but yes. So that's the motivation. But when has Grendel ever gone out of her way to do anything like this? Grendel has spent. Thanks, both of you are worth shit. Willix and Nathan, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Both of you are worthless. What's up, Gadfly? Hey, Gadfly, if you want to hang out, let me know. Yeah, because I'm gonna get questioners in here in a second, and we'll keep going. But that's Grendel doesn't act that way. See, there you go. There's my man. There's my man right there. See, Sam, I knew I liked you for a reason, my man.
Well,
my man.
But again, that one, yeah, you got to jump through hoops on that one though, just because at this point she's already gone through with Moiraine through the door.
That's true too.
So,
so real quick, the Lanfear theory, just is it still outside her personality? If she's a complete coward. She hides. It's completely out of her character. I think it's completely out of her character.
Like, the only thing that it wouldn't make it completely out of character is that in a roundabout way you could say that she's doing this behind the scenes.
It's more Moghedien. It's more Moghedien than Grendel. Moghedien will lie in wait for people. Grendel doesn't lie in wait for people. She hides and manipulates from the background and hopes that it goes her way.
Yeah,
she doesn't.
but it couldn't have been
She
Moghedien because she doesn't wrap him in a spider web.
Well, and then eat them, and then have a big giant werewolf fight. I mean, I would have been there for that, but
and then crush him with her vagina.
I mean, like, let's be clear. I want to be very, very clear here. I don't like Grendel, number one. Number two, Tame as Demandred, it was always my favorite, and then we made Tame not Demandred, so that ruined all that. That's where I think we got Grendel inserted because they didn't, the real killer is now not the real killer because he's a different person. Personally, I don't know if any of that's true or not. I'm just being an observer. So, but the whole Lanfear theory is this. So they fall through the doorway. Okay, at this point, Rand has rejected Lanfear straight up. Lanfear and Rand, being scissoring isn't going to happen. It's just not happening. It's done. She has more chance of scissoring with Moiraine in the gateway. Okay, so Lanfear is pissed. Now, look, I'll say it. I'm going to say it, and because this was the theory. Lots of hoops, lots of assumptions. I get it. Okay, but I think I like the theory because it's fun. Okay, so. By Towers of Midnight, we know that we confirm 100% Moiraine didn't die, so we know that Lanfear didn't die. We then eventually find out that Sedaine is Lanfear, so we confirm that Lanfear didn't die. Well, not immediately. The theory also, suggests that Lanfear did something to have the Finns kill her. Now, a lot of it is, I didn't realize he had died till the next book. Yeah, there's that too. But they never I just don't like that it was that's the other thing. I never like how it was told to us. I thought it was very just, and I'm pretty sure Showman killed Asmodean. I think you're probably right. She just looked at him weird, right? Where was the I think SB asked it. If I remember right, was it SB? Shit. You said he asked something about Jordan. Oh, here you go. I do wonder if RJ was amused by all the discussion about who killed Asmo. If I remember right, Robert Jordan was actually quite annoyed because his response to it when people kept asking him was, "It's obvious." So I don't know if he was trolling people or if he just didn't want to talk about it. But Super Egwene's a good choice. But
oh yeah.
But so I don't know if he was trolling or not. But I remember his response being, "It's obvious who killed Asmodean. I don't know why this is a discussion," or something like that. Yeah. But so real quick, and then we'll move on. I'll get him in here. Anybody else? If you want to discuss some stuff, just hit me on Discord or on X, and I'll start moving people in. We'll try and get a little bit more structured. We're sort of going at it. We got 24 people here. Thanks for being here, guys. So Lanfear theory. Okay. So they could fall through the gateway. We find out Moiraine isn't dead. We find out that Lanfear isn't dead. The theory then goes, if I remember right, and this isn't my theory. This is just something that I liked because it sounded fun. Okay. Is that Lanfear and Moiraine were both then brought in front of the Finns. Lanfear, being Lanfear, was enraged and said some bullshit that was basically determined to be, she wanted vengeance or she wanted revenge on people or somebody that, revenge that those that, I don't know how they would have worded it, but she wanted revenge. So the Finns, being the Finns, popped her in front of Asmodean to kill him, to get revenge. She came back, popped off at the Finns, and they killed her. That's basically the gist of the theory of how she got there and how she was put in the closet behind a door just at the right time to kill Asmodean. Again, a lot of steps, a lot of bullshit, a lot of, we don't know if they could actually do that, but it's fun. I like it much better than Grendel. I still like Tame and Dread over all of that, personally.
Yeah, it's not entirely implausible, though. I think that one in particular, especially because we know that the Elfin and Elfin definitely like to play on the vagueness of questions, and like it's like where water finds a way through things. they find a way to do what they want through you not being exact.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's one of those. It's like I look. It's one of those. And anybody that wants it, I understand. I just think it's fun. I think it's better. I like it better than Grendel just happened to do it because she was in Camelin. I've always hated that. So, Smile for I should be finishing Lord of Chaos next week. Well, Nerporial just finished Lord of Chaos as well. I know he's doing book club stuff. So, yeah, Lord of Chaos, man, one of my favorites. Demise Wells is an all-timer. It's an all-timer. Sedaine doesn't appear until book 8. That would mean she's sad out of Lord of Chaos and a Crown of Swords. Well, I mean, if she got killed, if she got killed by the Finns, the Dark One didn't need to be in a hurry to grab her. I mean, the Dark One could do whatever he wants. She could have been reincarnated in Shara Ghul, getting, having her done. Shadowharn could be plowing the road for 2 books. I don't know. That's the biggest problem with the Lanfear thing. It's all the things we don't know. Right? We don't know about the Finns. We don't know where she was. We don't know when she was resurrected exactly. We don't know why she died. At least I don't. We never fully find out how she died as Lanfear, do we? I don't remember if that was mentioned or not.
But no, Perrin.
Perrin killed Sedaine, and she is dead. Sedaine is dead.
Ooh.
Lanfear is dead. She's not palling around in Seanchan with the new Empress trying to. No. She's dead. Just saying. Just reiterating. I think that's all. I still think that whole Lanfear survived the whole thing is bullshit. Lanfear's dead. But I don't know if we know how she died when she was Lanfear officially.
Oh.
I don't remember if that's ever brought up.
I don't think.
What's up, man? Sorry I kept you back there long enough. How you doing, dude? You're in. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Hey, there you are. What's going on, dude? Sorry I kept you back there for a minute.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a delay. There's a delay. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad. I didn't. Okay. But yeah, so I've never the whole Sanderson thing in Lanfear. It never. No. She's dead. Let's see here. How does that make sense though for her to be there? I thought the Elfin didn't like dark friends or something like that. I don't know. How would they know if she's a dark friend or not unless she told them? I think the whole theory lands on Lanfear not giving them the opportunity to do anything. She's just enraged because Moiraine just fucked up all their plans and put her in the doorway. Yeah, I don't like that. There's a lot. I'm having a lot of trouble with Sanderson right now. If you guys have been around for any of the feedback for Wind and Truth. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Dylan. I'm gonna have to deal with your delay.
Sorry, it's this delay. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure it out.
Of course. It may be the sound settings in StreamYards, but Jonathan, it was one of the. I'm having a lot of problems. Wind and Truth is causing a lot of problems for me. But then, of course, the Lanfear stuff was way back before that. I always thought that was nonsense. Oh, you're in here again. Let me
go ahead and kick me out, and then let me rejoin in.
All right, gotcha. That better?
Yeah.
Better?
I hope it is.
Kind of. I can't hear you through StreamYards. That's the funny part.
That's weird.
Oh, that's weird. So are you waiting on the YouTube delay?
Yeah, that's on.
Yeah.
The best explanation
I can hear you through YouTube, but it's not letting me hear you. Let me check my settings.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got to be your settings then. Something in your speakers or your headphones. The best explanation is she pissed the Finns off and they killed her promptly, leading her to
there we go.
Revival.
All right, it's back. Okay.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem with the theory, right? So you're probably right. Is she, she went in there irate, tried to channel, and they killed her, right? I mean, I could see that too, but a lot of it for me comes from Grendel not being a good candidate, so people go fishing for a new one. Personally,
well, if you think about it, there's only 4 of the Forsaken actually know Asmodean's turned. One's Lanfear, one's Grendel, one's Ravine, and one's Samael.
Right.
All 4 of them are the only ones who know that there's turncoat. So Demandred doesn't make sense because he doesn't know yet, until Grendel obviously lets him in on the loop. But even then, it seems a little bit of a stretch because where Demandred's currently nesting doesn't have anything effective on the other side of the world. So I don't know. I'm not particularly, in favor of that particular view because it doesn't it doesn't feel natural that Demandred would be having any type of a interaction with anyone else because he's busy just building up.
Well, you also have to remember that if we're saying it was Demandred as Tame is right there. I fully believe the change of making Tame into Demandred or making Tame not Demandred is where the whole Shara nonsense came from. I like it much better that Demandred was hiding as Tame right under Rand's nose, training Dark Friends and Dreadlords in the Black Tower. So I mean,
it sounds okay, but if you think about Demandred's personality, Demandred would love the adoration of an entire nation and have everyone follow him without question. That would be totally his style. Leading armies and then wanting to take on Rand one-on-one is his MO.
Yeah, but why can't he do both?
Yeah. Well, but to follow that up though is one of the things that would help him out is he could understand that Asmodean is training Rand, and therefore eliminating Rand's trainer in the power would help his cause out sufficiently when he reaches that one-on-one point.
And Taim actually does train Rand in certain aspects as well. So
I don't know. It's one of those. A lot of this also it still spawns from the. I still don't think Grendel's just because Grendel knows a thing doesn't mean that she accomplished a thing. For me, I just it's completely contrary to how she acts in the whole series. For me, but I mean, it's one of those things. It's the same thing. We're still having Demandred discussions. However many years gone by, and it's one of those. It's one of those things. Whether we agree, disagree, or not, that's what they said it was. I don't have to like it, but
yeah,
that's where we're at.
The one thing that drives me nuts about like the death of the author and all that stuff is that like knowing that that's what's in the official documentation, but also it not making sense from any perspective is one of those weird things because Grendel would be able to see the weaves, like the shield that Lanfear put onto Asmodean. Yes. However, she's not aware that Lanfear put a shield on him. So if anything, she'd be walking in there to check on him to see like, hey, Asmodean, why are you doing this? But I don't see her doing that. So then she shows up. Why would she have knowledge? Because she literally just shows up and pops.
Well, that's the biggest problem I have with the Grendel thing is she's like, Asmodean's like, hey, Rand could win this. Maybe I should think about my actually being a dude. And he goes in the closet to get a sandwich, or he goes in the pantry to get a sandwich, and Grendel's standing behind the door. He's like, you? Oh my god! And then he's dead. It's like, so I'm to believe that Grendel was just sitting there waiting for him in the pantry.
Yeah, smoked ham. Ham sandwiches. But here's the thing: whoever actually does do it came there explicitly to kill him. They didn't come there to have a chat. But if he was not shielded and he saw Grendel show up and try to pull something on him, he could have blocked it if he was at full strength. She doesn't know that. So it would be very dangerous for her to do that. And that's not her style. Her style is to manipulate people.
Correct.
So
well,
she would be
collect,
manipulating somebody.
manipulate from afar, and not get involved.
Yeah, she
right?
ain't collecting a Forsaken. Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, but you know what I mean. It's just she. That's not. It's for her to do. Her being an assassin, and then asking for no credit, mind you.
Yeah, she's all about
And then
the
she gets
grandeur.
if she. So you're telling me she eliminated a rogue Forsaken, and then she didn't go looking for credit. That doesn't sound very Grendelish to me either.
I mean,
like, just saying.
She could do something in secret, because actively killing one of the Forsaken with other Forsaken's knowledge is going to greatly lower their trust in you. Well, even if they're a turncoat.
At that point, when does the kill order go out from the dark one?
For who?
At some point, isn't there a kill order for Asmodean? Am I remembering that wrong? Chat, am I remembering that wrong?
I don't know, because I don't remember that specific one. But based upon the Gadfly makes a point, is that
so Lanford would have inverted those weaves, so not that none of the wise ones are. I said
that's a good point.
Good point.
Yeah, but in that case, then Grendel definitely wouldn't do it, because she wouldn't be able to see that, and she wouldn't know.
Yeah, so she wouldn't be able to take him, probably.
She would not be confident enough to be able to hit Asmodean, because Asmodean's kind of a coward. Because
he's a coward too. Yeah,
he's a musician. He's not a battlefield leader. He's not a swordsman. He uses the one power as his weapon. So if that's the case, if you show up, she would have sniped him from nowhere. But also keep in mind, she'd have to invert all of her weaves to prevent anybody else in the camp being aware of it. If it's a guy, then Rand's going to probably feel it if he's in the location available. But I don't remember if this is the time he's with Aviendha or not.
So the big problem with that one is still that there's no reason that Asmodean would recognize Tame. That's always the big problem with.
Wouldn't recognize the face of Tame. No.
Yeah, that's the reason why Tame being Tame and not Damodred killing Asmode has never tracked, because Asmodean wouldn't recognize Tame or really have that reaction to Tame.
I'm trying to remember.
He'd probably be like, "Oh, Tame, you're looking for a sandwich too? I'm in here looking for a sandwich. It's the peanut butter's on the shelf right there, bro."
Do you guys remember when Taim dies?
What do you mean?
Like when he loses control of the Black Tower, he's right. He's behaving in such a way that he had to earn his position. Well, if he's Demandred, he wouldn't have to earn his position. Now, Demandred could be wearing him as a face, but why would Demandred be aware of Taim?
Why would Demandred be? If he was Taim, then he'd be aware.
I'm saying.
Sorry,
Taim was taken out by Logain. I was aware, as far as I can remember.
Okay, Jonathan. So Jonathan clarifies. He calls him a traitor at the beginning of Book 6. I swear it happened. I couldn't remember when. What I think Lanford implies it might happen. What that she might kill Asmodean, or what? That Asmodean might die. Maybe. I'm not sure what you mean, yeah. Shy. What's up, by the way?
But he called him a traitor in Book 6. That's after he's already.
Yeah, that's
dead.
after. No, that's after. Right.
Yeah.
So. I knew it. I didn't remember when. I remember it happened. That's all. Fragor, hi, just found y'all. I only read the books once, like 2 months ago. Wow. Okay. Well, what did you think? I'm assuming you liked it since you're here.
That's deduction.
Hussein, what's up? Well, you suck. Get out of here, Hussein.
That's a pretty.
No Grendel believers allowed. No,
that's a pretty bare bones belief right there.
Well, Grendel is the official killer of Asmodean. Okay, like that's not. Look. Let's get this thing straight. Okay, the official murderer is Grendel. Okay, just like Lanfear is dead. Okay, sorry, had to put that one in there. The official murderer of Asmodean, as stated by the books and the author and everybody else, is Grendel. I hate that. I don't think it works. That's the only thing I'm saying. But I have to live with not liking it because that's who killed him. That's where we're at, right? I think other candidates make more sense, and she doesn't fit. That's just basically how we got in this discussion.
I would say it does make sense, logically speaking, that Asmodean got Baal fired out of existence. It does make sense, because otherwise the Dark One could have technically pulled him out of the grave.
Well, I don't know that he'd pull a traitor up though.
No. He would, because he could torture him.
Well, I mean, if you want, I guess.
But if that's the case as well, if he comes back and he's like, "Hey, Lanfear trapped me and forced me into this position after my tie to you was cut," technically the Dark One could have reconnected the tie to him, put him back into the world, and send him back to Rand. Because as far as I'm aware, Rand doesn't know he's dead. He just knows he's not there.
Sam's our own personal little donut here. All right. Sam, Lanfear and Moraine. Should I shout it?
Yeah.
Lanfear,
Abdens.
I love Sam. Sam knows I love him.
You have to whisper. You have to whisper Moraine though. Just be like,
damn it,
Lanfear. I can't do it. No, I don't want everybody to go deaf. Lanfear and Moraine should have stayed dead.
Damn it,
they had no impact on the final battle, and I think would have had a greater impact on the story as such a good character and tragic and had tragically died. Maybe. It doesn't. I'm not. Shia is having a conversation with himself. I'm not.
I mean,
Matt's he asked Lanfear for help, and she says she will tell them he turned to the light. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but
That
she
the other
doesn't. She
Fagans
doesn't mention her part in it either. big disclaimer there. But I would say if Moraine didn't come back, that would take away from Matt's plot line. Because of the Towers of Midnight.
Tower of
Genjai.
I mean, it's one of those things. I know there's a lot of people, especially in the Red Hand, that aren't thrilled with Matt's treatment. I don't know that I'd even disagree with it. But I'll be quiet. I'm in the middle of Towers of Midnight round, I think 3. I don't know. I've read the front half of the series way more times than I've read the back half.
Yeah, I've heard the first 7 way more than everything else.
I've read through to Crown of Swords and then Winter's Heart and then stopped a lot more times than I've finished.
Crown of Swords.
That sounds bad, but
I've read what was it? Yeah, that's book 7. Crown of Swords, book 7. I've read the first book, 7 books, because those are the first books I ever got. I got 1 through 7 at a quarter apiece. It was great.
Solitude, what's up?
Oh, look at that sexy bitch.
Yeah.
What's up?
I don't know how, man, we went through this. I don't know how we ended up on this who killed Asmo rabbit hole, but it's been fun. Like it's fun though, man. Right? It's fun. Like this is the shit I miss, even though, clearly Lanfear killed Asmodean and you guys don't want to give it up. Not even the author does. It's one of those, it's part of what made me think about it was I saw Dane and Pips having this long old discussion in the Red Hand Discord about Taman Dread. It's just like, dude, it still rages. It doesn't even matter that it still goes, right? So
wait a minute. Dane and Pips having a long-winded discussion? No.
Never.
About no, never. Well, they could crush me with their Wheel of Time knowledge. I'm not stupid enough to even try, but I only reread the first 8 more because the others weren't out yet. Oh, okay, I got you. Let's see. So I really like the storyline. Moraine hadn't needed rescuing. The Matt's story wouldn't have had as much weight. I think I agree with that too. Like I said, I gotta get through Towers of Midnight and Memory of Light again, just so I can say I finished it 3 times. But my memory is a sieve, so I lose a lot of stuff. So what does Hussein have to say about his blasphemy? Real quick, hold on. What is this? Do you think? Oh, the visions of the future of the Aiel and Aviendha saw was changed after the last battle.
Well, she's not Min, so it's not guaranteed to happen the way.
Yeah, and she's not Vin. She's not a dreamer. So she saw them in the arches, right? Is that where she saw them? When she went through her arches as a wise one?
I believe so.
So I think probably. It's hard to say though. I would like to think they changed because they're not the most awe-inspiring. Except Rand has 8 kiddos or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing right there too. So if she has 8 babies, is she pregnant now? I don't think she's pregnant currently at the end of the Wheel of Time. So either they're not Rand's kiddos or Rand comes out of being the creator to plow the road. I don't know.
Well, there's Elaine's 2 kids, and it's possible she got pregnant right before the last battle.
I guess, right?
I mean, it's at least possible.
It's up to you, Matt. Hop in. We'll start. We're gonna start steering towards moments just because.
I was gonna ask.
Land fear v.
Theory crafting, or are we gonna talk about what we love?
We're gonna steer there. Hey, I had to let people trickle in. We're at 28 people here. We were at 34. Thanks for being here. So we'll talk about. We'll start turning towards that. I like most of the stuff Rand and Nynaeve in Dream World. Nynaeve made herself useful for a change. Hey, Dude, I don't. What do you mean Nynaeve made herself useful for a change? What?
What?
Nynaeve is the best Aes Sedai of this generation. What are you talking about?
The best female character in the whole series.
Well, I know. I'm a Min girl for sure, or Min guy.
I mean, I love Min, but Nynaeve, best character development.
Nynaeve is the best Aes Sedai of this generation. She has done more for the world than anyone else.
Having just finished Lords of Chaos in a reread, I just hit the turn of her character into some freaking greatness. So I'm stoked about the rest of this reread.
Yeah, well, she also didn't cheat with all of her discoveries, and then she didn't cheat with all her discoveries. She discovered a whole bunch of stuff on her own. Then she was a part of the Tate, or she was a part of the cleansing of the Tate. Mm-hmm. She was basically Rand's number 2 advisor for most of the second half of the book. She was at the last battle with
kept like Rand alive.
Yeah, it's like
she cleansed madness on her own.
Yeah. She figured out how to heal madness, which even two things that Aes Sedai of the Age of Legends didn't think was possible, she made possible. So, I don't know. I don't know about that Nynaeve take personally, but that's this is me.
Just the last thing, put the Taim thing to rest is that Egwene kills Taim, and Lan kills Demandred. So if that's the case, they can't be the same person in technicality.
Oh well, that all Well, they weren't the same. I forgot where the deviation came, but it was
because when Moradin introduces him as Mihail, everybody would know who Demandred was.
Yeah.
So why would they introduce him as Taim? Why wouldn't he just come as Demandred, hiding as Taim? He's like, I'm sabotaging his plans by being Taim. That wouldn't make sense. So he's a new Dreadlord. If I recall correctly, they even use that term as
they make him
the newest Dreadlord.
Yeah, he's the newest one. But Salty, I'm assuming you have a moment you would like to chat about since you're what you got. Go for it.
Did you regale people with the agony of watching Gladiator 2 yesterday?
I'm saving that for video, okay? I've got all the pent up aggression in there. I just went off on my father, okay, about Gladiator 2. It's in there. It will come out. I'm not putting it. Well, this is supposed to be a Wheel of Time is cool stream,
I just wanted to break the ice. I'm making conversation. Because honestly, we were on the high seas, thanks to Purple Valkyrie, and I had to split 3/4 of the way through because I had to run down to a comic shop that was having a huge sale. And it sounds like I didn't miss anything because that shit went on and on and on and on and on and on. And I do not recommend.
I thought you said you only got through 12 minutes of it. So you went back to it?
I did, and then somebody named Prophet of the Dragon
it was my fault.
And said, let's watch it, and then I talked Purple Valkyrie, and so we sat through it, and it was just it was like watching Wheel of Time only set in Gladiator. There's really no other way to put it, Nathan.
I don't know. That's fair.
What a contrast.
It's its own pile of poop. What's up, Matt?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Hanging in there, man.
What's up, man?
How was dinner?
Well, it was hospital food, so I now have my little extra Wawa on the side, so
Oh damn!
That'll keep me going.
To hear that. You all right?
No, I guess word hasn't spread this far. I've been in the hospital for over a month.
Oh damn, man! I'm sorry to hear that.
Wow.
Yeah. I figured word had gotten out to everyone by now, but my hip went out on me about 5 weeks ago, whatever. It seems better, but hopefully we'll be going home by Thanksgiving.
We'll be glad to have you back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get your mind off it with talking some Wheel of Time. Hopefully, but, that'll. But well, I'm glad you popped in, dude. I
think it's great. A credit to Robert Jordan. What needs to be said, even if what Sanderson kind of murked the ending of it, so to speak. landed with a landing gear. So something landed, but not quite what Jordan would have wanted. But to credit to Jordan, all these complex characters and we know in his head there's like 15 other books of this story that he would have liked to have written.
I know people feel a certain way about some of them. I don't have nearly as big a problem as some with the. I'm happy we got the end of a series. I think it's.
No, I agree. I'm just saying.
I think it's pretty darn good, even with the constraints.
Yeah.
And it being a completely different author doing it. So.
Yeah. My point though is a credit to Jordan's writing ability. But I was a fan of his before these books, from Conan and all that. How many decades later now? It's all done. He's dead. This is a set product, and we can still talk about all these what really happens with all these side stories that don't take away from the main story because it's what it is, but just still make that richness and complexity to it.
Well, yeah, that was sort of my point. We got talking Tame Dread and freaking and Asmodean. It's like it's long over, right? And Solved too, both of them. But
Matt is right about what Jordan did with the Conan stories, because I'm actually rereading the original Weird Tales Howard short stories right now, which are phenomenal. Read them. But what Jordan managed to do with them is it's exceptional. It's really great. And what's crazy, and we've talked about it before, is how he goes off to make his own world like this, which is very, very different than what he was writing in the other series that he did. And you see, and we've had this conversation before, how Eye of the World is a very tentative book. He's not quite sure how he wants to do this. And then it really starts taking off. Book 2, book 3, and then book 4, it's out of the gate. This man has all the confidence. He knows who Rand, Matt, Perrin, Nynaeve, Egwene. He knows who these characters are. And the complexity in the stories that he wrote, which we just said, I mean, Sanderson, he did all right. He did okay. I agree with Matt in that regard. We did get a satisfactory ending, which is more than we're ever going to get from George R.R. Martin.
That's true.
Oh, God.
And on the Tame Demandred thing, obviously the complex reasons for whatever he does, but I think one of the main reasons for that change was Jordan had not yet solidified the nature of the Dark One and his relationship to his minions at that point. So,
it's look, he had his reasons, whatever they were, right? It's so funny that I just love that we can have the discussion years and years and years.
Well,
after.
You guys mentioned that why does can the Forsaken kill each other? And because the only thing the Dark One cares about is they do his bidding. You know what I mean? Like if they kill each other and accomplish his bidding, then they're just pawns. You know what I mean?
It's like Bill Gates in the United States Senate. It doesn't matter as long as his will is done, the evil that he wants done. Yeah,
a surprisingly good example of this, Salty. Surprisingly good example.
Quick. Well, so real quick, and then I'd like to just we'll just start. Everybody we'll start talking about some favorite moments, but just because I've seen it seems to come up a bit, and I always like to get other people's opinions. What Hussein said here, I think he actually asked me in another stream. At the end of the last battle, when Rand cannot channel Saidin or the true power, but still lights his pipe. By imagining it, how do you?
Oh, this.
How did you do it, and what does it mean? So I think I already told you my feelings. Nathan, do you have a feelings on how Rand lit his pipe?
Oh, I mean, I think your explanation is approximately basically the same thing that I did. It's like he just wills it to be.
I think he's willed it. I think he's, access to whatever the creator's ultimate power is, and he's using creator magic is where I'm at.
Yeah, well, I'd like to stop buying matches myself.
What is, think of it this way, guys. What is Saidin and Saidar? They're the energy that drives the wheel of time. But doesn't mean that there's other stuff that are other energies, other forces, other wills, other.
That's where I'm at. Where I'm at.
So,
too.
Or like Baron says, wheel it to time Jesus, which I think is dead on.
In a way, he is. The soul of the dragon exists solely for one reason: to combat the Dark One, and that's why he comes out again and again and again.
that energy can be dissipated and made non-linear within Sadine and Sadar, and because matter cannot be neither created nor destroyed, there's still that out there. Okay, and that's the way I look at it, as that he was a conduit, and not just of himself, but of all of the regenerations and all of the cycles over how many years. He's the one that actually stopped it. So to me, it's kind of like he has that attunement. And if it would have happened to anybody else, I do believe this. If it would have been Lews Therin who figured it out instead of Rand al'Thor, I think he would have ended up in the same situation, because we're talking about infinity, not just in 3 dimensions, but in 4 dimensions, and I think that's why he can do it.
Yep.
Cool. I mean, I think we're all sort of on the same page. Did you have something to say, Dylan?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, personally, the view I kind of hold to, which I don't have a whole lot to work with off of it, because there's not a whole lot of it given to us to begin with. But the thing that I think of the most is probably where the one power is the source that everyone uses. That there's something that the one power pulls from itself, and that's what he pulls from.
Okay.
That's typically, I mean, pretty much it's similar to what Matt said, but I'd say mine's just basically going up the next tier, basically creator, and then down 1 tier, and then the one power.
Also, remember, the one power was not discovered until basically 1 age passed, or 1.5 ages passed. Yet we know, I mean, for the audience, we're being metaphysical about this. We're not literally saying the Wheel of Time is real. Understand that, okay? But we know that we exist in the Wheel of Time in our current age, and in our legend, there are still legends of magic and stuff occurring. So there are other things out there that maybe the one power was a way to, we're just speculating here, obviously. But Jordan has created a system where many, many things exist. He just wrote about one of them as being pretty eminent,
Exactly.
So I think what I want to get into is, because it's been awesome so far, right? So I pretty much plan on going as long as everybody wants to. If other people want to get in and share some thoughts about some of their favorite moments and things or just anything they want to talk about Wheel of Time, this is just to sum up where we're at for me. I felt like I've been talking to a lot of people about doing this for a long time, just because they're. Obviously, you guys know me that have been here for a while, have been focusing a lot about how this whole thing has been sort of, destroyed, and, a lot of other things, right? So I felt like it's been a long time. And then we've had sort of the Wind and Truth problem, I guess we'll call it, that I'm having so far.
Is that shitty book that you keep losing your mind about?
I'm having a lot of problems with Wind and Truth, so I'm hoping we once it comes out, the second half is much better than the first half. But regardless, it's been a long time since we just sort of went down the Wheel of Time rabbit hole and talked about the books and things that made us Wheel of Time fans. So I feel like it's always good to sort of reflect and since there are many of us out there, felt like it was time to sort of just have us all get together and spend as long as we want talking about all the things that made us love the Wheel of Time, whether they're the same things or different, because that's also the thing for me that is always eye-opening is one person's favorite scene is another person's scene that they didn't even think about, right? So there are lots of good scenes and moments in the Wheel of Time, but it's like sometimes someone will say something and be like, damn, I didn't even think about that, right? There's a lot of those moments. So I thought it would just be good to sort of have just talk about it, reminisce, and because it's always fun to think about Wheel of Time. A lot of us have read through it multiple times. Some of us, it seems like, are reading through it for the first time, which is still quite amazing to me and cool. That there's a lot of first-time readers. I'm sorry if we're spoiling things. If obviously we're overarching the whole series, so beware. If you're okay with spoilers, be careful. There will be probably many as we proceed. But not to I won't blab on anymore. But just sort of I'd like to just get into some of our favorite moments. Chat, feel free to hop in whenever you want with whatever and we'll kick into chat and talk about some of those moments as we want to, or if there's people in chat that would like to pop in, just send me a DM or something on X, and I'll work you guys in as we can. But just to sort of kick us off, the one thing that I've always, and a few of you guys who know me good, one of my favorite scenes of the whole series, and I think some of you have heard me talk about it enough, is actually in the first book. Almost the first moments is Rand pulling his father through the forest.
100%.
Those things that
I knew you were going there first.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I always go there because
Take all the good spots, Prophet.
What's that?
Just take all the good spots, don't you?
Well, there's plenty of those, but it's like
That's the end of the show. We're all done.
Well done.
We'll pick the pennies off the ground. You grab the $100 bills, asshole. That's fine.
oh,
Okay.
come on, man. There's plenty of hundreds. Okay,
Typical
trust me.
Steve, typical Prophet
Jeez.
of the Dragon, never change.
Yeah, I'm a whatever. I'm a rage baiter.
Prophet of the Dragon.
That's what he gets for being the host.
It's one of those things. Not only is it amazing to me that it's one of the first, like, in the very beginning of the book, and it's still like just it's there the whole series, just Rand and Tam, to the point where you're waiting for them to meet back up later, and then it's like a gut punch and shows you how bad what a bad place Rand is in when he actually meets back up with his father and he treats his father that way. And then, it's the first breakdown he has when he actually realizes he almost killed his father.
Yeah.
He
goes
comes
up on
to
dragging him
tears,
out.
right?
Yeah.
So, but that whole scene of him, just trying to figure out, just in his own head, just drag it. And then, I you guys all know that's one of my favorite just because of what happened with the show. Because it was just not that, right? And
well,
it's just so much emotion from that, especially, I'm close with my father, very close with my father. And it was just like, I felt every fucking minute of it. And I love that scene to death.
And it wasn't just that moment. That moment was built up. And it's something that we talked about during the year one when we all found each other. Because we didn't know each other until that piece of shit show came on Prime. And one of the greatest tragedies is that whole scene where Rand and his father, I think, are coming back from town, and the fade is there, and you get this sense that this kid that you don't know anything about has got a sense that something's in the wood tracking them, and then they get home, and then there's the scene where the Trollocs bust in the door and his dad with the sword, and you are discovering all of this along with Rand as a reader, and that's something that Rafe Judkins stole from all of us, and hopefully somebody adapts this faithfully, but is building that character out and giving you reasons to care about him and to root for him and to understand that this kid was just basically raising sheep in this small little town on the edge of the world, and suddenly he's being thrust into crazy situation. And that's something that the Eye of the World does well. When they're at the dock in the ferry and they're being chased and there's shit in the sky and they've got to get across, and I think it's Matt says that they've never been farther. I forget the name of the town. They've never been this far away from home before. You as a reader are discovering just in how much shit they are, and the tension is built within it. All of this stuff, and we've said it how many goddamn times, guys, lends itself to cinematography, to being storyboarded to be perfect. It doesn't have to be one-to-one, but creating the need and love to want to follow along with a character is something that the show, perhaps the greatest disservice ever done to any adaptation ever put on any screen.
Which scenes in particular? I'm not sure I follow which Tam scenes. Oh no, sorry, I'm responding to Baron Haas says. Oh. Does anybody else think Tam can travel? To answer, no, don't think he can travel because there are scenes out of order in the books. I'm not sure which scenes you're referring to because I
think he's talking about that parts of some books overlap.
Okay. I know because I know there's a moment where like there's a jarring moment, and I think it's between Towers of Midnight and that might be what he's talking about, Towers of Midnight, and when he first meets back up with Rand, he's with Perrin at times too, and there's like an overlay of where Tam is with Perrin and he's with Rand at the same time. And I think that was edited wrong more than I think that's a continuity error, not a character problem.
Well, there was
I don't know. Is that what you're talking about, Matt? Sorry, I'll be right back.
Well, after the first 3 or 4 books, when you get to the beginning of the next book, there's more story overlap with the events of the last quarter of the last book. So eventually, it's like was the 8th and 9th almost concurrent with each other, or the 9th and 10th. So that builds throughout Jordan's storytelling. Then very abruptly, Sanderson stops that. When he was good books.
Well, Tam had access to gateways through the Ashaman that were with Perrin. So if he's going between them, it wouldn't be
Then you're correct. No, you are correct. Yeah. What I'm saying though is, Jordan was writing as if you understood that, and therefore when you overlapped, he was like, "Oh, my audience understand that."
I get that, but it is a little weird. Like I will, it's like it's like he has the Asherman, so he's traveling. Is the assumption you're supposed to make, right? Is the Asherman is sending him back and forth, but it seems pretty quick. So I think it's a little bit. I get where it's a little jarring, just because it jarred me a little bit. I'm like, wait a second, Tam's with Rand. Why? How did he get back to Perrin so fast? So I get it. I think that's a continuity sort of. It's still possible because he has the tools to travel. So
I think Jordan was writing as if, remember, these are all rediscoveries of commonalities to the prior age. When people would travel, to go to restaurants and stuff, like there might have been Aes Sedai at a transport station. Oh, I want to travel and go eat in Paris today. Pay $10 or whatever.
Yeah, but there's also the fact that Perrin's Asherman were run ragged. They weren't really just opening portals to everybody. So I get.
But remember, we also got to reveal that there were tons and tons of channelers out there who could do this stuff who they didn't even know about.
Yeah.
So I think Jordan's trying to convey that this is not an out in the world technique now. That there's
I get that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's one of those and it's only because I just read the scene that Baron's talking about. Yeah. That it's very sudden, because it's like you have the scene where Rand almost, it's actually the exact scene I was just talking about. You have the scene where he almost kills his father. Yeah. And then Rand goes away, and then almost the next scene over, Tam is talking to Perrin about his Two Rivers troops camping here, and then a few scenes later, Rand has been to Dragonmount, and he's better, and making the land and Rand are now one. And he comes and he cries and hugs his father, and his father happens to be back where he's at again.
I'm just saying.
So it's one of those. It's just sort of. I think it's just. It would have been nice to have a little, just seeing Tam with one of the Ashermen or something, to just be like, okay, he's traveling.
I will say, it's also the order you read the books is not necessarily the way I've always read the books is that they're chapters are layered, so they're stacked on each other because they're all simultaneously happening. So sometimes when that happens, it gets a little discombobulating in that regard, because you're just like, oh wait, I thought this was happening, but I read this after this. It's like, well, yes, but it's actually happening at the same time. So when it's layered, you're actually reading Perrin doing his stuff at the exact same time Matt's doing his stuff at the exact same time Rand's doing his stuff. So it helped in that thought.
So I know, yes, Cadsuane got him. But at that point, what is they need Tam, so why take him back? That's the Tam is needed for Rand. Tam knows he's needed for Rand. Why did he go back to Perrin in between visits with Rand? It's a little bit weird. That's all. It's not a big deal, but I get what's being said. And so I'm just it's one of those, you can assume it's traveling. That's the assumption to make, that he's traveling back and forth. It's a little weird that we're opening gateways for Tam back and forth. But you know what? I don't care. I buy it. It gets me some good scenes with Tam and Rand, so I'm fine.
Also, one person getting a gateway open for 5 seconds to walk through is not going to be as taxing as moving entire battlefield troops.
Very true. Nathan, what's up?
Well, the other thing too with that scene, going back to your original point, is what he doesn't show with that. I mean, all of a sudden you get to the town and it's gone, it's just ravaged, and so the show reverses it, unfortunately, but you end up all of a sudden seeing that there's an element of battle that's taken off, and Rand's hasn't been aware of it, and it's just it's phenomenal storytelling, I think, because all of a sudden now there's just you're introduced to something granular happening at Rand's level, who is the main character, and then but the rest of the world still happens, and the rest of the world at this point for Rand though is very small,
and that's it.
His whole world is destroyed.
The menace in that, because you're terrified because you're looking at this young man. He doesn't know combat. He's a sheep farmer in this small town, and he still thinks, well, if I just get to town, like Nathan said, and the damage and the detail that they go into that, it's almost like, for the lack of a better analogy, like The Empire Strikes Back. Like, oh, you think it's bad? It's actually a lot worse than what you think it is. And that is a compelling narrative, as to why these kids need to get the hell out of town with this Aes Sedai, which, people are looking sideways at, and their terror, again, at leaving all of this, and what's happening. I will never, ever, ever understand why Rafe Judkins didn't go with that, to try, at least in one episode, to try and stick with what made these characters who they are.
Well,
I know.
Well, hopefully round 2, whenever we get it, is better. We'll see
the hundreds of videos on my channel. I know, but it's just like, I objectively and dispassionately saying that, just purely analytically, what exactly did you hope to accomplish? Because the end result is just a cascade of runny dog vomit. Like, in every sense of the word.
I knew. I try not to go down. Try not to go down. You're trying, but we're gonna try and stay positive.
Let's stay positive.
I am really positive. I'm praising Robert Jordan's works and saying how, if you have a functioning brain, could you not embrace this beautiful narrative?
Just to stay positive, guys, and stay positive. To add on to Steve's moment that he stole from us, you thief.
I know.
Yeah.
There's like 14 books. Come on,
damn.
I'll get I got another one right now if you want.
There's 15.
I don't. Blue Spring doesn't count. Come on.
It does.
When you think of the great works of literature, which Wheel of Time is very close to being one, had Jordan finished it, in my opinion. Like, there's always something that draws you in that first couple chapters, right?
Yeah.
Like to Lord of the Rings, it was the party, with all the boppins and baggins and all the hobbitish natures and all that. You guys sing the characters and all that. And you can go to other stock stories and novels, other settings. But the point I'm getting at is, for Jordan, he right on top put that thing with Rand and his dad in there that made you interested in not only in the nature of the story he was telling, the nature of the characters you had, but but the very, like, I obviously have read Robert Jordan before when I read that. Maybe you guys hadn't, but going into those first couple of chapters, there was no stake to know whether Rand or his dad would even survive that. Exactly. They might have used some literary tools to commit horribilism. They wind up dead. Exactly. Like, I was watching, here's an example, an episode of Chicago Fire, in the hospital.
Why are you doing that to yourself?
And
sorry, I'm kidding.
One of the characters, Otis, was trying to save a woman and her baby who got trapped in an elevator. And there was another woman with a baby who got trapped in a different place. They got saved. All work Otis did in the show, they died, and it conveyed the fact that fire is dangerous, their lives are at stake. So we didn't know if Rand or his dad were going to survive that point when we first the first time through that, right? So then conveyed to now we're all readers and we're going through that again. Now we know Rand and his dad survived. What's interesting there now is now it's like when Ricky Henderson steps up to the bat in the first game of the World Series. Is he going to hit? Is he going to steal first base? Is he going to hit a home run? Because we know what he's capable of now. We know the storyline, what it's going to do. So, like, now we get into, we're drawn into the power of the opening because on the second time, third time reader or whatever, And that's why it's such a compelling opening, Rand and his dad. It's timeless. It just keeps going.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but hopefully you feel the same way. And when I first read that, it was kind of like Rand's getting his whole world rocked by his dad's mumblings. And as the viewer or the reader, we should be like, our world's getting rocked too. We're like, oh, this is normal, loving father-son duo. Sadly the mother's passed. You know, the whole village is there for them. Everything's going great. And then all of a sudden, just like, by the way, none of this is real. You're like, what? And we didn't get that in the show, which is depressing.
But and a staple bow in the house. Gotta say hi to Staple and Haldan. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll give you
you know, and what it does, I mean, is it draws you in, you know, and it tells you there is something else going on, and you keep turning the pages because of that. You know, I mean, you've got the Aes Sedai when they're in town. I mean, in the journey, and it continues. Where, you know, once they cross the ferry and they're hiding in the hollowed out log with the Dragar flying over and everything else like that, the sense of true menace in that, and Jordan did a really good job of indicating there are stakes. I mean, there are stakes, and they are hopelessly, laughably outpowered and outnumbered, and all they got is Moiraine, and, you know, they're hiding in a log, and I don't know. In the menace of Tom that you don't really know, and I didn't for a while believe that Tom was a good guy. I thought in reading it for the first time that he was maybe a plant or a spy.
Okay,
yeah, he did.
That's an interesting way to think about it. I always thought Tom was on board, so that's
the
I never
first
thought
time
about
through. You don't know. You know what I mean?
I can see that. Yeah.
I thought he might have been more mercenary than that and would have sold him out at an opportune time.
Oh, here, guys, remember, I'm just gonna say one name, and we're gonna go, yeah, Perrin.
I thought you said Nefarian. I'm like, when did we start talking about Warcraft?
The mic on this phone is so great, but once I say that, you know, we all know what to say. Like, we don't know the first time through. And did any of us see that coming?
Varen's the ultimate good guy, so that's all I have to say about Varen. So
Varen's the ultimate gotcha.
Varen's one of the best characters in the whole series. Period.
Correct. She's probably my third or fourth favorite character.
She's the best. Varen is the best. But so we'll keep. I guess we'll just go around the horn. Nate, you got a moment you want to talk about?
I've got several of them as usual, but
there's 14, not 15 books, so there should be plenty.
15. Get over yourself.
So Steve, you're gonna take away my moment of Moiraine dumping water on Lan. You're gonna take that moment away from me?
Yeah, really?
Another moment stolen from my list.
I know, right? Seriously, gosh.
No, all honesty, I could. I'll tell you what. The moral conflict of good people, Robert Jordan writes insanely well, and I think this is epitomized when Perrin and Egwene are being tracked by the White Cloaks, and he's seen what the crows are doing. And he has a moral debate with himself about whether or not he needs to kill Egwene to save her from the evil. And doing that as a good man would have extreme consequences. And Perrin is right there having to debate that choice within himself. It's a phenomenal passage and gives you a lot about what goes on in Perrin's quiet mind throughout the whole series.
Yeah, Perrin. I don't know. It's one of the we're talking about Perrin in the is it the what? Sorry, I was dealing with chat. Perrin in the White Cloaks, is that with Egwene? And
when they're being tracked. It's when they're being followed by the falcon or the crows.
Right. Okay.
You're trying to make it to the steading. It's like literally right before the White Cloaks show up.
Yeah. No, Perrin has a few chilling ones right during there. Right. You don't actually know they're gonna make it. There is that feeling of dread that it's possible that they don't.
Because I mean, he sees what those crows do to that fox, and all of a sudden, that's when it's confronting him, and he is just, beside himself, trying to sit there and come to terms with that.
I did put up a poll for the big three. I'll put up a few more here as we go. I won't leave it up the whole time.
Don't even.
Looks like 22%. Looks like 22% are right.
The poll's wrong because Rand is the right answer, but it's okay. I love how we're all Like,
Yeah.
No, this. Well, well, you got Jockster and now Dan just saying it's Matt. But I did also.
There's no contest.
If anybody else is interested in hopping in after we get going around the horn, let me know. I'll work you guys into the discussion. We're just having fun. I'm interested in some of the scenes that I haven't thought of that some people might pop in with. But Doman, you got since I stole your scene too. Apparently, what you got something on the top of your head?
Well, I got 3 of them, but not all of them are at the beginning.
Okay, that doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the beginning. It could be anywhere.
You want me
We
to
don't have to go in
or
order.
do you want me
Not
to
at
take
all.
all of them because I can get all of them?
What, you want all 3? God,
sure, why
being
not?
greedy?
No,
Shit.
I'll do one if you only want me to do one. But
Let's do one. Let's see if it's a good one or not, and then I can say "fuck you," and you can move on to the next one if it's not.
I get the feeling you're going to say that, so that's why I was going to third.
Hey, it's my channel. I do what I want. You guys know this by now.
Boy, Rain dumping water on land. That was his first one.
Look, there's 2 things. I do what I want. And it's chaos. That's what I do. So
I mean, that's a valid reason. I'd say one of my favorites in the series is probably Nynaeve and Lan when Lan wants to be put down in the Borderlands at the end, and he's trying to go to Tarwin's Gap, and he has to gather up everybody.
That's so good.
It's so flippin' good. It's so great.
It's so good. Well, and the best part, the best part about that whole thing. So she does it, and then she immediately she hops to what is it? How many inns like on his path?
She basically went the entire way.
Yeah, he just like, hey, the king is coming. What's the line? The last king of Malkia rides for Tarwin's Gap or rides for the last battle. Will he ride alone?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck? Like
the emotions just
I'm ready. Let's go.
Dang, got it.
It's like, give me a horse. Let's rock, right? So
yeah.
What's up, Articus?
Yo.
Oh, coming in hot.
Ooh, hot.
Little. If you turn it
Is
down
that better?
a smidge, that's better. Yeah, that's a little.
Yeah,
bit.
just back off your mic a little bit. Just back off your mic a little bit.
Sorry. Double click. I got it. Aldan for 20 Australian rubles or whatever money you have down there.
Dollars.
Is it dollars? Australian rugbies. Hey, now this is an awesome stream to wake up to. Here's to the best little nook on the interwebs. That's you. Hail the chat. Thanks, Aldan. You're the man. If you get freed up, and you want to pop in, let me know. I know you got a busy morning. You mean accidentally killing his wife on a TV series is less of a dilemma for Perrin? We're trying to stay positive.
Well,
that is positive. It's positively shit.
Okay,
that wasn't positive because that freed the actress from the show, so it wasn't positive.
So that's a great. So I don't have to kick you off for picking a terrible scene, Doman. That is an all-time scene right there. I'll tell you what, dude, because it is a little bit.
I've got 2 more, but
we'll come back around. But it's one of those because I want to give everybody else a chance too. But it just happens sort of like out of nowhere almost, and you're like it revs you up like that because it's one of those scenes I just passed. And you're like, it's like things are going along, and Lan's like, all right, it's time for me to go. You promised, Nynaeve, and she's like, all right, and then pops her out to like literally, it's like, all right, we're a foot into the Borderlands, like literally, there's the line, you're a foot into the Borderlands, and she's like, all right, peace out. It's like, what the fuck, Nynaeve, and she's like, just hopping from freaking end to end, rallying the troops, and then later, he's off. Because all of a sudden, Lan's just riding around. He's got one guy with him. Then all of a sudden, he's got a full active camp. And he's like, "Where the fuck did these guys come from?" It's like they just sort of were there, Lan. Like so they're gonna come too. And then he's got an army, and it's like it's freaking awesome. I love it. So good. Salty, what you got? One, my man.
Yeah, this may evoke some strong emotion because I know how you feel about a certain character who's involved in it. But the Shadow Rising, there's a part where for a lot of the first 3 books, it's not really about Perrin. Now there's some good moments, right?
You're not going to say
once we get into the Shadow, right? once we get to them coming out of the ways, and Mash and Shin almost getting them, and then they block the door, and they emerge into 2 rivers into the wilderness, and something's been killing all the wildlife. From that scene on, I was really hooked because I loved sort of the change up from a lot of the focus that was happening with Rand and Mat. And I love both those characters. I mean, Mat more than Rand, I'm going to be honest. But starting to look at Perrin and watching Perrin, who can be frustrating as a reader, I will say that, but also identifying with him, but all the things that start to happen. When you find out about his family being massacred, when you find out about Slayer, you know, the bullshit going on with Feli, it's a little exhausting, but I'm okay with it. But just all of the things that happen, and then, you know, with Varen and, oh God, is it Alana? I can never remember every Aes Sedai's name, the one that she's with in Two Rivers that are there. But this guerrilla warfare that's been going on. What?
The Trollocs and the Two Rivers.
The two Aes Sedai that are in the Shadow Rising. I don't remember every goddamn Aes Sedai's name.
Varen and Alana.
Yeah,
it's Varen and Alana. All right, so I can
Yep.
never tell if Steve's like just ignoring every fucking word I say or if
I-
he's paying
I-
attention.
no,
So,
Probably.
what did I do?
Anyway, the Shadow Rising, that whole
I
thing-
agreed with you.
no. But the whole thing with that is I liked going back to Two Rivers. To me,
Yeah.
that whole scene and what happens, and just watching the men try to rise up and the women protecting the children in sort of this do or die and building the barricades, and then dealing with the bullshit of the Thuathon or the traveling people. In that moment when you see the Wolf's Head banner along with the Manetheren banner, I mean, these are just wonderful moments to me, and I like the buildup of it. I like it. Just that's what makes Perrin in that book really one of my, I think, maybe my favorite of the big three that are in the series. But thoughts
Awesome.
on that? Tell me what.
No,
tell me
well,
what
I think building on that too is like one of the things is even later when we get another look back. I forget it was Rand was dreaming or something. He was in a dream or was traveling in a dream, and he goes to the Two Rivers just to look at the green or whatever, and he notices ramparts and walls, and he's like,
Yep.
I don't remember that wall being. What the hell has happened? What's going on?
Yeah.
Right? Like the Two Rivers is literally morphed into this. Well, it's turning back into Manetheren, right? Which, you know, it's also funny because, you know, Elaine, as she does, you know, assumes that Perrin is just trying to raise the you know, Manetheren banner back up, and it's sort of happened. It was one of those it's nothing. It's been out of his control ever since, you know, things popped off. You know, they did the right thing, and by doing the right thing, it's inspired people and has rallied people to, you know, the old blood has come again, sort of thing, right? So, it's very cool, very cool. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, the how that kind of mirror comes together as at a fulcrum. You have the story of Manetheren that Moiraine reveals in book one. And then it's just like a phoenix rising from the ashes, how it's returned. You know, that whole mirror image of it, because in the Manetheren story, they're outmatched, they're destroyed completely. In here, they're outmatched, but they overcome the odds, and it's a fantastic section that kind of really brings Perrin out to end up being the leader that he ends up needing to be.
Yes,
despite his desires.
Yeah, the other thing that I really like about it is it starts to, and I totally got stream brain. I really liked us. I mean, again, in reading the first time for the first three books, I was like, when are we going to talk about Perrin? And again, Matt's storyline is badass. I mean, all the shit Matt's doing is fucking awesome. Rand, obviously the star of the show. Love all of that. But the fact that suddenly you've got Perrin going off on his own after all the events that we went through, you know, with you know, the Great Hunt and the Dragon Reborn, but to see him go there and then he's not overpowered. You know, you don't know if what he's going to do is going to work or not. You know, and that's what I liked about that whole scene with the Two Rivers is I wasn't sure what kind of a body count we were going to have in all this and who was going to survive this thing. And who were the good guys, you know, on the other side of the fences, you know, with the shit going on with the White Cloaks too, you know, and the Thuathon. I was waiting for betrayal to come from somebody within the traveling people, you know, again, just because the same way I thought about Tom, I should say. I don't know. I really liked the change up of going back to Two Rivers a lot.
I'm muted. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I was typing, and everybody hates my keyboard, so I didn't want to interrupt you. So very good point.
That's
going back to Two Rivers every time, I feel like you're going home, right? I think that's also the important thing is when you go back, you feel like you're home in the book. At least I don't know if that sounds weird, but it's like, oh, hey, we're back. We're back home in the Two Rivers. I hope everybody's good. I hope everything's. I hope they're winning,
went a lot of places. We went through a lot of shit. I mean, just like, with what's going on with the Heroes of the Horn and blowing the horn, and we got the Shanshan, and we got all this other stuff. But to circle back in book 4, and there are still stakes, and it doesn't feel like a cop-out. As a matter of fact, I think it makes what happens in Two Rivers even more powerful.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, man. 100%. Yeah. Good, very good, man. I love it. Thank you.
Of course,
Matt,
come on.
You got it. I think we all agree with you. Nobody said to the contrary, man. Come on. Yeah. It was good. It was good. It was a good encapsulation of moments. I like how you took all of Domon's moments and said, "Fuck you, I'm going to do one ball."
No, and Steve didn't have an opportunity to steal that one, so it's double good. You know?
Yes, I guess I'm just a thief. You can call me Matt in the TV show. What can I say?
No.
All right.
I got
oh my God!
Don't you bring that up?
You're goddamn.
I'm positive. Positive. Lanfear killed Asmodean. Okay, positive.
Get the homeless Portland bum pajamas on if you're going to say that shit, Steve. All right?
I've already had to debunk that so many times on my own channel. I don't want to hear it.
Real quick before we get Matt's here, I put the goal didn't go up, did it?
No,
Matt,
it didn't.
Nate, no.
What was the goal?
I put a goal up. Did I do? I would drink Nathan's concoction drink if I got a certain amount. So I have to rethink this now because
Nathan makes great mead. I was lucky enough to receive some. It's
Ooh.
really good.
Aldad and Emporio and Sam have been generous already, so I don't know if I need to adjust my goal to reflect that they've been generous. So,
Nate, have you tried making mayo mead?
I'm not mayo. What?
Mayo mead.
The vodka thing is that's only a squirt of mayo, so I can tolerate that. I think. So that's what I was gonna drink if we got to what was it, $100.
I've never had mead,
You're not
but I have
eat
considered
anymore.
honey mead. So
let's see here.
You're not going to eat any more mayo and.
I'm not doing a mayo bunny again. It's never happening ever again. All right.
Not for $3,000. What?
Well, for $3,000, I'll pretty much do anything right now.
There's a goal right there.
$3,000 is $3,000.
So, hey, Nick. Yeah. So, sorry, we started a little bit earlier just because I was basically sitting around doing some stuff, and I knew that if I got into some of the other stuff I was gonna do, I probably would have not done this. So I wanted to do it, so I started a little earlier. We're gonna go as long as I'm gonna go as long as no obligation for anybody that's here to stay. I'm gonna go as long as everybody wants to keep talking about Wheel of Time and having fun. So, but if anybody that needs to go or wants to go or is tired of hearing me or salty, I mean, we're all tired of hearing salty. So bye, I guess.
Oh.
Wow. Burn.
Don't worry, Salty.
You came in here talking about Gladiator 2, all right? That's just payback for talking about Gladiator. I don't want to talk about Gladiator 2 right now. I want to stay happy.
Saved you $15 to go see that fucking piece of shit at the movie theater. I used my international criminal connections to get a copy of that. And this is the shit you talk on your stream? It's so on brand for you, prophet of the ball sack.
Yeah, popcorn and soda too. So probably, you're probably right. All right, so so go ahead. So Matt, sorry for interrupting you. Nick, welcome. Thanks for popping in.
Okay, so I got to
figure out what happened with this goal thing. Go ahead, Matt. You have the floor.
I got two. One's a very specific plotline culmination, and the other one is something.
So to be fair, I only let Domon do one. So.
Well, I want to ask you which one you want.
Are these going to be? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I got a very specific plotline culmination. The other one is something Jordan did over and over again. It seems like a minor thing every time one of the Forsaken encountered another one, and when they went to visit them.
Let's do that one because I'm not sure what you're referring to. So this could be interesting.
It's very subtle until you've read it 3 or 4 times the series. But you know how probably have the 8 or 9 times where what the Forsaken's in their base, and the other one goes to visit them for some plot reason, right? Well, next time you read through their thought pattern, the visiting Forsaken almost always goes, "Oh my God, this person's a total creeped out weirdo. I'm perfectly normal. This person's nothing like me." Like every Forsaken thinks they're perfectly normal, and all the other ones are the creeped out serial killer weirdos.
That's so true, dude.
You
know what? I never really thought about that, but it's true.
Wait, the Dark One will never like them, but they're creeped out weirdos. They're like me because I'm normal.
You'll drink.
You'll notice it when you read through it. I didn't catch it to the third or fourth time through. I'm like, it's like they're all the same type of personality. And I got to thinking, the Dark One is very smart. He's recruiting people who will never work together except for fear of the Dark One, so they can never really betray him.
Damn it! He got in right before I put that up. Okay. Thanks, Nick. You're the best. Nick's the best. Nick's been around for everything. Nick and Josh have been around for he's been with me for all the shitty show streams with like Last Airbender and stuff. Like Nick and Josh have been my rock food. Jeremy White too. I don't know if you're out there, Jeremy. You guys have been around for some of the worst things I've ever done on stream. So I appreciate you guys.
Excuse me, I helped you understand the Acolyte. I think that's
Articus too. Articus, you have been here for most of it too. Like you nursed me through the Acolyte. That was unfortunately Darth Plagueis. But I guess we all want to live in a cave sometime.
I'm surprised no one's favorite moment has been when Asmodean got killed and guessing who it was. I'm just shocked.
Well, I have another character that I love their death a lot more than Asmodean.
Hold on, we'll get there. Let me Nick for 1999. Thank you very much, Nick. Rand with the Death Gates, Matt fighting Gawain and Galadin, Book 3, the Stone of Tyr. See, now Nick just chose to steal all the moments. You guys are mad at me, and Nick's coming in hot. Okay, Rand and the Stone of Tyr. Okay, and the Stone of Tyr Rand. Which Stone of Tyr Rand? Because there's two huge moments with Rand and the Stone of Tyr. Personally, I feel like, and
yes.
Arch. What Erbinchen Asmodean in Book 4? I'm not following the last one. What are we talking about in the last one?
I think he's saying Arabic, maybe.
Are we talking about his disguise?
The travelers, the merchants.
Is that what we're doing?
Thank you, Nick. Tail or
Arabian themed Asmodean.
Okay.
I almost thought he was saying abracadabbering him.
That's what I was having a minute. I was like, hey, thought I was having a brain freaking aneurysm. So Matt, go ahead with your second one because that one was I liked it. It was a broad scoping one.
So this is a very specific one.
Okay.
And it culminates in my favorite. Like you guys know that Nynaeve is one of my two favorite characters along with Rand. Okay, and I started hating her. So, and spoilers for the book series that's completed. People listening, spoilers, right? So the culmination of the greatest victory against the Dark One in the series, when Rand and Nynaeve cleansed the power, that moment is probably not my favorite character moment, my favorite victory storyline completion moment in that entire series. That it was a true victory. It was hard work. All those little scenes of Rand talking to random professors with, what about that theory of this? And 5 seconds of conversation. Then you understood why that one professor getting murdered delayed Rand's plans. And then it was he kept layering on more and more. We knew Rand was doing something, right? We knew it, right? And we saw Nynaeve's character evolving somewhere, right? But we didn't know where it's going until when he pulled it together, and probably was it the end of book 9 when he finally approached Nynaeve for the help? Am I remembering the time period right? And then it hit that peak of when they cleansed the power. It was beautifully written. I think we had a whole stream. We talked about the geometry of what they tried to do over on the Questioners maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
That's something I don't know how you bring that. That would be such a challenge to actually bring to physical media. Unless you just do straight up a funnel of Saidar with just Saidin going into it. I
think you could have a lot of fun visually with the contrasting colors and Shaidar's shadow against the brilliance of the one power.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying that to me is my favorite sort of victory moment in that entire series.
Well, obviously we were going to hit the cleansing because the cleansing is huge, but I think that's also the first real time where we see the power of the Ashraman and the Aes Sedai working together. Because it was sort of a total victory in that essence, because you got Nynaeve and Rand doing the hard work with a perimeter of linked Ashraman and Aes Sedai watching their flanks, right?
But also, think about this,
you
guys.
had Forsaken that couldn't get to him, which I thought was a huge thing. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
But think about this. There's a lot to unpack in that scene. Everything Rand did was stuff done with regular people. It wasn't like from, the creator or whatever, right? So this means when you look at the story of the Wheel of Time, the Aes Sedai could have done that 2,000 years ago, or 1,000 years. They're wasting time hunting male channelers, all the crazy stuff they did. But this is, again, a victory. They followed the Dark One's game of destroying male channelers, so only he would have them. And this is a pure victory of, against not only the cleansing, the tainting of Sidin, but against the Dark One's plan for thousands of years of trying to make it so there will be no male channelers on the side of the light in the final battle. It's incredible, like the complexity of that storyline. Again, it's one of the things you read through several times. You start to notice, wait a minute, the Dark One was making sure there were no male channelers at all, like even in reserve. Like you would think that the Red Ajah would have kept a couple of young ones around and just retired them as they got older to keep in reserve, or
What do we know about Aes Sedai?
You know what I mean? Well,
they're always wrong. So come on. I mean, but no. So I think it's a great, and I think that also, like, you're right on everything you said, and then I think one of the most interesting things about it is, yes, huge victory to the people involved. They know it to be true, but that's something they have to fight with almost all the way to the last battle, is convincing all the Aes Sedai, and they probably don't convince, like, most of them are still apprehensive about it and don't believe that Sidene is cleansed. Really, the only Aes Sedai that fully believed that it happened were the ones that are now bonded to Ashraman. So you have this huge victory that over half, probably 75-80% of the world don't believe happened. They've
been conditioned not to accept that it's possible.
100%.
Which is the work of the Dark One in his, I guess you would say, greatness in a way, to psychologically manipulate people for thousands of years to get what he wanted.
What up, James? So real quick before we move on, I want to get so very good, awesome, Matt. Thank you. I'm glad the cleansing was always going to make a discussion like this because it's such a big thing. So, just a real quick thing I want to ask, partially because Nerporial just finished Lords of Chaos, and then we'll come on to Articus's moment here. Whatever, if he's got one, otherwise we'll go around the horn again. But
I got one.
No, of course, of course you do. Like, how could you not? Like, right? But so Nerporial just finished Lord of Chaos. I think he's going to be having a little chat. I told him that'll be another $20, Brian, whenever we get the chance for ad revenue. I'm kidding. So I think soon he's having a book discussion about Lord of Chaos, which should be fun. But. Oh, did I lose stream? No, we're good. Okay, sorry. Lord of Chaos. Who I have always seen Lords of Chaos as a Dark One / Demandred victory. Do you guys feel the same?
As you explained it to me,
the book as a whole, the book as a whole, I have seen as Demandred did exactly what he wanted to do for the Dark One. It was a victory for the Dark One.
Yeah, as you explained it to me the other day, I would say yes. I mean, for me, it was like at the end of it, I saw, a victory for Rand just because he escapes, but as a whole, because the prologue begins with "Let the Lord of Chaos reign." Yep. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would say that it wasn't a victory for Demon per se, as much as it was a victory for the Dark One.
Well, okay.
His goal was to make the Dark One's
chaos
view happen. So yeah.
Well, yeah. So the
Chaos
Dark
part,
One, more than Demon, the Dark One won Lords of Chaos. Is what I guess I'm trying to say. Okay, as long as I I want to make sure I'm not on an island on these things, because that I always saw it as that, because yes, Rand is free, and yes, we've sort of outflanked the Shido and all that, but when it comes down to it, Rand's distrust of Aes Sedai is now through the roof. The Shido are loose on the land. Everybody's afraid of what the Ashermen can do. Tame has full hold of the Black Tower, and Rand's doesn't. I don't think Rand fully trusts Tame, but he trusts him a little more to at least make his weapons. So all right, I just want to make sure, because I haven't talked about it that much, but I just want to make sure that there wasn't a counterpoint that somebody had that said the overarching narrative wasn't a Dark One victory.
Hey, Steve,
I just mentioned in my point for Steve. The entire overarching thing is the Dark One is winning until Rand. The entire series until Rand and 90th Clan slide in. So
maybe some after that, but go ahead, do one.
I was saying check private chat.
Oh, okay. What did I do?
You not read it. That's what.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Salty. Thank you, Doman. I'm sorry, Salty. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, man. Salty's gonna take off. He's gonna go touch some grass.
Yeah. I'm going to go touch some grass, which is a metaphor for doing drugs. Thanks, Steve. So, no, I'll be on later if you guys are still going. I just want to call out Aldan in chat, who's a simp for Min. And can everyone in chat please
Min is literally the best girl.
Yeah.
That's
seriously.
Yeah.
And not to turn negative, guys, but could you imagine if we got like an accurate Min in the show?
I'll
could
leave
imagine
that
it with you.
Thanks, buddy. Touching some grass is a good thing, right? Touching grass means you're going outside, enjoying nature.
I'm going to get some cardio. I'm going to walk and probably.
Yeah, you're doing a good thing. I'm saying you're doing a good thing.
I didn't ask for your fucking permission. Have a good show.
Get some grass, biatch.
I think we'd all agree that Elaine is the worst of the three. Let's just say that.
I don't think people agree with that.
I agree, but that's only if you exclude Egwene.
Egwene's not one of the three.
Oh, I know, but she's bad enough to make that list.
Oh yes, Egwene and Elaine are fighting for who's the worst.
I don't want to go off on that because I want Articus to get there. Aldan, check your DMs, buddy. I don't want to. There's a definitive point for me where Egwene goes the opposite direction for me. Elaine, I'm always sort of. Elaine, since she doesn't really care about her people and just leads them to slaughter time and time again when she could have saved them, always bothered me. Whether it's a political savvy move or not, but that's one of the things that always for me I had trouble with Elaine when and then the line and the one that really sort of pushed me over the edge with Elaine, because I go back and forth with all of them, but when Elaine makes the statement, I am going to go take the Sun Throne, I said, you're gonna do what? The Sun Throne is sitting there waiting for you. Like Rand has already captured the Sun Throne.
To be fair to her, she wants to get it on her own. She doesn't want
I get it, but at the cost of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Caemlyn and Andorran soldiers. She wants to get it on her own.
Because there's no taking it. The only opposition to anyone doing anything is Rand and the Aiel.
Frey, I can see that too. That there are definitely Avienda moments that, but we can all agree nobody is worse than Savannah. Fuck her.
Yeah. She's hot. But like we
Spartacus, Jesus,
we had that moment, and it's not my favorite moment. It was a good moment with Rand and the.
Is that what we're going into?
No. This is on top of the Elaine being horrible.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay,
we had that moment with Rand and the Terran and I forget the other nation nobles, and they're debating on, if we help you, we get this land. No, we want this land. And you had Rand just sit there being like, yo, I'm the Dragon Reborn. The world's going to end in a few months. No one's getting anything unless I give it to you. Shut up and listen. And then you had Elaine basically do the exact same thing as those nobles, trying to win a succession war before her nation is going to be decimated by Trollocs the next month. Like,
yeah,
priorities.
To be fair, though, she was in the process of being sieged. There wasn't much of an out for her in that regard, so I can give her that.
Several thousand Aiel.
Yeah.
And
I'm talking in Camelin. When she's
doing I'm like sure, but like there are stakes greater than some petty nobles thinking your boyfriend who's God just gave you the throne.
Not to go down the trench here. I get what you're saying. She wanted to get it by herself, but for what Arctic has said, Elaine, more than most people, knows exactly the state of what's going on in the world. She knows the last battle is running rampant right fucking towards her. Instead of going, Rand, take down your banners and get your people out of here. I want to do this myself, and saying, okay, look, I know it's not the best way, but I'll have to prove myself to my people after we win the last battle, and just clearing up everything with Aiel and in the backing of the Dragon Reborn. I mean, you could say, I can see there's two sides of that coin, but I believe,
I think a succession war
in Camelin quickly, vastly is a vast better result than having a long succession war that dwindles your numbers and your resources, while the Dark One is just laughing, going, "Ha ha! You're killing all your people. I don't have to do it."
Like as a novella after the last battle, I think a succession war especially with Rand's twins or children being involved would have been a very interesting plot point to go into, but having that just before what you should be worrying about didn't do it for me.
I mean, I agree, but I'm saying, like, I think that the option she was given by the opposing factions, that they weren't going to be like, okay, we'll pause this until after the last battle, then we'll continue. They didn't offer that as an option. There was no option.
Kill him.
But the thing is,
Neil or Benel.
That's the problem. Yeah. That's the problem, though. Is the elimination aspect is going to dwindle resources because they're not just going to let their guys
just assassinate the rulers and take their resources. She's the queen.
Just send Tom in there.
Well. Yeah, Tom would be a good one, but Tom's not anywhere nearby. So.
Iron Fist that shit and take it over. So what's up, Eldan? What's going on, brother?
Not much, mates. 8:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, man. I'm glad to see you. Good to see you, man. So
before my favorite, one of my favorites.
Before are you stealing another one? You keep saying before my favorite, I have another favorite. So is this another pretend favorite?
No. This is the real one. This is the real one.
Okay, good.
This is the real one.
Steve stealing it, so he's trying to be subtle.
Yeah.
Why did I steal it? I gave the first best moment. Is it really the best moment? We can argue about that, but go ahead. All right, go ahead.
So when it comes to like fantasy, I think it was Brandon Sanderson, though he doesn't follow it too much, that he made is the best thing about fantasy is not the abilities you give people, but the restrictions you impose on them. And I think no scene did that better than when Rand in the Stone of Tyr, with all the power imaginable, couldn't bring that kid back to life.
That is
and I think that it set stakes, true stakes. And it showed Rand a moment of humbling that I think was needed. That you have all this power, anyone could die, and there's nothing you could do to bring them back. And it set his character up in further books, almost as a hindrance in some points, with him making that list of all the people he couldn't save. But it really added, I think, a lot of needed character. He never ever wanted to throw people away, no matter how small or insignificant they were. And
it's one of those. It absolutely. I mean, to the point where he got him, killing what's her face in Shadowlogith because she, and he can't let that go. I mean, what is it? The Mashadar is about to eat her, and he puts her out of her misery, and it's a good thing he actually did for her, and she's on the top of his list. Because he considers that a murder.
Which one was that? Which maiden was that?
I forget which maiden. I
Oh,
forget the name, but
It's hard to remember.
Yeah,
all the
it's in Lords of
names.
Chaos.
it's one of those things that that traveled through with him the whole series. And always the top of his list is her.
But I get you, Ethan, because every time I hear Tyr even brought up, that's the instance that flashes in my mind every single time.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is a great scene, Ethan. It's awesome, actually. Yeah, it just reminds Rand. It just lets Rand know that he's not God, and I think that's important in the book series too. At that moment, like you need to know that Rand is like, he might be the dragon, he might be super cool, but he's not the creator.
Well, it's also another powerful emotional scene for Rand, where he's desperate to not be a destroyer. He's desperate to save this child's life. And he's sitting there with all this power coursing through him. Like I can. It's not that I'm all powerful. I can do anything. It's I can save this child. I am that strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just haven't learned about Balefire yet. So.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Well, who would he? Leah, that's it. I think Shadowheart's
Leah's the right one. Yeah.
Well, who would he have Balefired?
Trollocs probably.
Itself.
I mean, that would be a tough.
Grendel.
Who's responsible for that girl's death? It was Grendel. It's in the glossary.
It was Grendel. She was making a sandwich. Stone of Tyr making a sandwich, and she decided.
Years ago, I read a fanfic review of
See, I feel like Natrin's Barrow, if he had known he was actually going to get Grendel, he would have like summoned the largest thing of Balefire that goes the first second time before he was even like a sheep herder.
So we're
Yeah,
right
he
back
would have
to-
built the universe.
Well, no, I was gonna say the stone. So the two Stone of Tyr, the claiming of Kalendor, the stone stands, and the child. All those, I feel like those all go together. Like, well, actually, I don't think that's fair either because they're over two different books. Because the stone stands moment is so fucking good.
Imagine skipping the Stone of Tyr, man.
Oh, imagine, right? Who would think of doing that?
I can't imagine.
Positive. We're staying positive, okay? Positive. I'll put on Night Bitch again. Calm down.
Put Night Bitch on anyway. Night Bitch.
It's an audience. We exist in a different reality where an entirely different real-time TV show, which is not where we don't have to imagine stuff like that.
We're in the wrong timeline.
We're gonna take a second to observe and be thankful that the Night Bitch movie is coming out. Here we go.
We're thin. I could crush a walnut with my vagina. Night Bitch.
Movie of the year. I can't wait.
If that movie gets more than 5 people to go and see
Audience, if you Balefire yourself in your reality, you can join ours.
I am so looking forward to Night Bitch. I should have got the.
Are you on your phone? Also, my bad.
I should have spliced the Gal Gadot vagina walnut thing together with it. That would have made it a perfect scene, but I didn't think about it. Aldan, what you? Wait. So, do we want to talk about stone stands, or do we want to move on?
The stone stand.
Because the stone stands part for me is so it's so good and gets you hyped, and then at the same moment it's sort of funny because Rand's like, well, people were yelling the stone stands a minute ago. I gotta rally these people together. What do I do? And he just yells the stone stands because they were saying it when he was sieging, when the Aiel were sieging it a minute ago. The defenders of the stones were yelling it, and now they're being sieged by Trollocs. And Rand needs the defenders to come out, so he says the stone stands because he heard them saying it when they were taking it. It's like it's just incredible. I love it. It's so good. And then Kalendor, right? I mean,
it's a great moment, but it's like. It's made great. It's a good moment that's made great by the way that Kramer probably reads it, I think, in the audio as well.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God.
So hold on a second.
I'm going to end this poll real quick. Matt, overwhelmingly, 54% from 35 votes.
Victory for the lights.
17%. Only 17% of you got that right. Unbelievable.
That one answer. It's always Matt. It's always been Matt. It'll always be Matt. Always.
Cheers, Dan. Yeah, I mean, how does it feel to be on the losing side, Matherin? You know,
I read the books, so I'm not.
You have chosen poorly. Sorry,
All right,
I had to throw Indiana Jones in there for a second.
Are you making it like Steve? Are you making a tier list of these, or are we just going through them?
I'm just doing them randomly so people have something to do. Just for, what? The moments. No, we're just going through them. I don't think we could do a tier list. The tier list would be freaking like we'd have to do a. We would have to do a White Cloak style poll. Do it.
You notice that Steve snuck in 2 more steals in there. He snuck 2 steals into there with the stone.
Oh, I stole the stone stands now. Okay, well, all right. It is my team.
Steve, should we just skip you for the next memory line so you don't steal
anything?
Sure,
why not? We can do that. That's... I'm curious what Aldan's got. I want to know what Aldan's got.
What do you got, Aldan?
Well, at least for best moments in the books, my best moments. Well, it depends what. I mean, you could go through every book, and there's that's probably the best way to do it, actually. Yeah. But I don't know if anyone's mentioned these yet, but I'm reading Lord of Chaos at the moment with my son, and we've just gone through the part where Matt is in Saladar, and there's 2 parts to this. When he rocks, first of all, when he rocks up to Saladar, dick swinging in the wind, just like he owns the fucking place. Yeah, it's the funniest shit. Well, when he walks into that bloody pub, and Egwene's all set up as the Armelin and shit by now, whatever, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he just runs in and he's just tries to move her, take her out. It's hilarious. She's the actual Armelin. He's like, "Stop playing games, you dickhead! You're gonna get yourself killed." It's hilarious. It's so funny, and that's been probably one of my favorite moments in this particular reread. But then there's also the moment where he goes to leave Saladar, where they're leaving to Ebudar because the girls have bloody circumvented his plans, and they're taking him to Ebudar instead of him taking Elaine to Camelin like he's supposed to be doing or whatever. And everyone's treating Egwene he figures out that Egwene's been installed as the puppet that everyone else is gonna try and control and use, and he gets down on his knee and he just does a completely most out of character shit from every moment that he's since he's arrived in Saladar, when he's been "You're not the Armelin, stop being a dickhead, this is going to end in tears, you're going to die, everyone's going to die, this is the baddest, this is literally the worst idea ever, grow the fuck up." And then as he's leaving town, as he looks around and he goes, "Hang on, they're treating her like shit." He gets down on one knee, he's like, "Mother," and he's giving her the biggest respect ever. And it's just it's such a great moment for Matrim Causal, character moment for Matt, who's the biggest asshole, biggest buffhead in the world. But if you piss off his friends, or if you treat anyone that he knows poorly, he will do anything for you. And it's so quintessential Matt Coulson, and I love Matt so much that's one of the best moments in all of the books. All of them.
Real quick,
Matt is best boy.
My favorite part with Matt is when Egwene is in tears, crying, and he sees her, and then he walks away and leaves her to cry. Oh shit! Wait, sorry. We're staying positive. Staying positive. Sorry.
You do make.
My favorite.
You do make.
I think we should kick him. Just get Steve out of here. We don't need him.
Sorry.
It's a good. You make a good point.
I muted him.
Actually, I think the funny part about Matt and Saladar is that the reason he could do all that is because he can't be hurt by the Aes Sedai. And he's just
that's the other part that's great.
What could he do about it?
Yeah.
That continues to drive them crazy the whole time. As Matt just does whatever they want, and they go to hit him with, and he's like, "What are you doing?"
That's one of the things that's what he says too. Another great Matt moment. The whole Saladar thing, Matt in Saladar is one of the. If I had a top 5 of all the best moments in the books, I would just say Matt in Saladar would be in there, right? And when as soon as he gets there, and they try and get him with the power or whatever, and he's the fox head goes cold, and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, fuck you. If you wanted to have a conversation, we could have had a conversation. Instead, you used the power on me. Like, go shove it up your ass. Get out.
You could have been civil.
Yeah. And he's right? He's right.
Yeah.
He's correct. He's like, you're my friend. What are you doing?
I will have to agree with Shida Haran, though, is that it is perfectly in character for him to care about his friends and family and like just be like, you know what, I'm literally going to go like across countries to get you you out of trouble and make sure you're safe. Like that's
only if they have valuables he can steal, though. Oh shit! Sorry, I did it again. All right, I won't do it anymore. Sorry, my bad.
Come on, Manethrin, mute him. He's out of here. He's out of here.
So, all right. So I guess I'm getting skipped. So that's Matt being Matt. That's almost what
we don't have
Matt...
to skip.
Well, here's another Matt being Matt thing, by the way, to add on to that. So of the three of them who are Ta'veren, Rand only really accepts it at the end. Perrin never accepts it. Matt walks around not only knowing he's Ta'veren, but it's built into his personality. Like everything he does, like he'll walk in the middle of a bunch of guards who are armed to the tilt looking to kill someone, and he'll just ignore them because he knows he's Ta'veren. He just knows it. You know what I mean?
He's like, the dice is still rattling. You can't do nothing.
Or when he goes to all like the high-ranking nobles and whatever, and just constantly ignores them and bullshits them, because you can hear the dice keep going. Like, it must not happen yet. I got to go to the next room. You know, it's like
that's what he like. Robert Jordan built a plot armored device, and Matcham Cawthon said, "Hold my beer, mate. What you think that's plot armor? I'll fucking show you plot armor."
That's great.
Get me out of this motherfucker. He's awesome. He's the best.
He's best.
Oh
boy.
fuck.
Best boy.
Okay.
Guys,
Yeah, there's
girls
also
treat him like crap all the time.
I'm pushing my limit here. I gotta drop out the hospital thing and all.
No.
Well, thanks for popping in, Matt. I hope you're making a swift recovery, dude.
You know.
Take care, man.
Have a better, everybody.
Yeah, Matt.
All right, we'll
see you
later,
next
buddy.
week. Later. That's my boy.
It sucks. Hope he feels. Hope he recovers soon. That's not great. So
I have to agree with Grey Girl. Is the true Lord of Chaos.
Boom. We got this is we got another special guest coming in hot here. So
there's
it's my hand puppet named Bob. No, sorry.
Let me guess. It's your second window, so you can have two moments to everybody else's one.
It's Ryan. It's my son Ryan. Hey, no, definitely more. One of the most knowledgeable people I know around here. Thank you, Nate. The tapeworm stands. So am I including the other? You could be the ruler of the tapeworm, Nathan.
The ruler of the
So the goal was supposed to be up at the beginning of the stream, but it wasn't for some reason because YouTube screwed up. So, but since then you guys have been very generous, and I'm at $72. I said $100 I'd make this concoction.
What concoction? Hang on, I'll chuck in another 30.
You want me to? I'll find it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Tape.
Yeah, it's called the tapeworm. So it's a shot of vodka that has a squirt of mayo in it with some cayenne pepper.
That's a real thing. Bullshit.
It's a real thing.
I thought he was going to be raiding Rafe Judkins' personal trailer and then scraping all the juices there and putting that in a glass.
No.
No,
thank you.
No, that's a lot more than a shot.
I thought you had Denethor's leftovers when he's dripping from his face.
What the hell is this? Wait,
That
what?
would be better than.
What is happening? What you guys have gone off the reservation here? All right, here we go. Let me see.
What happens when it takes you so long to get to the next round?
All right, here you go. This is it. Can you see it? So I told them I'd do this. So here it is. All right.
Yeah, with some Tabasco sauce too.
I think I have everything. The pep is gonna kill me, man.
Oh no. I was waiting for an actual tapeworm to get added into that. Just
I'd prefer a tapeworm to the mayonnaise, but you know. Gadfly, what's up, brother? Save me from the tapeworm.
Gadfly!
What's up, buddy? Yeah. Well, you missed the mayo bunny, so be thankful. That was a trial. Oh no! Oh, Nick! Nick comes in with 1999. So wait, is that officially like? What do the judges say? Hold on, well, I gotta look at my tab here.
I think $10 short.
20, 40, 60, 80. I'm at $92 and wait, actually, what? 91.98.
Factoring in Australian pesos.
Australian pesos more than
I think
American dollar.
Considering Australia doesn't exist, no offense, Dan. But
I'm gonna have to see if I think I have everything. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to find it. You guys are gonna have to take over. What? Oh, son of a bitch! All right, thanks, bud. Now there's no. All right, well,
legend.
I'm making sure this goes through.
All right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go find some of this shit. I think I have it all. I'll have to go double check. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to pay up on another stream, but we'll see. So, well, it's official. I'm going to drink it. I just need to find the time to do it. Well, since if I have it now, if you guys want to take over for a sec, I'll go look. I think I have some vodka, but
I was gonna say, while Gadfly just got here, let him do his before it rotates back around.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So
it'll buy you some time to get ready.
So if you want, yeah. So here, Nathan can run this. Let me go see if I have all the ingredients, and
yep,
I'll be back. Go ahead. So Gadfly, you've been here for most of it. You know what we're doing, right?
I've got the general gist. Yeah,
we can fill him in.
So yeah, you guys all just want me to. Okay, I'll be back.
All vomiting has to be on screen. By the way,
Nathan has control. He's been able to mute me, so thank you for your generosity. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, Nathan, you need to make sure that all vomiting he has to be on screen, just to show like if he makes it that far.
I don't have control over the direction of his camera though. I mean,
otherwise it invalidates the chat's donations. That's not cool.
Yeah, but I'm still like 400, 500 miles away from him though.
You can make the drive and throttle him.
Puke properly next
Just
time.
book it like Elrond, bro. No excuses.
Just pull a Rings of Power and be like one frame over, and you walk into his camera. It's just like, hey,
there we go.
We'll never know.
All right, Gadfly, what do you got, brother?
Yeah, favorite scene, favorite moment, mate.
You're muted.
The last embrace of the mother welcome you home, gentlemen.
Oh, don't even. No.
The ending bit of the Great Hunt. The whole story of the Great Hunt leading up to that point.
So good.
Rand going on his adventures, learning how to be a leader, how to be a hero, even, and the mystery of what's going or what happened in Faldara, and the revelation of Ingtar's betrayal of the light and his role as the dark friend, letting those people in, not knowing, not caring what they would do, and yada yada yada, and then once again Rand taking upon that role of like the role of the dragon. That's probably the first time he actually takes on the role of the dragon as the sort of representative of the light, giving the forgiveness and redemption to Ingtar, and then Ingtar going off, and his death is off screen and stuff, but you know full well that he's given a full account of himself, holding off the Shan-Chan soldiers that are pursuing them. But yeah, that's that's one of the big resonant themes throughout the entirety of the series, right? Like, no man may walk so long in the shadow that he cannot return to the light, and all that sort of stuff. It's a punchy moment that has so much impact in that book and the rest of the story going forward.
Yeah, it sets the tone.
And so it's one of those moments that just every time I read it, it hits pretty hard.
Yeah. Like for that moment for me, what really gets me is after Ingtar just kind of lets it all out, Rand puts his hand on his shoulder. I mean, it is so personal, and the forgiveness is so real in that moment. It is probably Yeah, I would say like that. That's when you really start getting the whole heart of what Robert Jordan is writing right there in that passage. So it's spot on, brother. It was actually what I was going to say on my next go round.
So on this note of that Ingtar, I've had this question probably the entire book, and RJ doesn't really go into it. But when we saw how when with the Children of the Light, right? They claim to be followers of the light, but they weren't really, I would say, true followers. And we have a whole bunch of different nations who all mention the light, following the light, but yet we know Randland is a world after catastrophe, where a lot of stuff was lost between the Age of Legends and the age we're in now. Do you think there is actually like a hell or damnation or punishment for those who do follow the darkness or the shadow, and like a salvation for those who do follow the light after death? Do you think there's a consequence?
I don't think so.
This is just like superstitious things that people have picked up?
I don't think
we know the Dark One has access to the souls of the people who swear themselves to him for a time, at very least.
That's not the same thing as what. I'm not sure that's the same thing.
Yeah, but like with Robert Jordan being like putting more of a deist twist on it, it wasn't really put as much as a there's an afterlife kind of a thing, because the souls just go back into the wheel and then come back out. So it's not really a heaven or hell as much as it is a you come back later.
Yeah, it's a cycle. So yeah. So if you swear yourself, that's a good question, Articus. But like I never really saw it that way. Like if you fully swore yourself to the dark and you ended up, but there's not that many people that. I mean, so Gadfly, you can probably answer this better than me. But like, what's the level of swearing to the dark that allows him to like become the Lord of the Grave over your soul? Like, what? Do you know what I mean? Like, does that kick in for like your regular dark friend? Do you reckon that's just like Pater or whatever, like just your normal run of the mill dark friend piece of shit? Or do you have to actually like invest yourself? Do you have to actually do you have to actually get his attention, so to speak, in order for that to?
We only see the actual events happening with the Forsaken.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it past it to have some control, some sway over the people who swear otherwise. It might be one of those things where it's the level to which he has control over your soul after you die depends upon some characteristic or other. But teleologically, it becomes one of the two ways that the Wheel of Time can actually end. Either everybody has sworn themselves to the Dark One eventually with in X number of turnings of the wheels, invariably each soul is going to swear themselves to the Dark One at some point, blah, 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 because it's infinite. Or the other one is, the other teleological end is everybody becomes a hero of the Horn. Because
there's actually three, because also everyone could get Balefired.
Yes and no, because Balefire doesn't destroy the soul of the person; it just destroys their.
But if it stops,
at that point in time,
I don't think so, because like the like if the Dark One set, like he says himself, right, that he can't
he can't bring somebody back from Balefire.
Yeah, he can't. If he can't bring someone back from Balefire, I don't think they can get spun back in.
That's because when they get struck by Balefire, they've died before the point in time where they currently are. Right? That's the weird thing about Balefire.
But doesn't the function of Balefire remove it from the pattern?
Like it removes it from the pattern previously to this point in time.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. When the person dies, who has sworn themselves to the dark, when they die, the Dark One has access to it. And it's one of the reasons why I think the Dark One is actually bound to the wheel, because he only displays the ability to capture people's souls at the point when they die.
So does this mean that you could potentially, if you were strong enough and smart enough and set it up enough, that you could balefire the Dark One into oblivion? If that's true.
Theoretically. But it's one of those ones that we don't have a complete answer to it, because there are certain things that are missing. So we can only base our answer off of the bits of information that we actually have. And so it's you can theorize and stuff, but if what's the quote I currently have an issue with my academic stuff is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And while that is a technically true statement, if you don't have
evidence, it can also be untrue.
All right, so real quick, I have white rum or tequila. I don't have vodka.
A tequila is totally fine. Step in, I would suggest. Tequila's
tequila's.
Hey, you're the one who has to suffer, not us.
Tequila's the replacement. Hey, I said I'd do it, so
So
we're gonna get another.
With tequila, you are taking the worms, so
Yeah, well. All right, I'm gathering ingredients. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. And then so it sounds like you guys have gone fine. So yeah, continue. We're doing fine. I'll be right back. Hopefully I don't get myself fucked up here. All right, I'll be right back.
Ironically, the one person we don't need in this whole entire video is the guy who runs it. Actually, just to add on to Gadfly and Dan's little discussion, we know that the Dark One has control over the grave to a certain extent for at least his followers.
I was literally just going to say that. Yeah. I think I know where you're going.
Yeah. But on top of that, with the balefire aspect, well, I mean, I'll let you can build off of that. I won't steal your thunder.
Yeah,
I'm not Steve. But for Dan's perspective, could we balefire the Dark One? I don't think you can, because I don't think that the Dark One has a physical essence, so the balefire wouldn't hit anything per se to do that.
Could you balefire something that lives outside the pattern?
That's another thing, is that it's not even there, and the one I don't think the one power is outside of the wheel, or the pattern, I should say. I don't think you can shoot it off into the outer spaces, not actual outer space, but into the void that is beyond the pattern that the creator has deemed it to be within range, because they all have their limits and their restrictions. So I don't think that you could just go balefire. You can't balefire the creator. You can't balefire the Dark One, in my opinion, because he's not physical or he's not tangible. There's no physical manifestation of him. He was bound by the creator, but he wasn't necessarily bound inside the pattern. He's an addition to it.
I guess that's where we don't know. Gadfly saying, which is we don't actually know.
We don't. But Ethan, go ahead and take your point.
Well, I was going to go because we obviously, like you said, we know that the Dark One has power over his followers who die to a certain extent when he can resurrect the Forsaken in different bodies. But I think the one that trips me is, and I think we don't have a clear answer on it, if the woman that Rand saw in book 1 was really his mother or not. Yeah. If that was an illusion created by Ishamael, or if that was another woman that looked similar, or if that was actually his mother. Because if it follows that he only has power over those who die, who sworn, that would mean, if that is true, then his mother would have had to have been a dark friend.
Well, there's a couple things there. First of all, it was Ishamael, it wasn't the Dark One. Mm-hmm. It was crazy Ishamael. But the fact that Ishamael knew enough of what Cary Althor looked like for Rand to effectively recognize her that's something that's bizarre.
Well, it is possible that he just observed Rand's dreams and Rand dreamed about his mom.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but it's once again, it's one of those things that we
You don't know.
we have a lot.
Yeah,
we
there's-
can speculate.
That's the most likely answer. That's the most likely thing.
I would say that's the most likely. The other option, which we don't particularly like, is that she was a dark friend, but she was just not really wanting to fulfill her role in whatever case that might be. But that would be like, well, no, I'm saying that it's a possibility because technically anybody can be a dark friend.
Sure.
But
Sure.
it's something where it's like, even if she was, what role would she have? Because she's just raising a kid, and she's not going to do anything in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know what the point would be for that. So I don't think it's likely, but it is possible.
I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's likely because like there's no reason for her to be a dark friend. There's no reason for them to know that they would need a dark friend in the middle of the bush.
Well, wouldn't it be kind of poetic for her to be a dark friend, and yet, unbeknownst to her and the Dark One, she was raising the one that would ultimately defeat him in the end?
Yeah, or you have to like argue there's this humongous elaborate plan that like we got him right where we want him, and then we're just going to completely forget that we put him there. Like that would be that's too over the top. But I don't like I said, it's possible she was just accidentally a dark friend well before Tam ever met her or anything, and then she just kind of like never really fulfilled her oaths, kind of a thing. Yeah, she was only a dark friend on the girlfriend on the weekends. Yeah.
By the way, we should just. I just want to make really clear that Freygirl is correct about Min, and Elaine is totally fine. There you go. I just want to say
No,
that.
Elaine is not.
I forgot you're an Elaine apologist.
Love Elaine. She slapped. Hang on. Out of all of the people in the entire Wheel of Time, out of the 20,000 fucking characters, only one slaps the Gawain in the face when she's being a cunt, and that is Elaine.
What did I walk back into?
I'll give her points, but
What
I
did I
don't
walk
like
back
it.
into? Oh my god! Your favorite scene is when Egwene gets smacked in the face. Is that what I walked
Hey,
into?
that's good. That's close to top
Right,
five. That's
so-
close.
So we got the Tabasco, we got the pepper.
Where's the mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise is I had to get a squirt bottle, but here's the mayonnaise. You can tell it's mayonnaise because it's disgusting. Ugh.
Are you sure that's mayonnaise in the
Incorrect.
bottle?
I'm positive it's mayonnaise. Okay, trust me, I gotta wash it out after. And then we had what he had. This is that's the replacement, I guess. The blue agave,
Cuervo.
Nice. That's all
Cuervo,
right. That works. That'll
silver
work.
tequila.
It was nice knowing you, Steve.
It was already open. So. Woo! Wow,
Yeah,
just
tequila
wanna
is nobody's
stay-
friend.
I just want to
tequila's
see
nobody's friend. Well, why do people
Yeah,
drink
no.
it?
because it's like
To
bad.
forget?
To forget? Oh well.
Cleans your insides.
I'm gonna
It's
need to
like
forget.
For excuses for poor decisions.
I thought they drink it because they hate themselves. But yeah.
Say
Right.
what?
I haven't
drink
I
it
haven't
because they
had
hate
tequila
themselves.
in
It's not their
24
friend.
years.
You drink it because chicks drink it, and you.
All right,
And you
so-
Oh,
will-
this guy, this player.
that's,
I will.
that's the only reason.
I'm not
you drink
taking a huge shot of mayo first. $20, I'll do it. There you go. I'll hit the mayo first for 20
Ooh,
bucks.
can you rim it with mayo?
Rim it?
What's wrong with you guys?
Are you asking about mayo or something else? What are we talking
All I
is not a
said was I
Destiny
was
stream,
doing
mate.
the tapeworm thing. Now you guys are getting disgusting.
Look, man, I'm just curious to know if the tapeworm ends up in your brain.
So
Steve,
hold on.
and
I
stuff.
should probably let you guys see me
Hey,
making this
Gadfly,
thing. Huh?
in the chat.
There's my
MC
crotch, by the way.
brought up
Alright.
the thing you might have been looking for is Hitchens razor.
Let me see.
What?
That
Who's-
what can be
who's
asserted without
razor?
evidence can be dismissed without
Oh.
evidence.
There you go. Okay,
I don't
you
know
can
if that's
see
what
it
you're
now.
looking for or not, but
All
Yeah,
right.
that's the response to.
Is that the good view, guys? All right, here we go.
Great.
What did I
That's
miss,
the
by the
view.
way?
I
Anything
mean, we
good with it?
don't see your face, so it's got to be a good view, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
true. So there's the pepper.
Gadfly's scene was Rand and Ingtar.
Oh yeah, well, good lord.
No, it was more than that. It was that entire
Okay,
arc
there's
to
the
that
pepper.
book, which is
Yeah.
very, very cool.
Why am I? Okay, I
And
know
he's
why I'm
top,
doing this.
yeah.
All right, so here's the Tabasco. I was surprised we had the Tabasco. To be honest, we don't do the spicy. Whoa,
A little more. A little more.
I did 2. I'll do 3 for you. There you go.
Oh,
All right.
That was like a drip.
All right, one more. There you go.
That was like after just
I'm
going
already
to the-
drinking
yeah.
mayonnaise. You guys are just brutal.
Yeah,
man.
you're not gonna
God.
taste the Tabasco sauce, dude. I don't know what you're worried about.
Well, I mean, it's the shit that's about to come up my a-hole later is what I'm worried about.
We're gonna miss him the rest of the show after this.
All right, let's
Oh my goodness, this
get
is
a
gonna
good
be
view.
awful.
This is your fault, Nathan. But hey, thank you for the.
I
Thank you all
just
for
showed the
being.
video.
Thank you all for being.
He invented it just for you.
Well, you know, hey, well now we have the mayo. The mayo has been funded twice, so it's once by Ozzy and now by you guys. So
It's
all
funny how we get all the Mayo-related challenges in our recommended feed, Matt, Nathan.
I wonder if this is gonna spread out.
I got the Mayo bunny. You got the Mayo shot.
Yeah, I know.
I know. It's all because we watched Steve.
Yeah, I know. All right, let me make sure this squirts out okay.
The algorithm's like, I spot mayonnaise in this video. We gotta quick put it up there.
All right, let's make sure this. Oh yeah, that squirt out. I'll just squirt a little. Ugh. I'll squirt it out a little harder.
Oh, no.
It's got to be the whole. Oh god, this is gonna be a lot of mayonnaise. That's what. Yeah, you guys are disgusting. All right.
You're drinking it, mate.
You have yet
Hey,
to actually prove.
that's true. You're not wrong. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ready? Let's see if this works.
You have yet to prove that's actually mayonnaise. Just saying.
Oh,
That one floated to the surface, unlike methods.
oh, there's
God.
gonna be something with tequila then that makes that.
Nothing.
I think that's good, Steve.
Battery's using the low quality mayonnaise.
I'm not. You want me to squirt more mayonnaise in there?
No,
No,
Fill it up.
I think that's enough,
All right.
mate.
That's enough, dude. I gave that a hefty squeeze. Holy shit.
I honestly, I will say that shot glass looks a little bigger than what was on. The
Is it
video
bigger?
too.
It's just the perspective. Just the perspective.
It's an illusion.
The angle.
All right, here we go. If I follow my ass right away, then call the cops.
Now you gotta put it in front of the camera first, so you didn't switch them out. You know.
It's right here. You can see it. I wouldn't do
exactly.
that. I ate a mayo bunny. Okay. Like, come on. All right,
Yep.
here we go.
Krista.
I thought you guys all liked
That's the
mayonnaise.
point.
Oh, I love mayonnaise.
You gotta
Oh,
make
man.
yours. You gotta make
Great.
Steve's the big
I
screen.
make my own.
Make Steve the big screen for this.
I just got
Yeah, that's
Japanese
true. Yeah, it
mayo
should be-
recently.
Here
Pretty
we
good.
go. I got you.
You got
What's the
it?
difference?
There we go.
Oh, I'm out
Wow.
of focus. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what quality you were looking at.
Hey,
That's
I
a lot of
did,
focus.
dude. You're not gonna drink a mayo tequila then, Krista? Of course, this is when Krista shows up when I'm debauching
Yeah,
myself.
when you're about to do something stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. What, for dying in stupid fashion, Max? Is that why? Is that what you're saying? Dude, is it gonna fucking Christ? Of course it doesn't want to work now. Sorry. Then we can move on to actual stuff.
Have you tried turning it off? And
No,
turning
it's
it back
just
on?
it's just out of focus. It does this sometimes because I moved it from one angle to another. I wish I had a. Now it's even worse. All right, I'll get it, guys.
That's
Sorry,
alright. It's really not that bad, man.
I'll fix it. It is worse, isn't it? Hold on, fuck.
That's fine.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'll get a lens cleaner.
Look at this guy stalling.
Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
know. Exactly. That's it. It's just the stall.
He's swapping out the mayo water, the mayo thing for water and
Prepare for the
frosting.
switcheroo.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We need
Well,
chain of custody.
I
We
mean,
need chain of custody.
We still don't have actual verifiable evidence that that's actually mayonnaise in that bottle. Just a whitish liquid of some sort.
To be fair, it did look very much like it scribbled up into complete shit as soon as he put it in the vial.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance.
And
it is.
Netherlands, it was like it stayed the same form and just kind of like tapewormed itself up. And then his is just like,
Oh yeah. Well,
I was like, oh,
that
No,
was
he's
not
went
my
worms
video.
first.
That was.
I was like,
There's
whoa.
no way I'd be making that shit. Oh, no way. Oh, Steve,
It's just getting all milky.
yeah.
Dude, the longer you
Hold
leave
your
it,
nose.
the grosser
Hold,
it
just
hold
is.
your
getting
nose
a-
while you shoot this.
It's like just getting all milky and like disgusting looking.
Yeah, hold your nose while you pop it in.
You think so? I'm
Seriously,
just gonna
dude.
go for it. There you go. That looks better.
It'll eliminate a lot of the taste.
Like that. Oh, it was better. What happened?
No, it's fine.
You have
There we
it.
go.
Ah.
All right. I happened. Yeah. All right. It was better. No, it's not.
Oh You want me on here?
Yeah, g'day.
He probably unhooked it. Come here often, Nate? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
How you doing? Yeah.
How you doing?
Nate, do your best dungeon crawler Carl AI voice, Nate.
See, you say that, Nate, and then all of a sudden, all the women in the chat just go, ah.
Damn it, Donut.
Yeah, damn it, Donut.
I love that.
Did you watch? Did you watch any of
so
the? Did you watch any of the live read that Soundbooth did the other day?
There we go.
I started watching some of it because it looks like he's like recording the tracks.
Yeah, he's doing a cold record. It's fucking cool
Yeah.
to watch, man.
That's great.
All right, after you take the drink, you got to come out with a blood and bloody ashes. It's right out.
Oh, that's gonna be what he's pooping out.
No nose holding.
Bloody ashes.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
Love you too.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Prayers up.
He did it. Oh my gosh.
He's gonna be joining Matt in the hospital for this.
Yeah.
You okay?
No.
I'm good. It's not a Mayo bunny. It's not a Mayo bunny, so we're okay.
Yep.
It's all the Tabasco and pepper really that's getting me. Woo.
Drink some water, dude.
Where's our blood and bloody ashes?
somewhere.
Come on.
You need beer now.
Wow.
You need a beer chaser.
Well, I don't drink either, so that's like doubles
Oh,
up
shit.
on it.
Ooh.
That's not great.
All right, I did it.
I'll
There.
have.
I won't hear no
All right.
nonsense about how I don't.
Al
do what I
Dan will
say.
take a drink in your honor.
I'll drink the chaser for you, mate.
Wow.
So,
All right. Well, there you go.
well, so I got to jump here, but I wanted to throw one scene out there before I jump out of here.
Don't steal
And
mine.
I'm gonna. If this is one of yours, I'd be surprised. Because I'm trying to think of way out the box stuff, but
Yeah.
Loyal making everything grow where the Green Man died.
Oh, what a
That's good. That's a good scene.
That's a great call.
Good
Yeah.
one. Very good one.
Just and they leave it just confident that it's nothing's gonna touch it in this wasteland. It's Loyal in general, his power of making things grow, being a tree singer, is just absolutely beautiful and phenomenal. And it doesn't get any more poetically beautiful, I think, than that scene there.
That is a great scene.
I'm okay.
I agree.
I'm good.
I agree with Nate.
So,
I like
but that's
Green
it, guys.
Man
I do gotta,
Yeah,
I gotta jump out of here. But
Good
great
one.
stream, Steve.
Yes, sir.
And
Thanks for being
I'll
here.
I'll catch the rest of it later. And good seeing all you guys. And
seeing you,
Good night.
we'll check y'all later.
Bye, bud. Thanks.
Bye.
They do.
All right. So where are we at?
Gadfly, are you just like shining the ever loving goodness out of that sword? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I've
That's
done,
what she said.
I've done
Yeah,
my
what she
due
always
with
says.
Jack by Speakerheads.
Yeah, it's like I've done too. Oh.
All right. So what? So Nathan went. So what? You said you had two more for sure.
I had two more for sure. I could always add.
I'm sure there's a ton that we haven't even got even close to.
I'll
yet.
go with the one that's more popular.
I've got heaps.
I'll save the less likely one somebody thinks about for later. But the one I would think about would be Demise Wells.
No, we haven't said that yet.
I
You
know.
might as well as a slam dunk.
Demise
always.
Wells, the best phrase probably in the series. Ashaman, kill. This
Well,
is like-
that I actually prefer Neil or You Will Be Nelt, but
Yeah.
they're both great. They're both all timers, right? I mean, you can't go wrong.
I feel like Neil or Be a Nelt's
it's
been
great
heard in
that we
other
got
things.
Neil or You Will Be Knelt in the show.
Yeah,
What?
no,
What
they've
did
already
they say in the
fucked that
show? Eat or be
They-
eaten?
No,
Oh, sorry.
No
Siobhan
negativity,
already
Steve.
fucked-
I'm sorry. I got
they
it.
already fucked that up.
I think they streamlined that line just to Neil, right? Between Sawan
streamlined.
and
I forgot
yeah.
they were streamlining. My bad.
Yeah.
Thank you
They,
for
they
Neil
gave that to
or I will
Moron and
It was
streamlined
more
it.
like a Neil or I will sit on your face kind of a thing, and it was
Yeah.
just like,
positivity. Positivity. Yeah, no, I mean all of Demise Wells is just
I mean, I like big battles. I also like meat grinders, and that was one of the best meat grinders I've ever seen in fantasy. So it was pretty good.
It was also the first big demonstration of what a one power battle would look like,
and unchecked by the 3 oaths, one power battle.
And also, as you learn, that's only the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, like when you get into late, Blossoms of Fire and all the other stuff that starts coming out. Like this is just beginning of Ashman power being unleashed, right? And so it's quite wild seeing it in action without any O's, keep holding them back, right? So
Frey Girl's up there with it's up there with Hulk Smash.
It is up there with Hulk Smash.
It is.
It is.
Sorry, I got chills. That's why it was one of my favorites. I got chills every time I read it.
Well, it's the build up to the whole series. Rand has just got out of the box, and it's you head right into a fucking battle, and it's like it just builds and builds and builds until just
whole sequence. I mean, even you've got Perrin talking to with the wolves like we come. That's also a spine tingling sort of moment. It's like fuck yeah.
Yeah, we come. Yeah, Perrin goes full on tracker. Like I think that's also one of the cool things about the whole thing is just the whole payoff of Perrin felt that he couldn't he didn't want to leave because he felt like he needed to be around Rand.
Yep.
And then it turns out that's exactly what's needed.
Yeah, is it the first? I'm not sure if it's the first, but it's one of the clearest sort of indications of the how Ta'Veren really works, how the Ta'Veren natures of the boys work together in this story to get it to where it needs to be, right? Like it's not just plot armor, it's also like a device for the plot. And it's probably the best example we get so far in the story of how that's going to work, and it is really cool. It's cool.
It is.
That's where I'm up to right now, right? Parents just re-entered the book, so
that's where in your Lord of Chaos read you are.
Yeah, that's where we are. So I'm really looking forward to it. Like Max is loving this, which is really cool.
Eld, what's up, man? I don't know if it's the best book moment for me, but one of my favorites is the moment Logain realizes that people respect him and the Ashman in the end of the last book.
That is a great moment.
Yeah. That is one of the some missed opportunities with Logain. I wish there was more Logain. That would have been, we actually, a little bit more Logain would have been nice, but Logain's, awesome. So I agree with that. Question: which factions would you like to see a series about? Aiel, Ashman, Tar Valon. So, me personally,
I'd love to see a series about the Black Tower, dude. Like about the gradual descent into Dreadlords before we pick it up in Gathering Storm or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here because I feel like the Ashman one is the natural, will be the natural one, it's obvious. I would like to see it could be interested to see what's going on in Seanchan, at least with the murders and all that, and the Empress being assassinated, and the chaos and civil war that's going on in Seanchan.
The best thing would be Shara, dude. To have
Shara, yeah. Shara is the one that we know nothing about, right? So,
and you just get that tiny little story. You get that one little story of Demandred over there when that Brando wrote, I think.
Yeah. The one I definitely would not want is Sea Folk. No, thank you.
I've always wanted to see more of the Seanchan after the fact that they realized that, oh shoot, the people who control our weapons of the One Power are weapons of the One Power themselves, and how that just completely crashes their entire
society.
Yeah. It blows the mind, but also because Matt's still integrated into that society, so how that goes, and I want to see more Matt.
I want to see a story. I want to see a story about Matt becoming the first king of the Seanchan Empire.
Emperor,
fucking off all the bitches.
Are we going down King Kaladin the Wise route here?
Don't make me mad, man.
Has
I'm
Ethan
trying
given
not
us
to.
his?
I know. It's sad.
Remember.
It's sad that makes us mad right now. That shouldn't be
I know.
making us mad right now.
I
It's
know.
really sad.
I know. I know.
Very sad.
Has
Very sad.
Ethan given us his next favorite moment?
I don't know.
After
Articus?
I did mine, I didn't know if he moved to his.
Do you got another one?
I have another one, yes, but I mean,
Go. Well, does Articus have one he wants to proffer forward, or
that's what I was trying to see. I don't remember hearing him say anything, but I could have missed it.
he must? He's probably away. So what are you thinking about?
Oh, my third was the Talmanis in I think it's
Fade fight?
the Fade fight.
Yeah, that's especially good because it's I like that especially because it shows that they didn't like as the series goes on. A lot of series seem to have this problem of there's power creep.
Yeah,
and by showing that the Fade is still a complete badass and Talmanis barely survives and kills it, just is a great way of showing that just the
he
level...
doesn't kill just one. That's the best part.
Well, yeah, but it's just the way he does it, and it shows that the level of power in our main characters has risen. It's not that the bad guy's power has fallen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but my favorite part about it wasn't even just necessarily like, yeah, he's a badass and everything, but like my favorite part is when he goes to the mercenaries and he's trying to get them to fight, and they're like, well, we're not getting paid for it. And he's like explaining everything, but he's just like, I've already been cut by a half man's blade. I'm already a dead man. They're all right, let's go. Kind of just charge in there. I was like, that was so good.
I don't necessarily have an issue with the fight. I just have an issue with the fallout of it and how it kind of doesn't follow the patterns that we've seen previously. Like Tam gets scratched by a Thakandar blade and is out of commission almost immediately afterwards.
Right.
Whereas Almain's goes throughout for almost an entire freaking day and night. And
he should have been dead. There's no way to gild the lily. He never should have survived that. But it was cool to read, right?
Yeah,
but
the fight itself was cool and neat.
I'd like to think
where the surrounding bits about it makes me go.
I'd like to think, and this is just my own headcanon in that aspect, I'd like to think that he's just drank so much alcohol, he's had alcohol poisoning that just contradicts poison in general. At least
maybe he had 56. He might have drank 56 tapeworms, and that protected him from.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. There's a mayo coating underneath all of
mayo,
it.
That's
it's a mayo
like
coating underneath the skin.
It's
right?
the poison's like trying to cut into his skin. The mayo's rising, pushing it out.
It's like
it's
mayo tank.
I'm sort of with Aldan. It's like, I'm sort of with both of you. Yeah, technically he should be dead, but it was still a fun scene. It should have been dead though, right? I mean, if we're being, unless for some reason it wasn't actually a Thakandar blade, which I don't see why it wouldn't have been.
Definitely
but
the problem is that there are actually like a lot of Thakandar blades, but there are also a limited numbers of them because they do mention that they can't just make endless amounts of them. They have to have a person for every.
Yeah, but they got a bunch of slaves, and the guys in Chiogul
are
working around the clock, putting souls in blades. So I'm pretty sure
it's a long, arduous process, and they go through a lot of merge roll throughout the series.
But they've been preparing for a long time. It's not like they just started. But it's like, I don't know, that we're into like when we're going down that road, we're into excuse making when it should just be it's a Thakandar blade. He should have died. And he didn't. So we got this cool moment, which is fine. But
if he lived that whole time period but died.
Yeah, he should have at least died at the end. The fact that they were able to heal him was a little bit like, well,
to be fair, it did take a lot for them to heal him. It wasn't just like boop and you're good. Like
it took a lot for them to heal Tam too. So
still shouldn't have been possible.
Well, yeah, but Tam only had access to one Aes Sedai, not a group of them.
It should It should have been running through. If it was
the excuse of the new form of healing that Nynaeve introduced.
There's that too.
Yeah.
On the note, though, of people dying who should have died, I think that's a good segue into my second favorite scene of the entire books.
There we go. Cheers.
I didn't too much enjoy the stuff that follows and how this person was honored, but I did love the fact that, at least in the final book, Egwene finally dies, and I loved that.
It was a great
It
moment.
was so
And not just Egwene,
good.
but Gawain too.
Well, I don't have too much of a hate boner for Gawain because I think she ruined him, not the other way around. So
No.
Yeah, I agree with
his hate boner for Rand was
I agree with
completely
that.
unfounded. He
No,
had a
not-
massive hate boner. For
No,
Rand.
it's not unfounded.
I wouldn't say
it's not
I wouldn't say
unfounded.
Galad's hatred for Rand was unfounded, and Gawain's was similar to Rand in some regards.
The thing is,
Gawain thinks he killed his mum.
Yeah, in his point of view,
Yeah, but he
Rand
has no
told us-
evidence of that either. Is the problem?
Everybody
but he
told
still
him it
thinks
was so.
Yeah.
Like, everybody told him Rand killed his mother. So
It-
I get it's
Well,
annoying because we know.
then the people he cares about,
Plus,
like
he was
Egwene, are
fucking his
saying
sister.
he didn't do it. He didn't say, "Okay, I'll take care of."
That's
I'll take
not,
your
you're not
word."
wrong there. Go ahead, Gaffly. What were you gonna say?
say Egwene could have nipped that hate in the bud
Yes,
by
he could have. That's
when
why she's an asshole.
her and Gawain were meeting up,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
she uncovered what it was that made him hate. She could have been like, "Yeah, no, that wasn't the case. That was Rand killing a Forsaken who had and
Yeah,
that would
she
have
was
been
very
that
wishy.
whole thing.
She was so wishy-washy with it, wasn't she? She was like,
Almost like
"Oh,
if she
Gawain, that's Gawain, you
bounded
can't
him."
feel this way. That's
Yeah.
not. Maybe that's not true. She could have just said, "Dude, that's bullshit."
I thought she did because I'm pretty sure
Nah,
she
she
says. I'm
No,
pretty sure she goes in and
just
said,
don't please don't believe that."
Yeah,
Like,
that's right.
She could have actually
Proffered evidence.
She could have actually stopped it in its tracks, but she chose not to. 'Cause she's a
Or she could have bonded him, and then through the bond, him realize that she was not lying to him, and that Rand wasn't responsible. You know, but that's
No, but
I mean,
that would only tell him that that's what she thought. That wouldn't tell him the truth.
"Well, yeah, but also Swan Sanche's downfall basically happened because of his interference and stuff. Because he was unsatisfied, so he was basically a hothead that did something that he shouldn't have been doing." And because of that, Swan's plans and basically Rand getting the entire White Tower behind him fell apart completely. So you could argue that he's the root cause of all this problem happening, because if he would never fought Hamar, and if he never fought Hamar and killed Hamar, Hamar would have taken the tower away from Elida. And
Correct.
her throne.
I think you're throwing too much at the feet of Gawain. The White Tower, listen, it had a lot more issues than one hot. If all it took to break the White Tower was one hot-headed warder in training,
It wasn't won by himself. He had the whole
I know.
all the
But
younglings with him too.
He did beat Hamar and
Coolin.
the
Cool.
two guys that were the guys training for him.
Yeah.
So,
Oh wait, so we're sorry, I missed that. We're blaming Gawain for killing Hamar for
Gawain
the break
Gawain
of
was an
the.
idiot, but could
tower?
have been redeemed much earlier on in the story.
So if
could have been.
if Gawain hadn't participated in Elida overthrowing Swan,
She wouldn't have.
Elida probably would not have overflown. There's a chance they could, but the Aes Sedai aren't going to use the one power. It would have been the warders in control of the whole place.
So, but what? But what would he do? He's actually doing what he's been trained to do.
but he's not. He's not a warder yet.
In his eyes, Hammer and his teachers have betrayed the tower. So,
But how,
Yeah, he picked
but
that side.
That wasn't
the only reason he has that feel is because of how he wants news of his sister and such.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. He's motivated by
Yeah.
a singular thing. That's it.
Yeah, he's stupid, but he's also not acting. He's also acting on the information that he thinks he has in the best way that he thinks he can.
Yeah, but that also costs effectively a good chunk of
Yeah, but
alliance
the
and whatnot
tower-
in the world later on.
Yeah, but the Aes Sedai were a fucking basket case before this.
Yeah. That I'm not denying you, but Swan was literally on the cusp of going to the Hall of the Tower, getting all the groups of people she needed to get together to admit to the world that this guy's the Dragon Reborn. Everybody fall in line. That's
Well, I
where we
mean-
were headed,
But
and then it
I don't think
completely
that-
sideswiped. So
No, but that wouldn't have happened anyway.
yeah,
They
because
wouldn't-
wasn't more than a third of the White Tower black anyway?
Yeah, correct. They wouldn't have done that.
well, maybe the ones
Yeah,
that
they
were
lost
there,
a bunch.
I don't know.
There was a bunch that left after that, and yeah,
They lost even more at
Yeah.
that point. So
that wouldn't have happened anyway. But you're right.
it
That's
would have
what
at least
Sawan thought.
possibly delayed it. Possibly.
which would have been disastrous. You delayed all the bullshit with them, and then they're still in conflict. While
I don't know. Putting a lot in charge of anything is pretty disastrous.
Well, yeah, that's
was right in that it's a fifth or a black Aja, but a third of the red Aja.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I think we needed an idiot like Gawain because I'm pretty. Robert Jordan knew only an idiot could fall in love with Egwene.
I knew you were going there too.
He's right. I detect no lies in that statement.
Oh boy.
I will say one of the things that I had thought about just through this past week was the entire time that the Reds have been a thing since they were like hunting down men in Channel. Never once did they ever say, maybe we should capture one before we gentle him. Let's probe him.
Talk to him.
Let's see if there's a way we can change the field. Like no, they're just like, oh, like the yellows could be like itching or just going crazy. Like we want to take a look at them. We want to see what's going on. Like because they know that there is the madness. So if there is the madness, then do something like potential research or something.
You have to deal with that 1/3 of the red Aja are black.
Yeah, but I'm saying like this could have been a Tower motive. Like when Logain got brought back, he's public. Everybody knows about that. So they can just say, yellow, go in there, do your thing, research, see what's going on. Maybe they find something. Maybe they don't. Probably not, because I honestly don't think the yellow's that.
Oh, they're all cowards when it comes to men in the channel. Every single one of them. They all, you see the reaction when it's not that one. They don't put on the Reds at all. I mean, the Reds, that's their job, whatever. But like if you look at the reaction to almost every Aes Sedai when they react to a man that can channel, it's pretty much all the same. Thanks, Dempsey. We'll see you later, buddy. Thanks for being here, bud. It's almost all the same. They're all just like, some of them are fainting openly. It's wild.
It's ridiculous for most of the thing. Like, Aes Sedai are not likable naturally.
No, and they're not supposed to be. That's part of the story. They're not supposed to be likable.
I think Moiraine. I wouldn't even say Moraine's likable as much as she is necessary, and she's, I'd say, a step above the average Aes Sedai.
Well, it's one of those things. Yeah. I would say she is likable, but that's because we see her in a lot of...
I mean, I like her, but I think her schemes override so much of her likability, because even Rand's sitting there going like, yeah, I know you're scheming, and every time I do something or I give you information, you take that and you scheme it to twist me towards the direction you want to go, which isn't necessarily the one he needs to do.
Yeah, but her schemes are for a reason. They're never for no reason.
Yeah. I'm not saying that she doesn't have them for a reason. I'm saying it's never for Rand's best interest. It's for the world's best interest. But Rand's doing what he's doing for the best interest of the world. So it's like if they had just a line
from his point of view, and that's what's great about the juxtaposing some of the perspectives in the book is that RJ writes that really well. Like, my perspective of what's best for the world, it may not be the same as what your perspective of what's best for the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pretty much everybody who comments on the prophecies does it wrong. So it's like, nobody thought about it.
Yeah, except for Rand, who's just going and doing them.
No, I mean, he still has incorrect thoughts on the prophecies, but he's
the most educated about it, though. Like in what we see, he's probably the most educated person. Like the amount of time that he spends investigating the actual prophecies and reading them.
He has the most to lose.
Yeah, he does. Yes, of course. He's probably the most informed person in Randland, which is interesting. When everyone thinks he's a moron sheep herder.
He would have been after Herod Fell was murdered.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, poor Herod Feld.
And talk about a person I relate to. Like
Herod, yeah. That's your self-insert, Gadboy. You are Herod Fell, mate. 100%.
Oh my god!
That was the guy killed by the Dark One, right? That was trying to piece together how to defeat him in the end.
Yeah, he's the one who got torn apart. But I'm trying to remember how he was torn. Like if he was torn about by a specific thing or not. I'm trying to remember. Did they use the golem for that one?
Yeah, I believe it was the golem.
Yeah.
I thought it was a Grey Man. Maybe.
No, Grey Man would have just stabbed him and left.
I can't remember.
I don't know. I think it was a goal. It doesn't. It's not a. I mean, it sort of matters, but it's one of those like the fact that he's just a regular guy who is
I think
opening a
it's
Sweet
school,
old man.
and he's enough of a target to be torn into pieces. Sorry, go ahead, Gavlin.
Right.
What's that?
It's the first instance of the golem in the story.
Right.
Because it gets in while he's locked up in his room, and then it shows that it has massive strength.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of blood found, despite the fact that he's torn limb from limb.
Yeah, he's torn
Yeah,
apart.
you're right. You're right, actually. Gets in through the doorknob.
Well, I'm gonna head out, Steve, because I gotta go to a Hobbit play.
All right.
A
Well,
Hobbit
have fun,
play.
dude.
A Hobbit play.
Hobbit
yes,
play.
yes.
Thanks for hanging out, bud.
It's playing.
Enjoy that, man.
If you wanna full screen me for a second, Steve, I got something I want to show off to you guys. 'Cause
Sure.
I'm a jerk like that. But so, this little bad boy, you may or may not be aware of this existence, but it's the Eye of the World, and it's a very
Is it
Holy
leather
shit.
bound?
it's not leather bound, but it's pretty close. But so this is the back of it,
Huh.
and then
What
the front's my favorite.
That's
Wow.
incredible. Dude, what is that?
Crazy.
This is the Eye of the World, and it was a print specifically in Britain. And there was, I don't know if there's a limited amount of them or not, but I probably, but I had some of my buddies in Europe pick one up for me and mail it to me. And
That's awesome.
so if you ever can find one of these, get your hands on them because they were only printed and published in Britain. So if you can find one,
That's
I know Lady Gravemaster is trying to steal my copy, but she can't have it.
No, tell her to get stuff. Tell her to get stuff. Yeah.
So that's all I wanted. But I want to say
Very
thanks
cool.
for having me on, Steve. It's
Yeah,
been a
of
while since I
course,
got to
man.
hang out with you since I've been really busy. So, but yeah,
Well, thanks
Gadfly,
for hanging out, man.
Gadfly, I hope I'll see you back on the channel sometime soon, whenever that comes to fruition and whatnot. But yeah, thanks, Ethan. Nice to meet you, and you, Dan.
No worries, man.
It's been a pleasure.
Meet you too.
See ya.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Well, I mean, do you guys want to wrap up or keep going? How you feeling?
I've got more moments. I've only
All
got
right. Well,
I've
hit
had
it.
one-
Hit
had
it.
One moment. We've got.
There's tons of them. I just don't want to take up all your time if you guys have stuff to do. So I'm good to go if you guys are. So let's hit it. What do you got?
I've already started drinking, so I'm not going to church today, mate.
Go for it. So what you thinking?
Well, you know, I was thinking that there's lots of things that are just like outside the obvious like big moments. But there's a conversation that Perrin has with Bashir when he meets his father-in-law, right? For the first time. And the way that plays out is so cool.
I'm trying to think if I'm having trouble calling that one up.
Was there a conversation about how to spank your woman? Is that
No,
something I'm
it's when he-
misremembering?
No, it's when Perrin starts to march back from Emmons Field or whatever to meet Rand because he gets the Taviran tug, and then when he gets to Camelin, the first thing that they do is like they go into town to meet with Rand. But first they go and speak. He goes and speaks to Bashir because he's married his daughter or whatever, and Fail goes to speak to Dira at the same time. And that conversation between Perrin and Bashir is just fucking gold. It's literal gold. And
Fagro, you're always welcome. It looks like we're still going. So if you're hanging out, we're still hanging out. So I just wasn't sure. So I'm trying to recall this scene. I don't know why I'm having trouble.
I just read it, and it was like it reminded me of like how good RJ was at putting these like interpersonal little things. When you got two characters that you know from separate parts of the story that are introduced and have something to talk about, and like how he handles that interaction, it's really really cool. And like
there's a lot of posturing on both sides.
Yes.
But there's also this sort of undercurrent of both of them coming to an understanding and respect for the other person at the same time, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like it's that undercurrent is so masterfully It's masterfully done. It really is. Like it's subtext. It's all subtext, and it's fucking beautiful. It's brilliant. It's brilliant stuff, and it's a great moment. And it ends the way that you know that it's going to end. Like right from the start, you never think for 1 second that this is going to end in tears and they're going to come to blows and the marriage is going to be off. You never think that, and so that's what's really cool about it. And I just really love that. Have we talked about Ruidian?
No, but I was gonna say because we're talking about
through the pillars.
I mean, there's so many moments, right? So it's like, yeah, but I know it was mentioned earlier, and one of the ones that I always people always like comes up a lot is Perrin making his hammer.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. That's
and it's five. I still think it's one of the best in the 3 Sanderson books. You know, you got Veins of Gold in it, or towards the top, but also, it's one of those chapters I always look forward to, just because it's I don't know, it's such a good, I don't know, I find myself being gripped as he's sort of like what is it? It's not Grady, it's Neil that helps him make the hammer, right? Right?
Yeah, I think it's Neil. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's the one that rediscovers how to make a power wrought weapons, right? So
yeah,
like immediately once you figure out how to do that, you're going to work forever, dude. It's like, oh hey, that's rediscovered. Time for you to get to the forges, my dude. We need some power wrought blades right now. Yeah. So I always love that scene.
I love that scene. That's the best scene that Brando wrote in those books, in my opinion. That's the best sequence of events that he wrote. The ebb and flow of it as it's being created, and it's the function of it as well, like that, because out of that to then like take it down to battle the way that he does to like save the White Cloaks effectively from being destroyed by that Trolloc horde that Granger's put there, whatever. It's the visualization's cool. That's where Brandon's really good. He did that really well. And that's probably.
Do you have something to say, Gadfly? I feel like you've been trying to work your way in there.
I kind of stopped myself because I think I've made my feelings.
No, I know they're not your favorite, but
but yeah, it's I don't mind that other people like the sort of stuff that I cannot stand, right? But that's part of what enjoying this entire property is about. It's like there's something for everybody there.
Yeah.
And so like we can come from completely different perspectives on a very similar point. But
I do want to ask. Go ahead.
As it's happening, I don't have any particular issues with it, but I kind of have issues with sort of the outcomes and the surrounding bits of it, right?
Okay.
And I think that because that's it, the two very different aesthetics authors, right? Like Robert Jordan loves real world verisimilitude parallels in his stuff. Brandon Sanderson likes a lot more flashy, spectacular things, and so that's where, for me, the dichotomy just doesn't flow, and so it feels like a break from the stuff that I loved and enjoyed and respected.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think that's fair
as well.
I do want to ask something before we move on.
I got
ahead.
something that I want to go on about though, because it's not a moment that most people are ever going to even really remember or even particularly care about.
All right.
But it's the moment Nynaeve became my favorite of the female characters.
Okay.
And it actually happens in the first book. It happens in Baerlon after they meet with Nynaeve in that back room, and Rand's outside waiting.
Mm-hmm.
She comes out, and Rand and her have this little conversation where Rand reveals his concerns and Tam's story to him, and Nynaeve is just like, Rand, don't worry, there's all sorts of blah, and she performs a role, like an actual role of a sort of wisdom, wise woman, healer type person, where she demonstrates the compassion and the devotion she has to the well-being and security of her flock,
Yeah.
And so it's that moment right there where I'm like, I actually really like this character. And I know most people are like, oh, you know, I hate Nynaeve up until she gets laid.
I always like it.
And there's that turn, but
there's always Nynaeve has always been
was where it really revealed the depths of her character and her real motivating factors. And it's a moment that I absolutely love. And it's just a little conversation in a hallway, you know, like the feelings in the hallway, but it was done in a actual way. Right?
And then she goes into there too, Gab. From that, she goes into the conversation with Moiraine, right? Like behind closed doors. Is that right? Like when the boys are like sitting around, like little, like teenagers.
Right. So Moiraine and Nynaeve kick them out, and she has the conversation with Moiraine. Probably where Moiraine is like, "Hey, you're a channeler," and Nynaeve's like, "I don't believe you." But then after they have that conversation, because Rand is out waiting in the hallway, the other boys go off and do their own stuff, and I think Egwene also goes off, but Rand is just sitting there waiting because there's the revelation from Moiraine that, oh, you know, one of these people is really
Dragonborn.
and I'm looking for all these, what might be the reason behind it, right? And Rand has in the back of his head, I'm singled out from the Two Rivers because I'm not a Two Rivers person.
Yeah.
She comes in and she's like, no, like your parents loved you completely, and you came into this community, and you are a Two Rivers person no matter what anybody says.
Yep.
Right. So she really calms Rand.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Most people remember the stuff that immediately happens after that with the fade.
Giant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's you get so you have the fade right after that, and then like that was what I was going to mention. It's another one of those. It's sort of a flip to Rand pulling his dad. It's Matt after all of the things that happened in Shadar Logoth with the dagger and Mordeth. He's sick all the time. Rand is taking care of him. Rand channels, and then Matt somehow gets his shit together long enough to basically save Rand. And just he does whatever he needs to do because he realizes Rand has been doing that for him, so he needs to do it. He needs to do whatever he needs to do to get the power to help his friend because his friend needs him. I mean, it's the beginning of Matt doing that all the time, but I love that part so much just because it's all been Rand trying to take care of Matt. Because Matt has the dagger. Matt does. I mean, for most of that, Rand doesn't even know he has the dagger, and he's just, taking care of his friend. And then all of a sudden, it's flipped on its head, and Matt somehow finds the power to take care of his buddy. I always, it's another one of those moments. It's just like, dude, man,
imagine skipping that.
Imagine
what? Yeah, who's Matt? Well, there was no money involved. There's no gold to steal, so Yeah, what can I say? Never gonna escape it, huh, buddy? Never gonna escape.
That is a great moment, Gav. Thanks.
Yeah,
that is a great moment. There's so many of those types of moments. It's like there's the little conversations that happen that really stick out for you as you go along. I reckon it's really cool.
Well, I mean that's the beauty of there's these small moments that you pick up on as you're reading, and then there's of course the large ones that everybody knows. So, got the the Falme moments, the Horn moments, all those moments that are just like Demise Wells, all that stuff. But in between there's these little nuggets.
The character and it's the character moments that you remember. Like for example, like Nynaeve breaking her block. Right, like when she's at the bottom of the ocean and Lan, like that moment when like Lan jumps in to save her. That's another moment that's like you wouldn't really think about, but like when you think about the books in their totality, those things sort of stick out because it really affects you, like in the heart. It's really cool.
Yeah, Well, there's a bunch of them, right? I mean, one of them, Nynaeve just delving, Logain, and then all of a sudden she's like, "Well, fuck it, I'm gonna try this." Boom, she's done something that's never been done before. It's like, what the fuck?
Speaking on Nynaeve moments, when Nynaeve and Elaine are in the dream world in Tel'aran'rhiod.
Oh yeah, yep.
And then Birgitte comes in the second time round. Birgitte comes in using the stone ring, and Moghedien is just running rampant and destroying them. And then Nynaeve, using her wits once again, because she can't use her power at that point, uses her wits to trap Moghedien by attaching the collar, the Adam, in the dream world, right? And that's another one of those moments that is just like.
That's a great.
Keep going.
Scene.
I'll be right back. Sorry. Keep going.
But yeah, there's like, you could probably pick a character, any character from the series, and have a moment that you really, really like, regardless of how much you despise them.
Egwene's like that. There's moments for Egwene. There's moments for Egwene. Like, as much as I think she's a piece of shit, she has some fantastic moments that I love. No doubt.
And or even minor characters like Wyramon, right? Like.
Yeah. Every time Wyramon charges, mate, it's a fantastic moment.
Or Dobrain being the what do you call it? But essentially being the ruler of Karheim in Randstad, being the regent.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that goes on with him and his interactions with people. Or the interactions between Berelain and Ruark, right? Like.
Yeah. Yep.
Rourke was a goat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good character, man.
He is probably my favorite of the Aiel characters.
Ruark, your favorite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the Aiel characters.
Of the Aiel. A Gaul would be mine, but yeah.
Rand obviously is a wetlander. It doesn't count, right?
Yeah, it doesn't count, yeah.
But yeah, you just break it down based off of that sort of thing. Like, how many awesome characters of the Aiel are there? Like,
there's a lot.
The guy
Sulin is a great character. I love Sulin. Sulin's one of my favorites, man.
Yeah. Or Bear, the old lady, not as old as Sorleia, but.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of those wise ones, that whole coterie of wise ones, they've all got their own unique sort of personalities and their own unique place in the Aiel sort of story, which is within the story, which makes them really, really cool. Yeah, that could be even like a. That's like a top. That's like a top thing, just the Aiel wise ones.
Or Savannah.
We'll miss the what? Wait, what? What about Savannah being the worst?
Savannah's got the best tits in the.
Yes.
Savannah's the worst character ever made. In fact,
with the best baps.
In fact, we're doing a poll right now. I need 3 for the worst characters in the series.
Oh, the worst.
Andral, Egwene.
No, I'm not putting Andral in there. It'll win. I'm not putting Egwene in there either. It'll win. We want. So we have.
I like how you refer to both Andral and Egwene as its. By the way.
Oh, they whatever. See, Max knows what I'm talking about. We can't do it. So Savannah.
Savannah's fine. Savannah's just
not
a misunderstood
fine. She's the
diva.
most annoying character in the Elida.
Alana, I could make a justification for Alana.
I can
I said
too.
Elida, but I can do Alana. How do you spell Elida?
Get away with a lot of things with the Great Rack in this world.
Yeah, raping
Elida,
guys.
I
Yeah.
probably spelled it wrong. Alana.
Oh,
Yeah.
Talon should make that list.
Tylin. So that's. I probably spelled it. It's Tylin, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
Oh, Fail.
still-
I'll put Fail on there.
Oh,
I'll put
Fail, yeah.
Yeah.
Oil is the worst. She's the worst. She can get fucked. She's good
There
in the
we go.
book too. That's it.
And you don't have to bother with the best
Guys,
girl poll because
I use
men win.
SB spelling of Fail. I don't know if it's right.
Someone
so
said
we're doing that.
Cadswain. I agree with that. I think Cadswain.
I think Fail is Faile.
Right. So after well, everybody knows I probably spelled it wrong. I don't care. Everybody knows I can't spell. So I second read through here, or no, third or fourth, all the way. Like I said, I've read the front half more than the back half, right? So I think it's the third time going through the back half, maybe fourth.
I've read the back.
I always forget that like Cadswain like gets this like Cadswain does nothing effectively, honestly. If I'm being honest. She doesn't do anything. She's supposed to teach Rand how to feel or something again. Tam teaches Rand how to feel again. Cadswain does nothing except for be a bitch.
Tam was the one.
Like Cadswain does nothing but antagonize him and tell him you should have manners, and she's like, "Why should I respect you, bitch? You don't respect me. I'm the Dragon Reborn. Why am I giving you respect? You don't give me any respect. Fuck off."
Has anybody?
Cadswain is poster girl. She's poster girl for Aes Sedai arrogance and fucking stupidity. That's what she is.
I would say that would be Elida. Cadswain is
Elida's
second, but Elida is.
Oh, I think Cadswain's worse. Okay, but I think Cadswain's worse because she affects Rand's story more. Like,
you mean we're talking about worst character between Elida and Cadswain?
I wouldn't say Elida only because Elida's role was to be that.
So yeah, Elida's role was to be exactly what she was, the stupidest bitch on the planet. And she does that effectively to a T, right? Like, Elida is the best stupid character ever because you can just go, Elida goes, "Hey, the sky is red." And you're like, "No, it's not, you fucking idiot." It's like, "Yeah, it is." It's like, fuck, you just can't get anything right, can you, Elida? Like, she can't get
because Cadswain was supposed to be the replacement for Moraine for Rand.
Right.
And she,
and everybody,
she was...
it's like, and the more I get back into it, every time it's like, Cadswain is just an antagonist to Rand. All she does is pick at him and poke him and say, "You don't have any manners, boy, and you should get some." It's like, I thought, what you're not doing, like, how is you poking at him and calling him a disrespectful guy when you're disrespecting him gonna help him learn to feel again and not think everybody's against him? If anything, Cadswain pushed him into being Quendiar more than anybody from the way she treated him.
Instead of exiling her, he should have killed her in that moment.
He should have.
He should have killed her.
However,
and then exiled her.
I will say,
in many pieces. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's a little morbid. Sorry. Staple, if you want in here, man, you just let me know, man. You can hop in. We're just chilling.
The best ally a person can have is the one who points out their faults.
Yeah, but yes.
But that's not what. But I don't know. I get what you're saying.
But
I don't think that's what she was doing. Like, you're right. Like, having a counterpoint, so you could say, "Hey, I think we should do this." And you go, "Well, Rand, you should think about that. That's not really what you should be doing." And then just having that. That's not. It's like, "Hey, I want to have some tea." Boy, why didn't you say please, boy? It's like,
why don't you get fucked
shut
up?
The fuck up. Get out of here. What are you're effectively doing nothing. Leave. I thought you were supposed to help me. You're not doing anything. You know who's better at helping me? What's her face? Sean Chan bitch. I always forget her name. Who's like 10 times more powerful than what is it? What's her face? The chick that helps him die.
Olivia.
That's a helpful person. She's there for it all.
Yeah. But okay, so you know what else is in Cadswain's favor though? She brings the two best non-Nynaeve Aes Sedai with her.
Wait, what now? Say that again.
Cadswain has the two best non-Nynaeve Aes Sedai with her.
Which are?
Well, that's up for people to figure out. I will tell you what. Corey Ninefell is the yellow she's with. A fantastic character. I love her.
She's the one that gets with what's his face, right? The Ashaman.
Who is another fantastic character.
That is she is a cool Aes Sedai.
So, Cadswain was supposed to be there to help him learn to cry again or learn to feel again, because he had everybody had every single person in the world had done Rand wrong, and he closed himself off because that was the only way he could see being able to do what he needed to do. Is he needed to be feelingless because all these people are just not helping him. They all hate him. Like they all hate Rand. They all think he's doing wrong. They think he's a moron. They don't think he knows what he's doing. So he thinks he's got to close himself off from everybody to do what needs to be done. And Cadsuane is supposed to effectively tell him that he can trust people and that he needs to care about people. And she does not do any of that.
Everyone around him is trying to use him for their own purposes.
Correct. Including her.
Yeah.
Including her. Her the most.
Oh no,
her
not
the
everyone.
most. He's her chance to make a difference in the last battle. She sees Rand as an opportunity to get her name put in the fucking. She's just as bad. Look. The truth of the matter is, Randland. Everybody in Randland loses if it's not for Min.
Listen, I was going to correct the record. The only one not going for their own motives was Min.
Min saved everybody because if Min was not giving him that good loving and being with him that whole time, he would have hated everybody.
It wasn't even just the good loving; it was the fact.
No, it was everything. Her support. She would talk back to him. She would talk to him as a normal person. That's exactly right. She loved him. She treated him like a husband, a mate, a second. They were friends. They would fight. She didn't just agree with him all the time. She would challenge him. She would treat him like a person, and she loved him. So they slept together occasionally.
And she would sit on his lap. Yeah.
But she loved him, and she treated him like.
Yes, she just loved him. She loved him, and she didn't.
She wasn't looking for anything out of Rand other than Rand, and she saved the world.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because he was, and that's what made that. That's man. We're talking about favorite moments. Like that's what made the moment when Semiraj had Rand almost strangled Min. So impactful for me. That's another. Yeah, that's a crazy.
Min is one of the best characters just because of how she treats Rand. From the she it's one of those she realizes she's in his web and she's just like, well, if I'm gonna be in it, I'm gonna be in it. And then she finds out that he's a great person and that he's being just every which way he turns, he's being controlled and manipulated. And it's like everybody that actually connects with Rand on a deeper level goes, how the fuck are you doing this? It starts with Alana when she basically grapes him, right? She freaking bonds him, and immediately she's like, "How are you standing? What is it? You're like, right?" So, but everybody, everybody's more interested in what they can use him for or how they can manipulate him.
To piggyback off of this, for another great moment is you have the three girls together with Rand, and they create that bond.
Yeah, that is a great moment.
Each of the three of them make a comment about the experience, right? And Min's, I believe, is she cannot believe that Rand actually does reciprocate the love, right?
Yes, that's why she's the best girl.
Avienda's is the one who she focuses on the wounds and the pain inside of Rand. Because it's in Elaine's perspective, we see that Elaine agrees with both of those points. But her third one is now I'm blanking on it. But she once again expresses this sort of wonder at Rand's position and how not his status, but how his physical entity being I can't remember it now. But it's the three of them each have a different expression to Rand.
Right.
But once again, we're in Elaine's head, and we see that Elaine agrees with all three of those, and so we can theorize that the other two also agree with all three of those particular statements. Right?
Yeah, which they would, but which they would. The thing that makes Min the best girl is that she's the one that has that the thought that you just said. That's her thought, original thought. Like, that's what she comes to first. Holy shit, he does feel this way. Like, that's why she's the best girl in my opinion.
And when she says that, Elaine is like, because I think Elaine is also focused on the pain and stuff within.
Yes,
but
she is.
That's when she notices those veins of gold, right?
Yeah.
And that's where that expression comes from. The veins of gold, which are the love that, threads through the bond in their head.
That was an amazing scene. That you're right, Gadboy, and you're right to point it out, because like I don't think I've never read anything in all the books ever that has that anything like that sort of like that triple bonding experience that they had. It was unbelievable.
What's up, Staplebone?
Hello.
Yeah, it is a great scene. What's going on, man?
It's not something that you think about either, but it is.
No, it's one of those things. It happens, but it is a very good scene. She's got a mount. Oh, she wanted Dragon's mount. I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. I don't know how I missed that.
Hang on. There's something else that I want to get this on the record.
Okay.
In the dream, when the girls are playing around in the dream world, and so it is another tick on the Elaine is awesome column, all right? So for all you fucking Elaine haters out there, there's a moment when the girls are like, where there's the dream and the Aes Sedai gets stuck. They're teaching Aes Sedai, whatever, and they get, I think Gadboy can correct me, but they get stuck in a nightmare.
Yeah.
And like Elaine and Siwan, I think, are like sitting outside the nightmare looking in, and she has to make a choice. And she makes a choice to go in and to try and help the Aes Sedai to get out, to show them that it's to accept that it's not real, that it's just a dream or whatnot. And like the courage that took in that moment is like one of the best Elaine moments of the entire books, in my opinion. Like when she says, "No, we're going to do this," in Siwan, even Siwan Sanchi, right, who's like King fucking fish kill or whatever. It's like, even Siwan is like, okay, you've got some steel in your spine, and that's when you kind of know like who Elaine is. Like Elaine actually is a cool character. That's why she's a cool character. I just remember that.
She
apologist.
She's on that scale of you have cowardice on one end, bravery in the middle, foolhardy on the other end. She is definitely leaning on the foolhardy side of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, which is why she constantly gets into trouble with her decisions.
Yeah.
But you cannot accuse her of any form of cowardice.
Yeah.
So Staplebow, you got a moment that you like that we haven't talked about? Well, I don't know if you haven't been here for the whole thing, but
I've not been here for the whole thing, but this is a bit of a smaller moment, so it might not have gotten brought up. So,
okay.
It's early in book 7. It's when Rand is re-arriving in Cairhien after Dumais Wells. And he kind of seems like Colavir and all the Cairhien nobles just screwed him over. Have just tried to take this over the city again. He just strolls in and just puts them on their place immediately.
Yeah, that's a great moment, man.
Yeah. Doesn't he have somebody executed?
Round from off of Colavier's elaborately done hair, and then melds it together again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was and what's the quote? This is saved for somebody else, or something like that.
Yeah, just something like that. He really picks up the crown and just breaks it in front of everyone.
But then uses the power to put it back together again, which is the.
There's so many good scenes of Rand just walking in and just being like, "Dude, come on! Why can't you just do what I said? Please, just follow orders."
to throw some old basketball references, it's like when all those rookies
I mean, still,
came against Larry Bird back in the day, and they're all, all hype and arrogant. You're just like, yeah, no, I'm going to tell you everything I'm going to do, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's
Larry
still one of
Bird.
my favorite things is when right after Veins of Gold, Rand walks right into the tower. He's like, "This is how things are going to be."
That's one
I'm
of the
in there.
best scenes.
I'm in the tower. All you Aes Sedai are here. You can't do shit about it. I'm here.
Yep.
This is what I'm gonna do. And me knowing exactly who Egwene is, I know exactly what you're gonna do. And I'll see you here, and I'll meet you here, and you can try and convince me otherwise. And other than that, you can him full well knowing that she's gonna do exactly the opposite because she doesn't she thinks she knows better for some reason. And she ends up doing exactly what he wants her to do, which is gather all the heads of the nations and bring him his army. It's like, well, thanks, way to go.
She thinks she knows more about the seals because the Armerlin's called the Watcher of the Seals, even though Rand literally made them.
Well, it's the biggest. She doesn't know jack shit, and that's the hardest part about Egwene in the second half of the book is she's raised as a puppet who then takes advantage of that and uses some smarts to actually get over on the rest of the Aes Sedai, but then she starts drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking that she knows all this shit, and it's like, you don't know anything. What are you talking about?
She realizes that she has at least
I read it. Didn't I read it?
Expertise as the Aes Sedai around her. So, or if not more, and so that kind of goes to her head about being, like, oh well, if I'm as good or better than all these Aes Sedai, then I must know what I'm talking about. Not realizing that the Aes Sedai don't know what they're talking about. So
Salty said, "Why am I even subscribed, let alone a paying member? I don't know." Sorry. I love how the White Tower lost all the seals by present day. Yeah, they've done a real good job of being defenders of the seals.
Great watching. Great watching. Yep.
Watching as they take the seals out. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Well, there was probably an old tongue mistranslation. Instead of watchers of the seals, it would be watchers for the seals. Keeping their eyes out for them.
Well, it's just one of those things for me. It's like she doesn't even hear him out. She's just like, no, you can't. It's like, you don't even know what I'm doing. Like, you're not going to let me explain why I need to break the seals? No, you can't break them. But I have a very good reason. No, you can't break them. I know better. I'm the Watcher of the Seals. It's like, you've been the Watcher of the Seals for 5 minutes. So what the fuck do you know about them? I've other than that, I've read all this stuff. I've been dealing with the Dark One directly and his minions. What have you been doing? Putting together your fucked up tower of people that aren't actually really going to be of any use to me. So, so who's the expert? Like, fuck off. Like, it drives me crazy. Egwene just drives me nuts in the last few books. Thank you for the, what is that? The Shiba Inu with the hearts, $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much.
There's also the part where she gets pissed off at Swan and Gawain for rescuing her, even though you were in the middle of a battle zone with the Shan-Chan. The hell did you want them to do?
Well, she was knocked out too, wasn't she?
Yeah,
she was about to.
She was
get
literally
captured.
unconscious in the middle of enemy territory, and she's angry at Gawain for saving her.
Yeah, like she was on the verge of she was holding her own, but she was on the verge of getting overpowered, wasn't she? I don't remember if she had obliterated all
I'm
of
pretty
them.
sure the Shan-Chan were already retreating, but I think Gawain was afraid that either a rogue Shan-Chan might just come across,
or maybe
her,
they'd leave assassins in the tower to kill her later. Oh, sorry, they did that, and she thought it was Masana because she knows everything.
Masana the whole time.
It's like Masana tried to kill. It's like Masana's not trying to kill. Shut up! It's not. No, all the stuff you don't know is the stuff that gets you killed.
Also, does Queen really think that Masana's just gonna walk into her room
and stab her
and not sense any of the weaves she has set up or anything?
Well, you know, and I know everybody hates it, but Gawain's like, dude, Masana wouldn't use knives, dummy. She's like, why not? It's like, because she used the power, dummy. Like, what do you mean, why not? Come on. Seriously. It's like, ugh. Yeah.
And she used the freaking true power for all they know.
I don't know that she knows about the
yeah,
true power.
I don't think she knows about that.
It's even worse. That's what she could, like, I don't know if she had access at that point, though. Did she?
No, I don't. I mean,
No,
most
I
of the
think she was
Forsaken, I
gonna-
think, is like selective access. I think Moradin's the only one that has like,
Moradin has to give
unrestrained
them-
access.
I think Moradin has to give them permission at that point.
You know, you reminded me. That was another pet peeve I had when, remember when Egwene would have those awful headaches and would need the temple massages from I forget his name.
Helena.
Oh, Emilia?
Helena.
Arengar?
I was
With that.
frustrated with how long it took them to put 2 and 2 together with everything
never
that was
did.
going on.
Yeah, they only put 2 and 2 together after Jahar Narishma tells them that there's a person channeling
She
Saidi.
never.
I know.
She
She
never
had to get
put
it
it together.
mansplained.
She never put it together until she gets back and they tell him that one of the Forsaken was in the camp hiding his Halima, and she's like, "Oh,
So that's why I would have a headache every time she was around, and only she could fix it.
that's
And
why
we
she
couldn't
was
send
brain
someone
fucking me,
channeling.
Like, well, she was compulsing her, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. That's a good question. I guess Arengar just sucks at compulsing. That's what got fucked up at Natrin's Barrow. Another beautiful scene, but you know.
I don't think it was compulsing. I think it was just
Like underlining.
Yeah, I guess
trying to be subtle.
yeah.
Was trying
Well,
to be
like
subtle.
fucking with brainwaves, like just like giving pleasure, right? Like
Well, that's one of the things Moghedien did to Nynaeve and Elaine.
well, that's what Semerig's an expert at, right?
Of the weave that allowed them to detect men's channeling, which was a weave that gave them headaches.
Oh, okay. Because Semerig was the expert at pain and pleasure sensors in the brain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right,
she,
okay.
I'm pretty sure they say that like she replaced a dude's blood with like alcohol or some shit, poison or something.
Dude, we should have got some more Semerig. That would have been like Semerig is a bad bitch.
Yeah.
Idiot again, but bad bitch.
I mean, the only plan she has, well, she has 2 plans, but the first one fails. Then she gets bailed out by Satan, and she's just used as a pawn for Satan's actual plan, which is to get Rand to use the true power.
How was Rand acting the last time Egwene saw him before the end of the series? I'm not sure what you're alluding to, Frank. Was this him? Was that him embarrassing her in front of all her Aes Sedai pals when he walked in the tower and dropped a deuce?
He was acting like a boss, mate, in that meeting in the tent with all the monarchs.
Yeah, he
Totally
took over.
did.
Yeah, he totally said, "Thanks, Egwene, for gathering all the monarchs. Now we can go fight the last battle. I'm breaking this seal." Crack. It's like, I'm gonna break the seals. Somebody here want to stop me? Anybody?
And then Moiraine enters the chat. We're gonna do it again.
Yeah, there's also-
Anybody
also
want to
issue, like-
stop me? Like it's like
How-
That's a
even
good-
if you don't agree with me, how are you going to stop me?
Yeah,
Somebody
exactly,
tell me.
like-
How are you going to stop me? I know
this
this
feels
is
like
right.
super
I'm going to
bullshit.
do it. Who's going to try? I dare any of you to try.
That's another good moment. Moiraine entering the chat in the middle of that meeting was pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
We still got 25 people here. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. It's been fun so far. I'm still good if you guys are good. We can keep going. We got some more. You got any more you want to talk about? I did want to ask you guys about Samael. How did you feel about Samael's death?
I wish it was more like clear that he died. I like that Mashadar kills him because I think it makes sense that Mashadar can perma kill a Forsaken because he feels souls.
Right, but did him being eaten by Mashadar make him ineligible for resurrection because it ate his soul? Is that what we're to surmise?
Yeah, because
That's a
the
good
Dark One
question.
resurrects people by putting their souls in other
Right.
bodies. So if there's no soul to put in a body, then
So there's no soul left. So Mashadar is effectively balefire that moves around and wants blood.
Smoky Balefire.
So wait, all Shamael had to do?
Like-
sorry,
like
not a
emo
Shamael.
Balefire.
What's his name? What his new
Samael?
name? No,
Morandin?
Yeah, so all Morden had to do to get his end that he wanted was to just get eaten by Mashadar?
Yes.
Well,
Seems so.
once
Do
again,
they
that-
know this about Mashadar though?
That would assume that it takes the soul out of circulation, which I don't think it does.
So Matt, you don't think? So you disagree that Samael was?
So you think it's only in this age? So you think it's only in this reality that it takes it out? So that in other
Well,
realities...
I guess that's my question: is why wasn't Samael resurrected? Do we think it's because he got eaten by Mashadar, or no?
I mean, it's probably something to do with Mashadar, right? Because I mean, I feel like the Dark One brings back Forsaken who are way less competent than Samael.
Samael was
So-
doing okay. He had Dark
Yeah.
Hounds. He was, I mean, he wasn't. He was a little headstrong and stupid going into fucking Shadow Lilith like that. But hell, Samael had him if it wasn't for Ishmael.
Yeah. The only reason
Samael
loses
had
is
him.
because Moradin screws him over.
Totally
Yeah,
fucking over.
Samael had Rand dead to rights, and
Without this
Ishmael
crossing into
saved him.
streams. Without the crossing into streams.
I should play the rest of that. I should play the rest of the Wheel of Time game, huh? That game
I was
pretty
hoping
good.
Gadfly would appreciate my usage of Morden instead of Ishamael, because I know he takes umbrage with
Oh, I'm
Morden's motivations near the end of the series.
I can't wait to see more in Dina.
You've already seen Moradin. Actually, maybe that's what they'll do. They've already put more.
To make, though.
That dude, I already told.
Not Morgan. Morgan is not Ishamael. They're the same, so but different.
Yeah, I got you. So that's I think there was an article that showed up that they think they're going to drop Arengar and make Ishmael get resurrected as Morandina, and that's going to be your male and a female body.
No shot. Really? They did an article about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was an article. I think I just read it a few days ago. Hold on, I'll look it up.
I called that season 1. I just want everyone to.
Does
know,
anybody
I called
have
it
the
season 1.
Natron Barrow Elmo meme? Is that a
No,
thing? Does anybody have
That
it?
is
I sort of need to see this now.
that is a great scene though. That is worth mentioning. Natron's Barrow.
Natron's Barrow, we sort of talked about it at the beginning.
Yeah, that's
cool fun.
Okay,
I don't really have fight for
it's a
it.
great scene.
Nuking, but yeah.
Hold on, let me. I'm pretty sure I remember this. Let's see here. Is that it? I'm trying to find. It was Dragon Ball.
I mean,
I'm
that was the
I'm
most
almost-
obvious thing they're going to do with Morden. Make him come back as a woman.
Yeah. I'm
And a
pretty
lot
sure it
of
was in
play
the-
with
yeah.
pronouns.
I mean, I feel like it's more likely they just have like Lanfear or some other female Forsaken just take his place, right?
Nope.
No,
They need that-
Morandina.
They need that grandstanding. Sorry, I'm not Ishamael. I don't go by he, him anymore. It's
My understanding is
Almost
Egwene
boy.
acts like Rand is suffering from the taint and needs my guidance mode. Annoying but understandable. Probably revert to prior stage of their relationship where she led. See, I never took it like that. I took that as I know more than you because I am Amyrlin.
So that she
Rand's an
always
idiot.
assumes the worst about Rand. Like when she learns about the Aes Sedai that have like sworn to him, she immediately thinks, "Oh, he must have used compulsion." Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, and, right, exactly. And
Why
it's
would
like
you
at
even
that point,
think that?
in
Why
that
would she
point,
think
right?
that?
She thinks the worst of him, and she's like, right at that point, Rand has had, I guess, Louis Theron melted into his brain and turned into whatever that was blocking the madness. Rand is fully not mad at that point. Like he is.
You never was.
Rand at this point in the book is the most sane he's probably been since he started channeling, because
Rand
he's
was never
being
mad.
as the madness is any madness that has been affecting Rand is being counteracted right now by the creator, Louis Theron, whatever you want to say it is. I don't think I
Rand was
agree with
never
you.
mad.
I don't think he was ever really mad either. Maybe affected, but he was fighting it.
No, he was.
But he had a reason for everything he did. Like good
Also-
or not, he had a reason.
Rand was
I-
never mad.
also
I
he
don't-
was
I agree.
literally the only true Amyrlin seat in that room ever. Yeah,
That was
Rand.
Tamlin.
Camera.
What's that, Gadfly?
Tamerlane. My bad. Tamerlane. Yeah.
Just one of the other things that is very frustrating about the Egwene character and her dealing with Rand, like the two instances we brought up, she has access to knowing and understanding an alternative. With the Aes Sedai swearing, she understands the concept of Tavera, right? And so she should be able to kind of maybe put 2 and 2 together there, that maybe these Aes Sedai swore to Rand because he was, merging the pattern together. Exactly. And in terms of Rand being mad, or the taint, she has access to Elaine, who can literally get in Rand's mind, as well as Nynaeve, who was there to the cleansing of the taint from side in. So like she has access to information to make other judgments, and it's not information that the reader has that she doesn't have. It's information the reader has that she should be able to.
She should have
access.
Yeah. Exactly. So there's no excuse. She's a dumbass.
I'm trying to find this meme, and instead I'm being inundated with fucking some of the worst memes I've ever seen in my life. Like, dude, like this. Okay, hold on. I have to show you this because this looks
Get
like
around it. Go.
Please, I see enough Twitter time memes.
Okay,
though.
okay. If you can find the Elmo one, great. Arrogance is gifted. So are memberships to profit of the channel. Oh, that didn't work. Sorry. I saw you should gift a sub. Oh, sorry. Okay. What the fuck is this?
Hey, puppy.
Does that not like what?
Is he terrified at looking at her recently birthed vagina? I don't know what.
I don't know. I don't know if it's just like some sick pedo thing or like.
What's that?
I don't understand what this is supposed. Show meme recap me like he's like. That's so weird.
The left can't meme, man.
Twitter of time can't meme.
The worst scene ever made, the blood snow. Ugh. Like, so I can't find it. I wish I could find it, but all I can find is fucking bad blood snow memes.
Why do they think the blood snow is a good fight scene? It's not.
Because it shows what female Aiel can do even while pregnant.
Here you go. Here's another cringe. Here's another cringe meme for you. Here you go. You ready for it? Guys, wait. This is totally unfair. There's 3 of you in full armor, and I'm in active labor. So how about you wait right here while you go fetch more men? Ha!
Is this what Semirog shows people?
Jesus. No! I'll tell you whatever you need to know! Aldan, what are you doing? You already gave me $20, dude. Jeez.
No, this is what Matt saw in the flicker that broke his mind.
Yeah. He saw this.
Chris, Sven, John, Thumb, and Sit Room are all members. Thanks to Aldan. Thank you.
Go back to the positive topic. Flicker.
Yeah. Well, we have to get some negative out there so the positive looks better. Okay. So
have we not talked about Flicker?
We haven't talked about
Flicker.
Not at all.
Flicker is top 5. Flicker might be the best scene. Is that the best scene?
My favorite part is when Perrin walks in the room and gets plot vision and sees the flies. Oh shit! Sorry. We're staying positive. Sorry. My bad. I got off course.
I think Dane's not here.
So real quick, Will did coin the phrase plot vision. So we got to give credit where credit is due. That is a Will creation.
Great, right?
So all right. So Flicker. Go ahead. Who wants to take the floor for that?
Well, each one of those different lives lived, you could say, is a different scene, right?
All joking aside, can you believe like being somebody that is in charge of a show and not wanting to explore that?
Oh, don't
like
know,
just
man.
like it's just like Like there's so many of these things, like, and not to get on the show thing, there's so many moments that could be explored in so many different ways, like filmatically, you know, fuck, you can get crazy doing it in a cartoon style, doing like you could do the fucking like, you know, not that that would be even the best way to do it, but you could, right? Like
you could Sin City it, right? You could.
There's a lot of artistic
license. You could do the Doctor
yes,
Strange things when he's going through the dimensions and or is that Ant-Man when he's going through the different dimensions and their different backgrounds, and there's a cartoon dimension like or Spider-Verse or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I'm talking about? There's so many things you could do, and you just choose to do. Hey,
nothing.
Perrin walks in the room and sees some flies. It's like, come on, like you don't want to be artistic in any fashion. I don't get it. Sorry, go ahead. Drives me crazy. It's so good too, right? Like all those
like
scenes, all those scenes could that could take a like just
a quick
go ahead.
Just a quick note on that artistic vision, like with Dune 2, like probably my favorite scene of the Dune Part 2 was when you got to go to I think it's Haiti Prime or whatever, the home of the Harkonnens, and that whole thing about the sun being a black sun and everything being colorless was the director's choice. It wasn't actually in the books. He thought that by making that planet as it was, conveyed just how utilitarian, how depressing that planet is under the command of the Harkonnens, and that is similar what you could have done with the Flicker. You had so many areas in that while following the books, you could go your own creative route.
Yep, agreed.
But Gadfly can go now.
Yeah, fuck you for interrupting.
All those little side things, like we talked about Ruidian briefly, very brief, and I would put that in the sort of same thing as Flicker, as well as the arches with Queen and Nynaeve. All of them kind of showing this alternate reality, this alternate existence world, and in each instance of it, revealing information about the setting, about the character themselves, about the story of the character that Robert Jordan was weaving, right? So like there's so much foreshadowing about all the characters within those sections, including the Rand going through the glass columns in Ruidian, and so they might be one of those things that you first time you read it, you're like, oh, this is pretty cool, like this stuff going on, it's awesome. Rand, firing his last arrow as an old man with like missing fingers and stuff at the black banner that absorbs the light, is a pretty like heavy metal type thing. But you go back and you reread those passages after having read the series, and you're like, my goodness, like RJ is pointing out different plot beats that he wants his characters to go on throughout these whole things.
Do we take
at the same time the connections between some of them, right? Like you have Egwene going through the arches and Rand in his one light in the two rivers.
Sorry,
those things,
we're talking about the show again.
Those things mirror each other, right? So they both show the same potential that could have been.
So do we take Will's challenge here? 5 of the 13 best moments of the series are in the Great Hunt. So we got Ingtar.
You've also got, dude. You've got okay. One of his 5 moments will 100%.
Dinosaur Hunter.
Or maybe, but Turak, but also the charge through the Blight with like the charge through the Blight with with like the boys like Matt yelling out old tongue stuff and whatever like
well that's the charge of the heroes, right?
No, in book 1.
Oh, he said 5 best moments of the series, the Great Hunt. So I was trying to find the best 5 at the end of the Great Hunt.
So you have Shirin being acknowledged as
yes, that is an all-time great fucking. That's what I'm. So sorry to interrupt you, but that's one of those little tiny moments that like you don't realize is a fucking great moment. But Huron being there next to freaking the Chad Arthur Hawkwing and him going, and him just mounting up with nothing but his fucking sword, his little tiny sword and his sword breaker. He mounts up and not Lucid. Arthur Hawkwing looks over and says, "Well, maybe you'll be joining our ranks." And Hearn's just like, "Fuck yeah, I'm not. Hell yeah, I'm not. What are you talking about? Hell yeah, I'm coming. Like, what the fuck?" It's such a good moment. So good. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, that's such a great moment. I love it.
Yeah. So Huron, Ingtar's death and redemption. Rand fighting Turok. I think that is one of those moments.
Yep.
Rand fighting Baalzamon in the sky is another one of those absolutely epic, fantastic moments.
Monkey magic style.
And
the horn.
Or blowing the horn itself.
Blowing the horn.
Not blowing the
But
horn.
what about Min telling Egwene to get fucked at the end of the book, right? Like when Egwene comes in the room and Min's stacking up with Rand.
That's a good moment
Min's
too.
like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you don't, girlfriend. Get fucked."
One of my favorites is like Arthur Hawkwing coming out. He fucking calls Matt the Horn Sounder, calls Perrin the Bannerman, and he goes up to Lewis Theron and is like, "Good to see you." It's like, God damn, that's awesome.
That is a great one.
Balls charging with his legion against.
Oh yeah, we lost. That's too bad. We lost. That was yes, he was a good White Cloak. I miss. Fucking God, why can't I'm getting stream brain?
Geoffrey?
You know what I'm talking about.
Geoffrey.
The man. You just said his name. Yeah.
Captain Bornhold.
Bornhold, yes. Bornhold the Wiser. Yes.
Yeah, the senior, Bornhold Senior.
Yep.
So there are a lot of moments at the end of book 2.
Wait. We're No. Wait. Ralph, wait. Hold on. We defend no. Are you talking about us defending? No. No. We are not defending.
Blasphemy.
What battle in the sky?
We are exclusively talking book stuff right now, Ralph.
No, sky battle.
The ending of season 2. Well, all of the TV show as a whole is an abomination to anything that my eyes have ever seen. I'm not even just saying Wheel of Time. Literally an abomination to anything, even worse than Gladiator 2. And you're gonna find out. Okay. No. Oh, yeah. Because I don't know, Ralph. It's one of those enigmas that we've talked about, all of us here, ad nauseum, and we'll continue to talk about it when season 3 comes out and season 4 gets canceled, and they all start whining and blaming us because that's our fault, similar to the Acolyte getting canceled, right?
I want it to be my fault.
It's toxic positivity. It's like
toxic positivity.
Don't criticize it. Don't because it's what we got, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly. Yes, I'm glad you said that. It's like, well, we could have got no Wheel of Time. It's like, great, awesome.
Prefer that. That'd be better.
Because if we got no Wheel of Time, then we'd still have the potential of getting a real Wheel of Time. Now we all know that even when it gets canceled, I'm going to shift from saying when it get canceled, because season 3 is going to be a galactic failure. We've probably not in my lifetime, which sucks, but we'll see. But the faster it gets canceled, the less opportunity there is. We're going to get these movies and these stupid cartoons that IWAT has pretended to have interest in producing.
There's no way those things actually get made, right?
What's that, Staplebo?
I was gonna say, there's no way those things actually get made.
No, not anymore. Not with how galactically bad the Wheel of Time show has been received. IWAT will do whatever they need to do to keep the whatever rights they have, and they will keep holding it hostage until I don't know. I don't get it. I never understood why Red Eagle / IWAT just start making money off the IP. I don't get it.
Did you guys see the trading card game?
I saw it. I have Narg actually sent me something on it's an NFT nightmare. It's bullshit. It's a fucking
God.
NFT scam bullshit game as far as I can tell.
The intro with their prologue intro rendition was pretty cool, but
was it as far as I have been told and I saw it is literally an NFT scam. It's not really anything to do with Wheel of Time. Has anybody else heard differently than that? I mean,
no, that's kind of what I heard. I did see the animation that Articus was referring to. Yeah, it was kind of cool, but yeah.
What's it called again? Wheel of Time trading. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Not Pokemon. Jesus Christ.
Pokemon would be a more faithful adaptation.
Way more faithful.
I'm pretty sure that Charizard does have more in common with Rand than Rand in the show. So.
Isn't it trying to be like Magic the Gathering Steam game? That one?
Cards. What Cards of Eternity? It's called Cards of Eternity, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
I think.
Now, as far as I know, it's just like it's a way to try and get you to buy. I mean, look, this Trolloc looks cool, right? Like, let's take a quick break and look at this. So like, this looks cool, right? I mean,
all the modeling looks cool.
That looks cool, but I've heard it. So
that does look cool, actually. I like that.
Is this the video here? Which one, is this one you're talking about?
It's like
I was talking about there was like this. It's the intro on Steam to the game, and it's the prologue where Lews Therin creates Dragonmount.
So this is the official game stream. So maybe. Oh wait, it's not showing. Sorry. Hold on. Let me fix this. Sorry. Give me a second. Like, if you guys want me, I'll try it. But I think it's a scam. From what I've heard. Is this it?
Yeah, this.
Okay, we'll watch it real quick. I'll probably get. No, that's not the best way to do it. We'll go back to this one. So this is supposed to be Lews Therin?
Yes.
And we will fight 1,000 more. I have infinite chances to win this war, and you only have to lose.
It's actually that's actually right from the book, isn't it?
I think so.
So that's the line. That's Balzamon's line right to him, right? Isn't it? Pretty sure.
In spirit.
Max is taking full credit for the cancellation.
Good on you, Max.
You can't just.
Yeah, how could we've worked hard, man? Come on.
Fucking I.
Red Eagle, IWAT lacks the actual ability to do anything themselves. They're a company that buys IPs and holds them hostage. Yeah, well, that's absolutely what they're doing. Is that it? They don't show Dragonmount?
I think that's it. Yeah.
I think it's you need to pay a subscription to see the rest.
Seriously?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, I could see that.
What is
the
that?
Aether Saga?
It's like garbage.
Yeah, so I don't know. I've heard it's yeah, I've heard that it's request beta access. Let's try it. I want it.
Let's go.
As the prophet of the dragon, I demand it.
As the prophet, I foresee you giving me this.
And if you don't, I will burn everything.
I should have just left it at I want it. I should have just left it there. All right. Back. So if I get beta access, I'll try it. I'm pretty sure I won't spend any money on it. I would never download that game to the PC. Well, it's on Steam, so I mean, Steam should protect me a little bit. I think maybe. Am I being a snowflake?
No, that should be alright.
Yeah, I would think on Steam it should be okay. But yeah, so we were talking about what we're talking about. We're talking about Fall May as a whole and all the good. Did we get all of your moments, Will? By the way.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Flicker a bit.
So real quick, Baron Haas, me and my youngest son Easton actually played through about half of it live on stream. I was just considering maybe trying it again, just to have a big long, full day, try and get through the whole thing. It's actually a pretty hard game. You have to be very careful to not consume all your fucking weapons, because otherwise you just get stuck and it's over. Well, all you have limited
like your mana
channeling
charges.
abilities and charges of stuff. So it's like if you use them all, you're out. There's yeah, that's it. You're fucked.
What are like the enemies in the game? Like Trollocs?
Trollocs. There's Trollocs. Mashin Shin is actually in the game. You can't fight it. You have to run from it. But it's mostly. I think it's mostly Troll. I think it's almost all Trollocs.
Is there any fades or anything?
I don't. I think there was a boss that was a fade. There's a few weird bosses, but it's mostly Trollocs, and I think there was one or two fades as bosses. There was also a rogue, like a Black Aja person that was shooting fireballs at me in one thing. You go into the ways and all that. For an old game, it's actually, and it's got its own storyline. That's the thing. It's its own Wheel of Time storyline. So they don't ruin anything from the book.
When does it take place? Is it like during the Trolloc Wars or like?
That's a great question. I don't remember. I think it was like before. I'm pretty sure it was Age of Legends type shit. I don't remember though.
I don't think it's Age of Legends.
It can't be Age of Legends because the Ways is dark. So you're right. I think
I think
it might be
it's
Trolloc Wars.
Ambiguous time before the story takes place.
Right. Yeah. There's one point that there is a Forsaken chasing you. I think so.
Yeah, because I thought Balzamon was in it, right?
Yeah, well, that was the funny thing about it was Max was my guide. Max was helping me out. I remember every time Max, it was you, Max, wasn't it? That like I would get lost and you'd look up where for me to go, and I was like completely dependent on you, and then you disappeared on me. So Ryan or Easton and me gave up, and it's your fault, Max, that I didn't beat it, right, Max? It's actually look. All joking aside, it's actually we had fun. The problem was if you run out of ammo, you're done. So like, what I would do if I did it again, I'd look up to see if there was like a cheat code for unlimited ammo just to get through it, because we enjoyed playing it, but like who wants to fucking run out of ammo? Like, come on. I'm kidding. Shut up, Max. Come on. All right. Where were we? I'm trying to think of a book we haven't hit yet. Have we Fires? We got some Fires of Heaven, Eye of the World,
Haven't
Chaos.
Much in the Dragon Reborn, I don't think.
Oh well, we talked about the Stone of Tyr.
We talked about the fight, but
Matt
go ahead.
rescuing the girls.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Matt's like bailing from Tar Valon, which is the best scene in all of the books.
What the fight the boy
Matt escaping confinement in Tar Valon is the best scene in any book ever.
What the good boy duel?
No, fuck the duel. The duel's great. We talked about
later
the duel.
on.
Oh, okay.
But like Matt bailing from Tar Valon, escaping, getting to the docks with Tom and all that sort of stuff, and like getting out, like that whole scene.
Yeah.
That whole journey of him like getting through, like dodging the it's a Grey Man. I think it's Grey Man.
I think it's like a mix of like regular Dark Friends and Grey Men. Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's the best. That's the best scene, in my opinion. That's my favorite scene of all the books.
Right. The part where he gets like attacked on the bridge and like falls off and uses like the guy.
When he accidentally kills him. He's like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Well, did we talk about Gawain and I don't think we talked about the fight.
The questioner's fella mentioned the fight, I think, earlier.
I think we mentioned it, but I don't know that we really talked about it. I mean, this is where Ethan Artis comes in. Is like, imagine skipping that.
Imagine.
Did steal your line?
What do you mean? They didn't skip it. They had Nynaeve.
Oh, you're right. They had sword wielder Nynaeve do it. Yeah. Every scene with Matt and Queen Tylan, laugh out loud, is your favorite?
I just want to point out about the sword fight because SB's got this with the quarterstaff, no less. There is actually a historical record of an Englishman in Spain fighting and defeating 7 Spanish swordsmen.
I was going to say, quarterstaff has an advantage, right?
If you can use it.
Well, yeah.
Numbers kind of make up for that, but it is a historical record and precedent of a person with a quarterstaff being able to beat multiple swordsmen, and there's multiple instances of it.
I think it's also inspired by Miyamoto and Musashi and stuff like that as well.
Well, it makes sense, right? I mean, like when you think about it, if you're an expert with that piece of weaponry, right? You have more reach.
Well, Donatello is the best turtle, mate.
No, he's purple, man. Come on, he's the gay one.
Only in the recent adaptations. Only in the recent adaptations, Steve. You should know better than that.
That's true too. I think that's the point, SB. Right? Is that's why the scene's so good. Is Matt is trained. They underestimate him. They don't take him seriously, and Hammer says, "Well, that's your own fault for not taking him seriously. You deserved it. Give him his money, right?" So, that's why it's such a good scene. Is you get to see one Hammer. It's too bad we lost Hammer, but you get to see how skilled Matt really is, and then you get to see that the boys eat some crow a little bit. I wish we I want to add before we move on to something else. I really wish we got to see more Galad in charge of the White Cloaks. Yeah. I feel like we didn't get enough. I wanted more. How do you guys feel about that?
More. I would have loved to see more of that too, man.
I don't think we got even really a resolution of the other White Cloaks that didn't join. Yeah. They just kind of disappear from the story.
Yeah, that's true. They did.
Yeah,
that's true, man.
So I wish. Yeah, so it's one of those things. I wish we got a little more of that because I actually enjoy that. I think it's a good fit for Galad and him.
It would have been great to have It would have been great to have a section of Galad consolidating all of the White Cloaks, right? And then leading them to the last battle.
Especially Galad has a lot of badass moments throughout the series.
He has some of the best. His sword fight, mate, in the start of that book, that's one of the best scenes. We should mention that. That's one of the best scenes.
I don't recall the last books particularly well, but was there ever a really big moment for the White Cloaks in the last battle as an entity?
Not really. I mean, the most I can think of is Galad and a few White Cloaks kill some, I think, Black Aja or Sharan channelers or something.
Yeah, but there wasn't a great,
not as a collective,
glorious charge of the White Cloaks.
I don't think Dane ever even shows up.
Not as a collective, Gabflow, but there is through Galad's perspective, it's all through Galad's perspective. It's all
but it's one of those things. I think
the redemption for the White Cloaks comes through Galad, not through the organization.
But I think what Gabflow might be alluding to is that the White Cloaks are known for their lances on horseback.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
There could have been a great, Rohirrim charge type thing in Minas Tirith of the White Cloaks going full lance and just plowing through a field of orcs.
Well, they did. They did hold that. They
did something like that, right? I feel like there was something.
Yeah, the White Cloaks do a bit of do some cavalry stuff. The issue is it's not really focused on.
No, it's focused on Galad, not on the White Cloaks.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm having trouble remembering a little bit of it too. Like I said, it's the
They
stuff
hold
I'm
that
least
part where the
familiar
river,
with.
where they shut off, where it shuts off the river during the last battle, and then it comes back, or
Right.
whatever. So there's that, which is really important actually, but it's not really focused on what the White Cloaks do. It's more focused on what Galad does in that battle.
Yeah, I feel like Samson should have had like Dane Bornhold or something, like do something during the last battle.
Hammer watching that incoming beatdown like a show moron car wreck is one of the funniest moments in the series. Okay, I guess I can end this poll. Let's see here. Who wins? Savannah wins, baby.
Foil is worse. Savannah's got tits. What are you talking about?
Savannah wins.
The internet is wrong.
Yeah, when the tits are going, it's like, okay, enough.
Hey,
Listen, the only reason Savannah
Even
won
yapping
is
tits
because
are still
Andrew
tits,
wasn't
mate.
on the poll.
Yappy tits are still tits, mate.
I would not take that bet, Ralph. We are basically of since we've been paying attention around here. Ever since it came, one the fact that they can't figure out when to release season 3 is one telltale sign. Number 2, Rings of Power, they keep losing money on. Number 3, they came straight out and said the numbers will determine whether season 4 is made or not. You have actors and actresses jumping ship and going on to new projects, especially Rosamund Pike. Rosamund Pike's got 2 or 3 new projects.
Well, she should be dead by the end of this season anyway, so fuck who cares.
I mean, no, because they're doing Shadow Rising, right?
No, apparently they're doing Fires of Heaven too.
Yeah, they're gonna roll it in.
Wonderful.
They've started to add fire. So Aldan's right though. The latest, if you're paying attention, the latest things that have been snuck into some of these articles is they're saying more and more that Dragon. So they've completely stopped pretending that they're going to do the Stone of Tyr.
Yes.
And they say that they've been that season 3 will focus on the Shadow Rising and larger parts of Fires of Heaven.
Yeah, so the plot points, they'll shove the plot points in.
So instead of her falling through a gate or something, she'll like block Balefire and everybody will cry. And she'll turn into a flower and be like, oh.
It'll be a tulip. She'll turn into a tulip. I think
and Loyal will sing to it, and the Sean Chan lady will show up and be like, Tree Singer. Then they'll piss their goo into the ocean again or something.
Loyal won't sing to it. Aerith will turn up and Aerith will sing to it because she's a girl.
I don't think we want to see how any other Ogier look in the show after seeing Loyal's design.
Oh yes, Ralph. I think we're all 100% with you. Season 4 is not going to happen because the numbers are going to be shit. Like the only ones watching it are going to be us to make fun of it. It's going to be horrible.
They'll be the same. They'll be the same as season 2, right? Like
I think it's going to go down.
I think it'll go down.
Also, I don't know how you go down from season 2, but I think it's going to be worse.
I think it'll be about the same. Because like season 1 started, it's actually started at a great point, and because there was a lot of people that wanted to see it. Like it was literally like you took
season 1. Like, season 1 started out really high. Yeah, absolutely.
And then it cratered off, and then it has stayed the same. And it started season 2 at the same place it ended season 1. So I don't think season 3 will be any different than that. Personally, I think it'll be about the same.
I think only because it's hard to go lower. Sorry, Gadfly. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gadfly. I spoke over you. I'm sorry. What did you say?
The only viewers left are the viewers that want what we're getting.
Yeah, which is not many. But you're right. It's like I think the numbers are already as low as they can get. So you might be right. It's the people that actually like this dog shit that are watching, and us calling it out for being nonsense.
They do exist, right? There's a few.
Oh, they're out there. I don't get them at all. But they're out there. They just enjoy shit. I don't like. I don't understand these shit eaters that like shit. I don't get it.
It's not enough to justify hundreds of millions of dollars worth of TV production every season.
Well, it's like going to the theater and saying you like Gladiator 2. Why do you hate yourself? Why do you hate yourself? Like, why do you hate Maximus? I don't understand. I don't get it. Why does Ridley Scott insist on ruining all of his movies with sequels that suck? I don't get it.
He's stupid.
I don't know.
Is Gladiator 2 worse than Napoleon?
I didn't even see Napoleon.
Yes, because Gladiator 2, by its existence, makes Gladiator 1 worse.
That's why I'm not going to watch it, because I love Gladiator.
Don't watch it, because it literally shits all... Gladiator 2, not to get... We won't go too far off here, guys, but I got to make a video, so that's probably going to be the video that gets me back into making videos here. Gladiator 2 literally shits all over Maximus's legacy.
Yeah, so I won't watch it. I named my son after that fucking person, so I won't
Maximus?
watch it. Yeah, that's what I named him.
Yeah, don't watch it. Don't watch it. Unless you're just fully prepared to memory hole it, don't watch it.
No, I won't watch it.
Don't watch it. The question I keep asking everybody to see if they'll like Gladiator 2 is, if you were to, so this is a hypothetical, guys, okay, and this will judge whether you will like Gladiator 2 or not. You're 12 years old. You're a young man, a strapping young man of 12. Okay, you have a beautiful mother who is princess, sister to the Caesar. Okay, you are immediately now. Don't forget, you're 12. Okay, and this is your mother. You are separated from your mother for 16 years. Then all of a sudden, you are brought back into town, and you see your mother. Do you recognize her or not?
I would. I think I would.
Well, here, let me bring you up an image. Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can see how much
I would know my mom.
changed, I suppose.
What's her name? Gladiator. Okay, let's see. So, let's see. Hold on. We gotta do. I should have been prepared for this. What's? Come up with another favorite moment while I'm setting this up.
Loyal crushing that troll in the Great Hunt in Karheim.
Does he freaking pick it up and just
going through the War Gate, and Rand and Loyal are going through to, but then
here's the perfect
test. Actually, real Trollocs, and they come and attack.
What about?
This is the perfect test, and it's only half a face, but this will work. Okay, so this is your mother. You're 12 years old. Okay, this is your mother. You're 12. You see her every day. You love your mother. She's great. Then you go away for 16 years. Then you come back and she looks like this.
Hang on, that doesn't look like... No.
Do you recognize her?
No, that first picture doesn't look like her. That's not the way I remember her from the first.
That's her. She's just omega young, dude.
So from the first movie...
So if you see her and then you come back and you see her, do you recognize her?
Go get me another picture of that same woman from the first movie, because
that was from the first movie, bro.
No, maybe it was, but there's a whole lot of other images in my brain that don't look like that.
So here. I'll get a better one. I'll get a better one. Okay?
That's better. Yeah, so that's same. Yep, I can see that.
Oh, okay. So that's from Gladiator. That's from Gladiator 2. Do you recognize her?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course you do. Just saying. Just saying.
Oh God.
Lucius doesn't recognize her own mother. We'll just say that.
He what?
I
don't want to know.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
You don't want to know. He's gone for 16 years. He doesn't recognize his own mother when he gets back to Rome. He doesn't know her.
That's incredible.
Yep. All right, moving on. I heard Loyal.
Yeah. In the Great Hunt, when Rand and Loyal and Huron are in Karheim, and there's the parades happening through what's the name of that little shanty town outside of Foregate? Yeah. Then the Trollocs in the parade are actually real Trollocs, just fake.
Yes.
Yeah.
They attack, and Loyal just crushes one to death.
That is cool.
That was a fantastic moment, and that was the first moment Loyal gets
kills something, I think.
As well.
The first moment he's
because I think Loyal even is shocked by what he did, immediately after doing it.
Yeah. I think that's the first moment that he's like that he gets his face gets flattened back and his ears get flattened back and he goes full berserker mode. Fucking
Yeah,
rad.
it's kind of like when we as the audience kind of see how scary the Ogier are when they're pissed
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Because you haven't really thought about it before then, right? Like you haven't really thought about, this like super giant could be pretty dangerous. Yeah.
He just wants his books in his garden and to not get married off.
That's right. Well, and then he changes his
fair
mind.
enough.
He wants to get
Fair
married
enough.
off later, right?
Hey, smart man. Smart man.
Yeah, another part in the Great Hunt I like is when they arrive at like the steading, and they kind of have like the run-in with the Aiel that are there. Kind of an interesting scene. Also, I like how the Aiel kind of react to seeing Rand because they're like, "What the hell is one of our own doing with like a sword and like hanging out with these people?"
Yeah, that's in the Great Hunt, right?
Yeah, that's in the Great Hunt.
Yeah, that's always that's a good one.
So that
I always
ties in
go ahead.
That
Trying to
ties in
think.
with what Gadfly was saying earlier, with like Matt rescuing the girls from Tyr. Like we talked about Tyr, but not like that component of it. With Matt blowing up, first of all, blowing up he puts some like use fireworks to blow up the side of the fucking.
Yeah, he puts fireworks.
You know, I will say I actually want to do the I did it's not like a mega favorite scene, but I did enjoy the scene when Matt finally shows Elaine the plans for the dragons and how the negotiation goes. I actually because it actually made sense, and there was like, you know, I did like how that all sort of went down. You know, Elaine realizing immediately what
that it's
the
value.
potential and the value behind them, and then Matt going, "Oops, I may have underestimated her knowledge about, you know, how great and how big an advantage these weapons will be," and he immediately has to try to, you know, negotiate out of it. And I think actually Elaine probably gets the better out of him in that negotiation.
I think she does. I think she does.
I mean, he still saves some dragons for himself, but he's sort of caught under a rock in a hard place. He needs her more than she needs him at that point, and he sort of knows it. So, so that's one of the Elaine scenes that I actually did enjoy. I thought that was a good back and forth between the two of them. And I think it happened exactly how it would have happened. I think she did a good job of getting herself into a favorable position, right? So,
yeah,
I don't know how you guys feel.
Like, both of them make like intelligent decisions. So.
Yes,
they do.
Yeah. Well, Matt, it's like she knows she's got him, but Matt still does a good job of negotiating, so he doesn't come out with nothing.
He still gets something. Yeah, he still.
He gets plenty. He still gets plenty. The thing that did bother me was the fact that she, after the negotiations are done, she goes, "Did you put that clause about fighting who you want to fight because I may have to go destroy the two rivers?" And Matt's like, "Huh?
Fuck." It's like, what?
Matt's like, "Why would you have to? What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you have to go destroy the two rivers?" And she's like, "Oh, okay, never mind." It's like what? It's like,
so you're like, there's no way you're ever gonna get Matt to go fight the freaking two rivers. Like,
no. Well, no. So she said that, which is like, but it's like, I guess it's a natural thought for her, you know, to think that he put that clause in there because, you know, but, you know, Matt's really, you know, Matt and Perrin are both like, I'm not rising against Andor, or Perrin's busy trying to get rid of the banner the whole time. So he's like, I'm not trying to break off from Andor, even though he should. They'd totally win. Manetheren should break off from Andor. Just put those two rivers bows on a fucking rampart with Matt and Perrin in front, and it's over. But you know,
it actually would have been interesting if Elaine brought up the fact that like the Band of the Red Hand is named after like a Manetheren, like old guard, because she might know about that. I mean, she knows about Manetheren.
Better political scenario is intermarriage between the two, and Manetheren subsumes Andor.
Well, he's already married, bro.
Well, they have kids. right?
Yeah, because well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Elaine actually brings that up. That like she wants one of Perrin's kids like marry one of hers. I think.
That's
I don't know why that. My big point is I don't know why she's worried about that right now.
Hey.
I don't know that Manetheren fortifying itself or the Two Rivers fortifying itself from Trolloc invasions, which they seem to be having to deal with more and more, is really. I mean,
it shouldn't be a problem for her.
She should be reinforcing them because they're the tip of the sword.
Yeah.
Well, it's it's the same.
Did you just say sword?
Sword. I did sword. Sorry, Gadfly. What were you saying, buddy?
The same reason why you would be alarmed that there's an army coming up from the south, right? That's why a handful of the real Andoran loyalists take an army and go down to meet the Aes Sedai coming up from Saladar.
Yeah.
It's like there's
fair enough. I guess she's just thinking
on our borders. We need to be aware of that.
Fair enough. I think I guess she's just no, that's fair enough. She's just thinking about I just it's another one of those things that we are in the head of the other character, so we know that's not what's going on. She doesn't. So
information in the character.
So yeah, that's fair enough. I'm with you there. Underrated Ogier comedy is them acting like Loyal as the Ogier version of Evil Knievel. When does that happen? When does Loyal get on a motorcycle?
Well, he does ride a horse.
That's true.
Right, get out of it too.
Let's see here.
Yeah, just Loyal being the rash daredevil of the Ogier. Is
the only daredevil of the Ogier.
He's like the chillest guy in the series.
At the end as well.
Nobody likes Hurin or Salad Bar, huh? Or Julian Saladar. Sorry, I put up a new poll.
What's the poll?
Julian
Saladar has some fantastic moments in the story too, doesn't he?
Julian's quite useful, man.
Julian's super
useful. A lot.
So is Hurin, man. His little sniffer ability, like that's some good stuff.
It's not plot vision though, so it sucks.
True. Put long handles on those axes, boys. That's true. Let's see here. Well, where are we at? We got any others, fellas? Are we running out of material?
No, there's. I want to mention what there's.
Yeah, go for it. Just blurt it out. Yeah, because we're having some silence here.
Yeah.
So keep going if we got them. Sorry.
Yeah, there's the scene. The scene. Okay, so the scene in. I think it's in Fires of Heaven. No, not not Fires of Heaven. What's the second? What's the last book RJ wrote?
Knife of Dreams.
Knife
of Dreams. I think it's in Knife of Dreams where Rand is like hunting the people trying to kill him in fucking Far Madding.
That's book 9. That's Winter's Heart.
Well, okay, in book 9 then. Whatever that, yeah. I love that. That whole sequence of events is like so cool.
Going all Punisher on them.
Yes. That's fucking amazing. I love that. Yep. So that's got to get that's in my top 5. It's always
really. Well, Winter's Heart is in your top 5. Okay.
No, that particular sequence of events. There's a few good things that happen.
No.
Winter's Heart has like the Rand and Matt chapters in Winter's Heart are good.
Winter's Heart is a very weird book because it has some good moments, but like it's also like I think somebody was saying it earlier, and I was gonna say it, but I never got a chance to. You could tell that there are parts of like you could tell they were split apart. Is what I'm trying to say. At points, it's like. So there is enough, like, you could tell that they were sort of one book because something happens and then, like, you're whooshed off somewhere else real quick. It's just sort of like, I understand why they did it. That would have been a long-ass book, but, Crossroads suffered for sure. My favorite part of Crossroads is the Weevils.
In the town or whatever.
Harbor. Do we have a favorite moment in Crossroads of Twilight?
Perrin giving up the axe. It's like the one.
Oh yeah, that's actually not a bad scene.
When he's
That's
interrogating the Shido, right? And he,
Yeah, he interrogates the Shido, and then he's like disgusted for what he does.
Aldan is an Australian millionaire, Ralph. Come on.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? I wasn't sure if Ralph was talking about you because you were walking around to get it. He's getting another beer, man. Come on.
I think Crossroads of Twilight might be the first time Rand and Logain interact as well.
Is Crossroad where is that when they're hiding in that one place before
Yeah, it's the manor.
Is it in is the manor one at Crossroads with is that where Blossom of
Crossroads and Knife?
Blossoms of Fire is Knife of Dreams, right?
Yes, because they get attacked by all the Shadow Spawn at the manor.
Right, they get jumped and they have to That's why I love that scene because Rand just starts busting out these new weaves and Logain's like, what the fuck is that? And he just watches him. He's like, all right, I got it. Bah, bah, bah. It's like, fuck yeah. It's like I found that so cool because it's just like, you know, Rand is doing his thing, right? He's just fucking popping off these weaves. And like all of a sudden, it's from Rand's point of view, isn't it? He's doing Blossom of Fire, and then all of a sudden, a Blossom of Fire pops up in another place. He's like, oh shit, I guess Logain's fucking learned it from me because that wasn't mine. It's like, that's fucking awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
It shows that even though Logain's not as strong as Rand, he's still like a really powerful
Logain is still very powerful,
Yeah.
man. Like that's like he's no slouch, right? I mean, that's Knife of Dreams. Okay, like it's like I still hold that. Like I would have much rather. Like, sorry to talk about the show, but the Discovery of Witches thing I've showed a few times. If they use that type of channeling with weaves, it could show the deafness and because I still think that's so important to Rand is just, Rand is able to create the weaves so fast that everybody is amazed at how fast he is able to do it. Just, the show has just chose to like suck lines from heaven and shoot them, right? I fucking hate it.
And the thing is, in season 1 of the show, I could even see a justification for like just not showing weaves at all because, like, I mean, none of the characters in the I don't know about none, but Rand can't see weaves from like female channelers.
None of the point of view characters can see.
In
Eye of the World.
And then you would bring that in if you were smart. You would bring that in as time
slowly, right? Yeah. And then not as fucking like gooey fucking lines from heaven, like whatever the fuck they did. Yeah, Logain and Tame are both Forsaken level. That is one of the things that made them suspicious characters at one point, right?
Also, that actually reminds me of another part I like. I like when Logain is speaking to Rand about like what Taim is doing at Black Tower, and just trying to tell Rand's like, dude, Taim's obviously evil. You have to do something. Rand's like, nah, it'll be fine.
Rand's like, nah, fuck it.
So I think it's one of his. So I don't know. Maybe you guys could change my mind, but I still feel like that's one of Rand's biggest mistake was the lack of attention he gave the Black Tower. It accomplished what he needed. It accomplished what he needed to, and luckily, 80% of them were still good. But that number, that has to be some Taviran work happening that kept 80% of them freaking good because
there's 80%. Do you reckon it was? Hang on, was it 80%? Hang on, let's check the numbers.
I don't think we ever get an exact number.
I think they give pretty good. Like there's
how many Dreadlords did Taim take to the last battle? There was a shitload of them on the battlefield, if I remember.
Yeah, but there's also the Sharan channelers as well. You have to think about.
Yeah.
What I recall though is Taim was taking the best of the channelers.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, because Taim was just promoting like his own lackeys, like the top positions as well.
So he wasn't just taking the
13%. So okay, at this point, Dark Friends make up 13% of the Ashman. It's only 13% are Dark Friends.
That seems low to me.
That seems really low considering Taim has had his run of the freaking Black Tower, right?
And they had like when which is also another cool moment, right? Like when Rand turns up in Tarwin's Gap, right, to help Lan, and there's like, and so the aftermath of that, like after Rand turns up, you know, riding through the gates to help Lan on his charge, and then after that, when you've got the Dreadlords like pinging the Asherman like on Rand's side, like from like all around the place, it seems like there's more than 13%. It seems like it's an equal amount.
Yeah, I'm just I don't know where they got the number. It's if it's from Dragon Mount, so Chandler to soldier ratio. So
and that could just be in like named Ashraman though, right? Like Ashraman we know about.
Well, I mean, if you're thinking, okay, but if you think like Tame, right? You're taking the best and the brightest. So, you know, just you know, some of these Ashmen might not be able to channel all that well, so he just doesn't pay them any mind. So he's taking the ones based on power level. So, you know, the number of Asherman might be larger, but they're also, you know, maybe they're Asherman that can't make gateways because they can't, you know, they channel as much as more gaze or whatever, right?
And also keep in mind that like there's a good amount of Ashraman that are like outside the Black Tower as well. Like ones with Rand and Perrin.
I mean, there's only a few with Perrin.
Perrin's
got two.
He's got two, yeah. And there's maybe
there's
like
a decent amount with Rand though, I think.
There's like 5, right? There are 5 that stick with him, and then one of them. No, there's 6. One of them is Shiva, who is Orangar. One of them is the fella who goes mad and acts as a child, and Rand has to.
Seven more, yeah.
One of them is Eben Hawkwill, who dies at the cleansing.
At the cleansing, right. Yeah.
And then there's Narishma, Damer Flynn, and
I think that's it. Those are the guys.
Yeah.
And then there's Nilden Grady with fucking Karen.
That's true.
No, so this is just so in chapter 14 of Path of Daggers, Gedwin says there's 448 Ashermen at the Black Tower, with the recruiting parties bringing another 3 to 4 each day. In KOD, Logain says there are 91 Ashermen with Tame, so we can assume that they are Dark Friends. There are 77 days between those chapters, between 231 to 308 new recruits, bringing the total number of Ashermen to 679 to 756. At this point, the Dark Friends made up about 13% of Asherman. Another 57 days pass, bringing. So they're just making some loose guesses, but I mean. So, it says at the end 20% are Dark Friends. So 20% of the Black Tower is Dark.
And they're mostly the strongest and the best, right?
Right. So that's actually probably right.
Yeah, it is probably
right. Pretty.
I mean, if you know, especially Tame don't give a Tame's. Think of the arrogant nature of him and all that shit, right? He's like, we don't have to worry about these fucking weak ass bitches.
Yep.
So,
yeah, Tame was kind of just focused on breaking Logain because, like, he kind of figured if he took out Logain, then the rest would fall in line.
Yeah. Agreed. So, I still think one of Rand's biggest mistakes is not paying near enough attention to the Black Tower. So,
there's no doubt about that.
Part of the issue is that, like, if Rand returned to the Black Tower at the end, I think he's afraid that's a trap, right? Because it would have.
Which is a legitimate concern.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's a legitimate concern. Like, he could get fucked up if he does that. I think.
Yeah. No, I think that he's got himself in this position. Tame's doing exactly what he needs him to do, but he's afraid. He knows he can't trust Tame, so if he goes back, is he fucking himself over? Right, so I think that's a genuine fear. So
Rand should have just listened to Luce Theron and killed Tame the first time they met.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, he should have. He should have decapitated that motherfucker in the first instant. Correct.
Logain was robbed in the last book, and Logain is Clyde Drexler, one of the greatest to ever do it, but most famous for not being Michael Jordan. Clyde Drexler. All right.
I would have said Scotty. I would have said Scottie Pippen personally, but
Clyde was the leader of his team, though. So
okay.
So I think that's
Logain should have been the one to kill Tyene, but yeah.
Scotty was number 2.
Yes, he should.
Oh yeah.
Except that that was a great scene though. Like
The thing is, you can still have Egwene's sacrifice. You can just have it because she still takes out all the Sharan channelers. So you could have just had it. You could have had it be against like Mogideon or something, right?
Yeah, true. Actually, true, because it was stupid to have Mogideon still there at the end, right?
Yeah, she survived, right?
Yeah, you probably could have had. That's actually a good call, Staple. You could have done that.
Because at the end, Mogideon gets collared by the Shan-Chan.
Yeah, which is a dumb outro for her. She's been such a major part of the story for such a long time. Yeah, it would have been better to have a big explosion.
Yeah, plus, I mean, Mogideon and Egwene have actually interacted in the past as well, so it makes sense. Makes more sense for her to be like a villain.
Yeah. There were some of those that were a little bit questionable, but yeah. So, well, we've been going for 5 hours, fellas. Is there anything that you want to recap before we call her a night?
I want to add one more thing.
Absolutely.
Which I know it's
no, absolutely. That's why I asked, dude. Absolutely, I'm good.
Yeah, it's controversial, and I know lots of people don't.
It's a controversial best moment. Okay.
Well, lots of people don't like the way this was done, but I do.
Okay.
And so the Perrin Slayer battle through the last book, and I loved it, and I will always love it. And I know that people don't like it, but that's okay. I really do love the way that was done. It's one of my favorite things.
My only issue with it is I feel like they fight way too many times in those last books.
Yeah. So I'm taking all of that out of it. So I'm coming right down. So distilling it, I agree with you. They do fight too many times, and he should have killed him way before that. But so the way that the last sequence of events was put together, I loved it. And I really do. It's one of the best things for me.
Yeah, the last one I like. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree there.
I do have to say I did enjoy the Boundless stuff too, personally. When he realizes that Boundless is the kid in the barn. Yeah. So that was I also enjoyed that part. Just because you know when you're looking for it, you hear the name Boundless is in the hunting party, the wolf pack, way back at the beginning. I think he's in the pack. He's definitely in the pack during Gathering Storm. I don't know if he is in Knife of Dreams, if he's in the pack that Perrin's with or not. But I know you definitely hear the name Boundless in the wolf pack, and then you find out that that's the kid that has just never woke up from the wolf dream. He's just he's not really a wolf, he's a man, but he's a wolf in the wolf dream, right? I thought that was sort of cool. I like that. It was one of those things that was nice to actually have an instance in real life. It wasn't just speculated upon. You actually have a person that dreamed that went in too strong and never came out. Something Hopper was always warning him about. So I was like, I liked that we got to see that. I'm not sure the 13 Forsakens, the turning to the shadow thing. I'm not sure that was done as well. I don't know. Like forcing the Ashraman with the Myrddraal and stuff. I wish we explored it a little more. I think maybe, but I like the Boundless stuff.
Yeah, and plus another thing about the Boundless stuff is that it's like set up in like book 3. Like it's using something that was introduced in book 3, which I quite like. It's kind of like a Robert. That's very Wheel of Time kind of thing. Using something that's set up way earlier and then paying it off later on.
SB, there were moments during Fael's capture that were highly annoying.
SB's correct. Fael is the worst.
I'm with you there. Fael, Fael probably did do Ronin several times. They just didn't tell us.
He should have picked the Hawk. Imagine if he had picked the Hawk. Oh my God, would have been the best book ever.
Yeah, well, Galad gets that now. So what can I say?
Yeah,
Galad gets that.
Galad.
So. The super couple, the most beautiful, most handsome guy in the world. So
the 2 11 out of 10s.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's crazy. So, Dude, yeah, Ralph. Look, I actually, I know there's Sanderson's books get some hate. It's all good. I understand a lot of the points of view. I still enjoy them. Brandon's worrying me though, but that's for another stream. Me and Aldan have talked about it several times.
I can't talk about it. It breaks my heart. I'm gonna die.
No matter what Sanderson writes for Wind and Truth, it doesn't change what he wrote for Wheel of Time. So.
True, that's true. Wind and Truth, man. Oh
God.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, he did say that, and then he didn't. He unsaid it, and now he's like saying stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore, SB. I really don't. I am so confused.
Sanderson has clearly surrounded himself with people who think the exact same way that Rafe does.
And I think that's
that is the problem.
I think that's the problem. He's surrounded with a bunch of just wackos.
He's surrounded with some very dusty round.
Yes. I mean, I knew there. Look. I pointed when Sanderson hired him to run his YouTube stuff. I knew we were headed for problems.
Trouble. Yeah.
So, Paul needs a tiebreaker. Oh shit!
I want to do one more thing though. That was a great moment.
Okay, hold on. Let me end the poll. We're gonna.
I want great moments, Gadfly. Give me.
Go ahead, Gadfly. Yeah.
When Rand just decks Piter.
Yeah.
And out as a dark friend, just like that moment was so much catharsis was released in just that.
Yeah.
One tiny line.
That's an Eye of the World, right? Or is that
Yeah. It's during the Think Fear Suffer series.
Yeah.
And just like they've had they've dealt with what Goad and that other fella and Dark Friend after Dark Friend, and then this little Poppin' Jay comes up and is like, oh, and Rand just gets up, all 6'7" of them, and probably like 200-pound of them, just bam.
It's also funny how that Dark Friend just tries to like politely ask them to come with him. Like, what the hell's your plan, dude? Like, what?
Yeah.
True.
At least the guy at Four Kings had like a small like group with him. It's just like...
Oh shit! Sanderson, one of those people, nice, won't bash something until it really pisses them. I don't know, John. You're right in some instances, but just I don't know. We won't talk about it too much, but just the Wind and Truth streams went from something that was supposed to be fun and us
it's
theorizing.
Not fun anymore.
And Aldan sums it up. It's not fun.
It's not fun anymore.
It's the funniest thing about that whole thing is we were doing it weekly, and then we like. Now it's been like, oh well, we should probably get caught up and talk about it after 4 weeks, and now it's like, well,
I haven't even read the latest.
I'm pretty sure the turning point for you guys was like the Chol.
The Chol vagina thing really hurt.
No, I could look past the Chol vagina. I could go past it. I'm like, okay, righto. He's got a sexual fetish about Chols. Whatever, fine. It's his world. It's fine. Whatever. But when he started doing the grammar shit, the they them bullshit, I was like, oh, what the fuck?
The sibling, and then everybody's gay.
That's a big issue I have with the Wind and Truth dialogue. It feels so modern. Like I don't.
It's too much. Well, Lift just
way
said
too modern.
Lift just said, "Dude, that guy's got a good ass and shit." It's like, what?
Like,
13-year-old girls checking out grown men's asses, and they're gay. Everybody's gay, and then one of them starts grooming another one. It's like, what is going on?
Sanderson's always had a bit of an issue with his dialogue sounding too modern. Like that's
but not like this, dude.
Books, but nowhere to this
extent. Not like this, man. This is another level.
None of them sounded like Tina Belcher.
Yeah,
it's so weird. It's so weird. It's been bad. That's not yes. I think we all agree with that.
Hey, we know. fucking, we know, Will.
Look,
Thanks for
look,
pointing
Will,
it out,
Will,
motherfucker.
it's
I
one of those
know,
things-
asshole.
Well, we all knew, I think every one of us has said Rhythm of War is our least favorite Stormlight book, and the end sort of saves it at times, right? It's
Unless you count Edge
yes.
Dancer, yes.
Yes, I know it's been like that since Rhythm of War. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. That Nick, and this is the problem. That's I'm in a very fucking weird spot, dude. Because I am having yes. I don't know what else to say other than that. It's one of those. If this is what he's going to be writing, then I like. Do I want to
read it either?
Do I want to invest any more of my time? I don't know. It is really sad and upsetting to me.
It may be the greatest, and for a lot of people's sanity, I hope this isn't the case and stuff, but it may be one of the biggest examples of go woke, get broke.
It may be.
Maybe we'll see. I just
it may be Gadfly. It feels like it at this stage.
Well, there's also it doesn't seem like we're the minority in this. Everywhere you look around, people are not happy.
Even the woke morons are like, this is fucking stupid.
How did you have it in your hands? It's not out.
Oh yeah, apparently there's some copies in circulation from like early releases. I read about that. Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, I saw that. There's like apparently some places like it was at like some airport or something like that. There were like some copies in like early circulation.
That does happen. Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
With Harry Potter.
Okay. Well, there you go. The lady at the bookstore wouldn't sell it to me when it wouldn't scan, so it was there, but they put it out too early. You should have stole it.
Should have. That does happen, Staple. So the first Sando entry, like Gathering Storm, for Wheel of Time, like I was like going through an airport on the way to the Philippines, I think, like for work, way ages ago. And I saw the Gathering Storm in one of those airport things, like for those books.
Yeah.
And it's like in airport terminals, they often have these books that aren't really, like they haven't really been released yet or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's I didn't even realize that was going to be finished at the time. I was like, I thought it was done. I thought Wheel of Time was never going to be finished. And then I saw this book. I was like, oh, that's amazing. So I picked that up. So yeah.
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 Well, airports. I guess that's where you go to get early releases. What can I say? So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, it's been almost 5.5 hours. Thank you. It was fun. It was definitely fun. I'll have to figure out how to do another one of these types. Obviously, it can't be favorite moments again. So, we got a Carl stream coming up when everybody can get together.
Like favorite characters or something.
I feel like we've done favorite. Didn't I do a tier list of favorite characters? I feel like I did. I feel like I did.
Maybe like favorite like minor characters.
I don't know. I can figure out some
Staple, have you read Dungeon Crawler Carl?
I have not. I keep hearing about it. I'm
You
reading
have to read
the Bloodsworn trilogy right now. but
stop
I think
and
Yeah,
start
that's
reading
great.
Carl.
I've read that. True, that's a great book. But this is a different level. You've got to read. Carl is another thing. Totally another thing.
It truly is though. Audiobook for sure. It truly is. So yeah, eventually we'll do some tier lists for Carl. That'll be fun.
How many books are in it?
7.
It doesn't
now.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because once you start it, it's true. Once you start reading it, it could be 1,000 books, mate. You would read them in a fucking week. It doesn't matter.
He's not wrong though. He's not wrong.
I know.
Is it like a completed series or is it like
No. He's still making them.
going.
Book 7 comes out. Book 7 just came out. So
yeah.
Is it kind of like Dresden or like?
No, it's not like anything you read before. Dresden is epic, but
Dresden
is
the best
fantastic.
Yeah, and
Carl
I
is
love
on his
Dresden.
own thing. It's just different.
Dresden is the best probably comparison, Steve. I reckon. Like it's
probably. I mean,
probably the closest thing to like if you get it, you really get it, right? Like,
oh yeah, well Dresden's another one of those. You start it and it's just like all of a sudden you're $4 in and you're like,
yeah,
how did I get here, right? So but But it's definitely
This is
Carl's
better than
definitely
that.
its own thing. It's
Yeah.
now we've talked to people that are actually reading physical copies and listening. So like apparently it holds up as a physical copy too. But the audio book is unreal.
If you can, the audio is an amazing experience.
My favorite audiobooks is the First Law ones. Stephen Pacey.
I love them too, man. Yeah. And Steve Pacey, the dude that wrote the dude that read them. Hey, he's super good. He's fantastic. This guy's
especially
better.
his Logan voice.
Who hasn't
Yeah,
read? So
I
wait,
know.
Staple, you haven't read Dresden either?
I've read a bit of Dresden. I haven't read the whole thing.
All right, copy that. Yeah.
The First
Yeah,
Law
Dresden-
is amazing.
Dresden's fucking great too. When's the next one of those come out? I feel like it's been forever.
It's been a couple of years, so we've
Been a while, yeah.
It's due pretty soon, Steve. It has to be in the next 12 months, I would think.
Yeah, it's got to be. I'll have to look it up off stream. So,
Well,
all right,
I mean-
guys. Oh, sorry. What's up? No. What were you saying? It's all good. What were you saying?
Butcher said he'd already written this, like in his mind. He's already wrote.
Well, I thought the thing was he wrote it, but then he decided he wanted to write something in between it, so he wrote a different story.
I think he's a
Because
liar.
Mirror is coming out before 12 Days or something like that, and 12 Days was the one that was supposed to be next or something like that. I don't know.
I think he's
I don't
full of
know.
shit. I think
He's writing the end of Dresden right now. The end? Oh no.
Well, I mean, he split this book into two, and so there's.
Oh,
only
he got divorced, huh?
Yeah,
Oh
one
shit.
more.
Well, that sucks. I didn't know that. I don't know. I'm not like stalking these people.
You got divorced.
Apparently, not Kramer, the Dresden Files guy. I forget what his
Jim
name is.
Butcher?
Yeah,
Jim Butcher,
apparently Jim
yeah.
Butcher got divorced.
Shit.
Ralph
Probably
agrees
oughta-
with you. That is
He
the
probably
best
voted.
character.
He probably voted for Trump, mate. That's Jim Butcher is secretly based. I swear it.
He's ending the series at
yeah, Steve.
book 2. Oh, okay. What's up?
Did you watch the final part of Arcane?
Oh, is it out?
Yeah,
What
it's out
season
today. It
two?
came out today.
Oh.
I watched season. I
Let me
watched the
tell
first
you,
episode.
Is it as bad as the rest?
I will say
Season one
the
was
first episode of Act 3 is actually good. Like I actually did like it.
Okay.
The next two, less so. I will say the first episode of Act 3 will make your concerns about Jace like less prominent. We'll say that.
Okay, well that's good because right now Jace is just an asshole. So
Yeah, they explain Jace's stuff more.
does it make
Pretty
sense
good.
though? Because Jace just murdered like fucking 100 some odd people in one swing.
It explains why he did it. That's
Okay.
what I'll say. All right.
Okay, got it.
It's like the whole season. It still feels a bit rushed, but like
Well, at least it's not Cobra Kai. It was it Cobra Kai season 6. Have you seen that?
I
Yeah,
haven't
I-
watched Cobra Kai.
I don't hate that anywhere near as much as you do, man.
I fucking loathe Cobra Kai season 6. It's so bad.
Yeah.
I loathe.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it as much as you do.
I hate it. It's so bad, in my opinion. But well, what a way to end a great stream with some depressing shit. I love it. Way to go! All right, all right, y'all. Thank you very much, and we'll be back for something soon. Carl, soon, I think. It might be. I don't know if we're doing it tomorrow or not.
Hang
I
on,
gotta
have we
figure it out.
we haven't done book 5 yet, have we?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. 5. I've
See,
been
that-
trying to it's why I keep
My
texting all of you
queen.
guys. When are we doing book 5?
Oh yeah, and
So-
did you say earlier that Nerdporial finished Lord of Chaos?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's supposed to be doing a thing. Brian's got the weirdest takes ever on Wheel of Time, so I'm not sure what to make of him. So, but apparently apparently there's going to be a book club thing. So I'm not sure when, but I know he's doing one. It could be tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not sure.
He normally
I'd have
does
to
them on
check it.
Sundays, right? So.
Yeah, but it might be tomorrow night. So, but yep, he finished. So, yeah, so keep an eye out for that. And yeah, whenever we're doing Carl coming up soon, we got to figure out when, but soon.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's a series I keep hearing good things about. So once I finish Bloodsworn, I'll definitely.
It's great. It's great. It's worth the time.
Should totally pause Bloodsworn. I paused Bloodsworn. and read 6 Carl books. It only takes like 3 days.
It won't take that long. They're short. Yeah. So wait, before we go, so Loyal wins best partner. There you go. All right, we did it.
All right.
So thank you everybody for all the super chats. It was very, very, very awesome. Thank you, Aldan, for the gifted memberships and the super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate you. And thank you all for spending several hours talking about Wheel of Time. Chat, you guys have been awesome, and we'll find out something else Wheel of Time-ish to talk about, so we can do this again. It was fun. So. We will catch you all on the next one. See you guys later. Bye.
Adios.
This stream is brought to you by. Have you ever been misunderstood? A puppy in a rage monster's body? Well, we here at Trollocs Lives Matter believe there is a human inside all of us. And
they were effectively genetically engineered war tools.
TLM, because even
Nightmare Fuel
needs love too. And maybe a hug. Hello, I am Jave Dumpkins, founder and CEO of Trollocs Lives Matter, TLM. Thank you for watching this advertisement. Oh, look at that little guy. Look at that little poopsie whoopsie. He's a cutie patootie, isn't he? Look at